Humans are no longer at the top of the food chain. In a world haunted by monstrous insectors, one boy hides the most terrifying secret of all. Miss Young isn't prey, he is one of them. Test subject number 1. But unlike the others, his swarm obeys only him, devouring the monsters that threaten humanity. In saving others, he may lose everything human inside him. Is he mankind's hidden savior, or the next nightmare waiting to be unleashed? Let's find out. The story begins with a girl running away from two guys and calling for help. They watched with a smile and followed her. She found herself in a dead end and continued calling for help with a frightened expression on her face. Their attention was drawn to a guy who said that they should leave her alone. They both turned towards the voice and asked, "Who the hell is he? He shouldn't interfere with this and should just move on." The guy was eating something and said that they should run if they didn't want to die. They looked at him and asked, "What the hell is he talking about?" He said everything he wanted to say. How dare he interfere with his elders? He didn't answer their questions, took off the bandage from his neck, and insects started crawling out. The guy was about to chase them away, but suddenly his friend was killed, and he was surprised because of it. He turned around with a frightened look and asked, "What the hell is that?" The girl transformed into a large monster, killed one of them, and asked if he would interfere with her feast again. The second guy started running away, and she called the remaining one a black ant. Sometime later, this place was damaged after a battle, and several people came here, sealed it off, and conducted an investigation. One of them thought that only the severed lower half of a man's body and right arm were found at the scene, which resembled a battlefield. Who and how should have fought the insect to cause such a mess? According to the testimony of a survivor, the young man approached right before the attack. A man with long hair took out a cigarette, started smoking, and blew smoke at a mosquito, which immediately began to fall because of it. He thought that in 2005, the first eyewitness accounts appeared. Monsters with insect masks appeared in the world. They caused harm, be it physical or even by eating people. However, the most terrifying fact is the fact that they live among people. They are called insects. A student stood in the classroom and asked the teacher if he still thought this was just an urban legend. They exist. If he suspects someone of being an insecticide, they should contact them. This was written by insect exterminators. The teacher said the class rep read it beautifully. Everyone knows about what happened yesterday in Naemondong, right? It seems the police are certain this case is connected to an insect exterminator. That's why they shouldn't go anywhere after school. Bang Sejin asked if she lived in Naemondong. Choara turned to her, agreed, and asked if she wanted to go home together today. One of the students asked if he believed in insecticides. He agreed, and said that there was an insect in their class too, a drone. They were talking about Ga Misung, who was eating with a calm expression on his face. The teacher asked, "So everyone completed the assignment he gave them last time, right? What's all this groaning about?" He warned that it would be assessed and would affect the overall grade. The class representative should collect the homework and bring it to him. When the bell rang, two students approached the class representative and said that she should not hand in her homework. She looked at them and asked why they were saying that. They asked if she thought anyone else had done it. They should all go down together. She asked if maybe she didn't want it. One of them said that she shouldn't refuse when he offered it nicely. Sejin asked if he really wanted to start off badly. The second student, with a displeased expression, said that she hadn't done the work either. She shouldn't take her side just because they were friends. The protagonist approached her and handed over his completed assignment. She looked at him with a kind smile and thanked him. After that, he sat back down in his seat and noticed an ant that had climbed onto his notebook. He extended his finger towards him, but at that very moment, one of the students kicked his notebook and crushed the ant. He called him a drone and asked, "Doesn't he understand at all what's going on here? He only knows how to carry out the teacher's orders? He irritates him so much. Besides, why did he put a band-aid on his neck? Is he hiding a hickey? Does he have a girlfriend?" Ara quietly called Sejin and asked what they were talking about. She leaned towards her and said that this is what remains after a kiss on the neck. They, with dissatisfied faces, said that this won't do. He should take off the band-aid. The second student took hold of the band-aid and asked, "Isn't he even resisting?" She, with a dissatisfied expression, stood up and said loudly that they shouldn't do this. They removed the band-aid and asked, "It's a hickey, right? It's just a big spot?" The student got angry because of this, grabbed him by the shirt and asked loudly, "Did he put the band-aid on just to hide a dull spot?" He was about to say something but changed his mind when he noticed an ant that crawled out of a small hole on his neck. He was very scared because of this and asked loudly, "What the hell is that?" He fell to the ground and with a shocked look said loudly that a real ant crawled out of his spot. Sejin turned around and asked, "Does she like him?" Ara was embarrassed because of this and loudly asked, "What is she even talking about? That's not true at all." She didn't believe her and said that now she's caught. She didn't make up excuses and thought that it was natural. He's good at sports, studies well, eats a lot. How can you not like him? She squeezed the homework tightly and she looked at it and asked, "Isn't she going to hand it in?" After that, she came to the teacher's room and he asked, "So it was only the two of them who did it?" She agreed and he insulted their class with a displeased expression. She didn't hear him and he said that they were both free to go and everyone who hadn't handed in their homework had to clean up the trash after school. She went out into the hallway and said that if she told them to stay and clean up, those two would start saying nasty things again. Since Sejin needed to stay, maybe she could help her? her. Besides, it was scary to go home alone because of that incident. She thought that he also lived in name and do. Should she ask him to go together? She saw MC in the hallway, called him by name, and said that the homeroom teacher said that everyone who hadn't handed in their homework had to stay and clean up the trash. They could go home straight away. So, would he like to go together after school today? He started to leave with a calm expression on his face, apologized, and said that he had things to do. After some time, in the recycling area, 2 students asked with a dissatisfied look why they had to clean up the trash there at all. This wasn't even the homeroom teacher's order. Sejin looked at them and said that they should finish quickly and leave. One of them asked if they would get credit for their homework if they cleaned up. She refused sadly, which attracted her friend's attention. She asked what she was doing there. Ara was sitting there with a sad look and said that she was sweeping. She asked why she didn't go home but stayed to clean up. She turned around with a sad expression and said that she was waiting for her. She looked at her and asked if she was crying. She told her what happened and asked her to speak more quietly about it. One of the students heard this, called her name, and asked if she had managed to avoid being alone, right? Sejin said that it was quite harsh in general. Wasn't he being too rude? She refused and said that he just didn't know anything. He was actually a good guy. She asked, so she was going to leave her best friend and go home with a nice guy? Ara said that you have to know how to take advantage of the opportunity. 2 students started to leave and one of them asked, by the way, what kind of nonsense was he talking about? The other replied, yes, he's telling the truth. An ant crawled out of his neck. They went behind the extension to smoke, and the second student asked if it was okay to leave school because his friend was talking nonsense. He said that he should stop bullying. He would do it again tomorrow, so he should watch carefully. He laughed and said that he was the one who was facing expulsion after all. They were surprised when they noticed a scary monster standing in front of them, who said that he had told them so. One of them was killed by this monster and its head flew off onto a student who was cleaning. She was very scared because of this and screamed loudly, which attracted the attention of the other students. She started running away from there and loudly said that they all have to run. There was an insector. This huge monster came out to the students with loud sounds. The students were very scared because of this and started running, but the monster was killing those who were nearby. They tried to escape, but the monster quickly ran after them and dealt strong blows. The guy, who was stained with the blood of his classmates, with a very frightened expression on his face, grabbed Sejin by the shoulder and pushed her back. Because of this, she fell to the ground and hit her head on a stone. Ara ran to her, raised her head, asked her to wake up, and said that they need to get out of here. She turned around in horror when she noticed the shadow of the monster standing in front of them. She stood up, and the monster said that she had to get out of here. A teacher's face appeared on the monster's body, and he asked the class rep if he hadn't told her to leave after class. She looked at him with a shocked expression and asked, "Is he a teacher?" He raised his hands above his head and said loudly that he begged her to listen to what he was saying. He started to strike with his hands, but at that moment a crowd of insects flew in and cut off the teacher's hands. She was very surprised by this, turned around and saw a man in a black suit with insects flying around him. She lost consciousness because of everything that happened, and he caught her with one hand. The teacher called him a comrade, a black ant, and said that he knew about him. Why would he kill his own kind? Would he really fight to save people? After all, they are at the very end of the food chain. Thanks to evolution, they have risen above all other species. This means that there is no need to protect such insignificant creatures. The black ant did not listen to him and threw him away with a very strong blow. After that, he took the 2 students and carried them to a safe place. He carefully placed them on the floor and asked, did he call this a battle for the sake of people? That's a mistake, because he fights for something else. For people like him, it's just a hunt. The teacher asked, is he so annoying to others that he's ready to kill a comrade? He's pure trash. However, he will have difficulty finding other food. He will chew him for as long as possible, not pathetic people. He turned into a ball, rolled towards him, and loudly said that he will eat him completely. Misun put his hands in front of him to stop him, but he failed, and they slid outside the school grounds. The teacher, with a displeased look, said that with just one of his limbs, he could kill an insignificant ant. He jumped very high and flew at him. He hit him from a very great height and pinned him to the ground very hard. Because of this, he began to cough up blood, and the teacher continued to jump on him. He jumped again and said that the ant has a surprisingly long life. It was flying towards him, and he immediately realized that it was approaching. He fell from a great height again, and there were bloodstains on the ground. He laughed about it and said that he felt like only a wet spot was left of him. He was very surprised when he realized that the protagonist had pierced his body with his hand and asked loudly, so he was hiding his weapon? He used the transformation skill and some of the ants from his legs moved to his hand to increase this. He lifted the teacher above himself, which made him start to panic and loudly asked to let him go. He agreed to this and delivered a very strong blow with his hand to his body. Because of this, he was thrown a long distance, but he ran to him very quickly and grabbed him. Immediately after that, he slammed him very hard into the ground with a loud sound. He asked where he got such strength from. He lifted him above his head again, which made the teacher start to panic even more and asked him not to do it. He waved his legs and loudly said that he was not yet so evolved as to not live this worthless life. MC began to squeeze him hard, which is why he began to scream loudly in pain. He killed him with his own hands and said that they could go eat. Immediately after that, the ants that covered his body fell to the ground. Next to him, behind a tree, stood another insector, who silently watched this. After some time, insect exterminators arrived on the school grounds, who sealed the area and said that they should move away from here and that filming was not allowed. People looked at this and asked, "Isn't this a first-year high school class?" Horror. The homeroom teacher turned out to be an insector. 2 employees looked at this and said that they were late again. He was fully prepared. After all, he immediately rushed over. It can't be called anything else but a battlefield. The only explanation is that the same insects were fighting. However, why did they suddenly start fighting each other? A smoking employee who was investigating the previous incident recalled how the surviving guy said that before the girl attacked him, a guy appeared. He told them to run. With a calm expression, he said that they fought for protection. The employee called the supervisor and said that the schoolgirl who encountered the bug had come to. She said that she was saved by a man in black. At the same time, a crowd of journalists gathered around the guy who framed Sejin and asked if his homeroom teacher turned out to be an insecticide. Wasn't he scared? He said that, of course, he was scared. However, he immediately reported it to the exterminators to save his friends who were unable to escape. They were surprised by this and said that he was such a brave young man. He took out his phone and asked if he was able to film something. Would they want to see it? He turned on the video, but the entire video was ruined by interference. The employees saw this and asked if he had filmed something, would they have had to deal with the incident? There's no use at all for the camera footage and the black box. Maybe they should kick the journalists out of here? The boss, with a calm expression, said that he could ignore it. This is no longer some kind of urban legend. It's time for the media to intervene. The employee, with a serious expression, asked, but will they take this seriously? It's hard to believe that insects exist. Ara was talking to her mother on the phone and said that she would get a ride and that she could walk there herself. They would see each other later. She noticed them, apologized, and said that smoking at school was a little bad. The employee apologized for him and said that he was a heavy smoker. He put it out and said that they weren't cigarettes, but insect repellent. He said that he shouldn't smoke too much, otherwise he would have nothing to breathe. Most likely, she was very shocked, but can she talk about that situation? She said that when the monster was about to kill them all, a man in a black suit appeared. They looked at her and asked why she called him a human. She said that he just looked like a human. She immediately lost consciousness, so she doesn't remember much, but he was different from that monster. Besides, he was protecting them. The boss looked at her and asked if there were those who weren't cleaning. She said that there was one such person. He asked if he could find out who that student was. After some time, Misun returned home and said that he was back. His grandmother met him and said that he should come in and sit down to eat. She specially prepared his favorite dishes today. He looked to the side and noticed many dishes standing on the table. He called her and said that he wasn't particularly hungry. She was surprised by what she heard and asked what he just said. She looked at him and asked, was he going crazy again? He wasn't hurt anywhere, was he? He apologized and said that he wouldn't be able to taste her food. She asked, is food important now? The main thing is that he's okay. She's happy about this. He should go to his room and rest. He agreed and said that she doesn't have to clear the table. He'll eat everything tomorrow morning. He went to his room and she wiped away her tears and said that today is no exception. What's wrong with this boy? After that, ants started crawling into his room. He watched the news where they said that the previous morning, a shockingly horrific incident occurred at a high school in Gurogu, Seoul, in which a large number of students died after an insect attack. An insect is an insect monster that became famous thanks to ghost stories. It turned out that this monster was the homeroom teacher, Im, which left both the students and colleagues in complete shock. He was just an ordinary teacher. How could he kill his students because they didn't do their homework? It's unbearable to live and realize that they lurk in society and cold-bloodedly kill innocent people. It would be great if they all got killed. After some time, they began clearing the abandoned building, which is supposedly the epicenter of the serial child disappearance case. A police officer stood at the door and said that the second floor is clear. They are going up to the third. They climbed the stairs, he gestured, and they approached a new door. He looked out from behind the wall and was very surprised by what he saw. Several cocoons were hanging in the room. At the same time, a car with the chief of the insect exterminators was parked next to this building. A team member named Tae said that he was already so tired of sitting and waiting. Can't they just quickly sort this out? Sam said that they are still under government supervision. Until the insect sector appears, the police have priority in the investigation. At that moment, they were told over the radio that the search team is requesting help from the insect exterminators. Immediate support is needed. Tae asked with a smile, by the way, what's wrong with him? Is he really that scared? He refused and said that it was all the vibration mode. He said he didn't expect to be shaken like that. The team leader, Pio, took out his cigarettes and said that they should stop joking. At the same time, the policeman cut the cocoons from the ceiling and carefully placed them on the floor. One of them called the commander and asked if they shouldn't wait for the insect exterminators to arrive. He said that their enemy was an insector. Every minute and second counted, so they should move on. The policeman called him again and said that this child was not responding to anything. He said that he should tear the cocoon apart and let it breathe. He cut the cocoon and told the child that everything was fine. He was safe now. He cut the cocoon completely and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, the creature in the cocoon pierced the policeman's head. A monster similar to a fly with a spear instead of a nose crawled out and asked why they needed his children. Another policeman started shooting from a machine gun and loudly called for the commander. The monster flew towards him very quickly and cut off his arm. The commander looked at it with a frightened expression on his face and thought that it was faster than a bullet. It was an insector. The monster flew towards him, but at that very moment someone fired and hit the monster. This shot broke the spear where the monster's nose should be. Sam was lying on the monster's tower and fired a sniper rifle. He reloaded his weapon and said that he missed. The monster was too fast. He was very angry about what happened and loudly asked, "What are they doing? Did they just try to shoot him? Who do they think he is? Do they want to see him angry?" He flew to attack, but Tae, with a calm expression on his face, blocked this attack and asked, "What's wrong with his speech?" Immediately after that, he struck with his weapon, loudly wished him death, and said that they are insect exterminators. With this blow, he threw the monster into the wall. Pio was calmly smoking and said that he should take the children and run away from here. The monster got very angry because of this and loudly asked where he went with his children. He blew out a large amount of smoke. Because of this, the monster fell to the floor and asked what happened to his body. He said with a calm expression that the smoke intoxicated him. He will pay for catching and mocking the children. The monster tore off his nose and loudly said that it was not even a black ant that came to him. The midge was categorically against it. Tae looked at this and told this idiot that he was actually a fly. He began to release many darts from his broken nose and loudly said that they were not welcome here. He blew out even more smoke and he began to wave his weapon to repel this attack. One of them loudly called Sam and said that he was flying out the window. He should shoot. Pio heard him scream in pain and asked what happened to him. He held his wounds and said that the monster attacked in just a second. He said that he should stay there. They would be there soon. Tai looked out the window and said with a displeased expression that their enemy's appearance had changed. After the incident with the homeroom teacher, the insector, the school was ordered to close for a week. The dead children are still being mourned, and No Soo-young, who was the first to report this to the insect exterminators, received an award for bravery. Ahura read about this and asked what he had even done. Seijin had head surgery and doesn't want to see anyone. It's terrible. A child in an insect mask ran up to her and tried to scare her. She hit him on the head and said that she asked him not to do that. He started to run away and sadly said that he would tell his mother everything. She turned around with a displeased look and loudly said that they had the same mother. She would be the first to tell everything. She turned around and said with a displeased look that she didn't have to go to school and had to look after her obnoxious younger brother. Did he even realize what she had to go through? She heard her brother try to scare someone again. She turned to him and said loudly that she had asked him not to do that. She saw her brother standing in front of the main character and trying to scare him. After that, they all sat down on a bench and started eating ice cream. She looked at him and remembered that on the day of the incident, she was asked if there were anyone who hadn't done the cleaning. She thought that it continued to torment her. It seemed that she shouldn't have answered it then. She called him and asked if nothing like that had happened since that day. He refused, which made her happy, and her brother asked him for a popsicle stick. He turned around, noticed another child playing with a ball, and told his sister that he was going to play ball. Ara agreed and said that he was not allowed to go beyond the playground area. She looked to the side, noticed that he was biting an ice cream stick with a dissatisfied look, and wondered what was wrong with him. Wasn't this enough for him? She noticed that her brother was about to run away and loudly asked where he was going. He pointed to the side and said that the ball flew over there. The child climbed through a hole in the fence and called him to follow him. He called his sister and said that he would be right back. She, with a dissatisfied expression, said that she was already waiting for him. MC got up from the bench and said that he would go there and she should be here. She refused and said that she would go there herself. He climbed through the hole in the fence and began to look around. He saw a child in a mask who was looking at him and asked what he was doing. Joa returned to his sister and called her. She looked at him and asked why he came back immediately. Had they found the ball yet? He refused and said that the guy told him to go to her. At the same time, the child said that it was his prey. He looked at it and said that it looked like one of them. He should show how he hunts. The child said that he caught only one, but because of him, he missed. Anyway, he is in a terrible mood because yesterday the insect exterminators came and took all his supplies. This time he will forgive him. He looks like he just awakened. However, if he interferes with him again, he will get a lot of problems. He peeled off his bandage and released his ants outside. The child was very surprised by this and asked, did he call him prey? The ants began to cover his body and he asked, what is he even talking about? He was very surprised, recognized him, squeezed the ball in his hand out of anger, and said that he was a black ant that hunts them. He started laughing because of this and said that he had been waiting for this moment. Now he is a hot topic among their comrades because he feeds on them. Is this true and so he will be next? He is an arrogant freak who needs to be put in his place. How dare he break the rules and eat his own kind? If he attempts to kill him, he will kill him in an instant. He transformed, flew towards him and loudly said that he can also break the rules. He flew towards him very quickly, hit his head and destroyed his armor. He quickly started flying next to him and asked, he's really fast, right? He can't even keep up. He's already salivating at the thought of killing him. He continued to mock him, which made him scratch his head and say he was too noisy. He struck a really hard blow and hit the monster right away. With this blow, he injured his head and slammed him into the ground. After that, Mi-sun returned to the playground and covered the wound on his face with his hand. Joa called him and asked with a happy expression, "He found the ball, right?" He agreed and said that the boy had already gone home. He remembered something and said that he had cleaned up all the trash after him. Ahura said that he was saying this because he still wanted some ice cream. He agreed with her and asked if he could have another ice cream. He took his hand and asked if they could have 2 ice creams instead of 1. He agreed with a small smile and said that he could eat everything. She was a little surprised that he could smile, apologized, and asked if they could really take all of it away. He agreed and said that he was already full. After some time, the school resumed work and the students headed there. One of them said, in a dissatisfied voice, how great it was to have a whole week off. "I thought," she said, "she went to Busan with her boyfriend, right?" The main character walked next to these students with a calm expression on his face and said nothing. Ara came to the school corridor and was very surprised when she noticed a notice. There was a notice on the wall that said it was an announcement about the closure of the 3rd grade for an indefinite period. It contained a list of students and the classes they were transferred to. Under this list, it was also written that the surviving students were asked to move their belongings to a new class. The rest should rest in peace. She read it and said that she would no longer be a class representative. After that, she came to the new class and looked at the screen of her phone. Earlier, she wrote to Seijin, "She will come soon. She should rest more." How is she feeling? She still can't find a way to visit her. She is very worried. Is she getting better? They went to school today and were transferred to other classes. She's in 5th grade now, but they're still together. She's so happy that she'll be able to take care of her after she's discharged. She looked away with a dissatisfied look and said that she was even in another class with Suyong. The student stood next to him and asked him to tell what really happened that day. He said that he was truly ready to say goodbye to life. His head could have turned to mush just from the touch of that monster's fist. Student Lee Yojin got angry at their conversation, got up from her seat, and walked toward them. She came closer and kicked him in the stomach. He fell to the ground and asked loudly in a dissatisfied voice what's gotten into her. She called them idiots with a serious expression and said that they were being too loud and that they should quickly disperse. The student, looking worried, apologized and asked if they were being too noisy. Suyong asked with a displeased look why she was giving them orders. He turned to him and said that she was the boss in their class. This attracted the attention of the other students, and Aura thought that Seijin needed to see this. Yeojin was about to leave the classroom, but at the entrance, she met the MC. They looked at each other silently, then went in different directions. One of the students called his name and asked why he had just arrived. Couldn't find the class? He noticed Ahura, who raised her hand and pointed to an empty desk nearby. He approached this place, and she said that the girl who left right in front of him was not the last person in this class. She hit Suyong for being too loud, and she immediately felt better. He took out food, and she said that she was a little confused because of the change of classes, but it was a pretty good start. He agreed with a calm expression and began to eat. Their new teacher wrote a formula on the board and said that it would be on the exam. They were all writing it down, but suddenly his stomach made a loud sound. Aura heard it and asked if he was hungry. Maybe they could have lunch together later? He agreed. The teacher wrote a new formula and said that this would not be on the exam. Suddenly, Mi-sung felt the presence of the insector quite close. When the lesson ended, she called his name and said that they should go to lunch. She turned around, noticed that he was no longer there, and decided to go to lunch alone. At this time, he very quickly went outside and jumped over the school fence. At the same time, Tae was walking down the street and said that this idiot had disappeared somewhere. He could not find him anywhere. Pio walked next to him and said that if he had a head on his shoulders, he would be quiet for a while or he was dead. It seems that besides them, there is someone else working tirelessly. The protagonist ran past them and bumped into his shoulder. Tae was a little surprised by this and asked the manager if he was okay. He turned around and was about to say something to him, but he moved on and said that he could ignore it. He looked back with a displeased look and said that he was a real slacker. After that, they both came to the teacher's room, met with Ara, and Pio said that they came to see the student who was not participating in the cleaning then. She said with a calm expression that he had just gone home, probably because he was hungry. Tae remembered meeting with the student earlier and asked if this was really that slacker. He handed over his business card and asked if she could give it to that guy. After that, he started to leave the office and asked, "Isn't there a hospital nearby where Sam is?" She turned the business card over and read the information written on it. At the same time, the insector, who was under the bridge, met with the MC, who was walking in his direction. They stood silently facing each other, then simultaneously attacked each other. The monster turned its back to him and struck him from behind with its paws. The monster quickly ran toward him, and he delivered a strong punch to its head. It began to move strangely, and this caught his attention. He noticed an ant clinging to a thin thread and decided to check something. Immediately after that, he launched many ants from his hand towards the insector. They collided with this monster, and he noticed several threads going from the monster upward. He cut these threads, and because of this, the monster fell to the ground. He came closer and began to examine the threads that were coming from the monsters. Suddenly, the monster's head turned towards him. Its mouth opened, and he noticed a grenade, which at that moment exploded. This caused a powerful explosion with a loud sound. The insector looked at the wounded Mi-sung and said that it was a nice view. He was still conscious and saw two insectors, one of whom asked, "This is the first time he's been in this situation, right?" one of the monsters stepped on his shoulder and asked, "Did he kill the fly?" The fly had disappeared somewhere, and they were worried about it. The second monster said that everyone always complains that they can't find him. He personally doesn't care about children, but they can pay for his capture. The monster delivered a strong kick to his head and destroyed the armor. She noticed that it was empty inside and asked if only a shell remained. The second monster looked up, called out to Silk, and loudly warned of danger. The protagonist gathered ants in his hands, flew at them from above, and swung to attack. He hit one monster very hard, then ran up to the second and began to deliver many quick blows. The monster insulted him, then jumped back and fired at him from the cannon on his hand. He hit with this attack, but he blocked it with his hands. He ran closer again and tried to attack, but another monster stopped his hand with her threads. She asked if he knew how to use his head. But what was this unheard of impudence? Why does he trust people so much? She jumped towards him, delivered a powerful kick, and he broke the threads and managed to block. This blow was so strong that his armor broke, and he was thrown to the side. He was kneeling. An insector approached him, pointed his weapon at his head, and was about to shoot. He came to his senses, called his ants, and his suit began to disintegrate and headed towards him. The monster was about to shoot and said that the hunt was over. He fired, and there was a loud explosion. However, he missed because Tay raised his weapon with his pole and said that playing with firecrackers in the park could result in a fine. He held back this monster, and MC managed to put his suit back on. He looked at the monster with a smile and asked, "What kind of currency do they have there?" "Fallen leaves." He struck, but the insector jumped back from him. He said that since they were all gathered here, he proposed a fight. Pio took out his cigarette and said that he should calm down a bit. He lit the cigarette and said that it seemed like they would quickly deal with them. He looked at them with a serious expression and said that it was time to clean up. The monster took out a bomb from its weapon, and they immediately paid attention to it. He threw it under himself, and this explosion distracted them. They both took advantage of this moment. She took off with him, and they escaped. Tay looked at this with a displeased look and said that flying insects are so annoying. Pio looked at this and asked if they needed helicopter support. He pointed his finger to the side and asked, "They are going to catch the man in black, right?" He turned around and asked where he went. Tay was very surprised by what happened and said loudly that if the authorities find out that they missed him this time, they will be sent to the next world sometime later. Misung could hardly get to the city and was walking along a dark alley home. He returned home, started eating, and his grandmother asked, "Is he very hungry?" He didn't even wash himself. What happened to him? She wiped the tears from her face and asked, "Wasn't he able to eat anything today?" He continued eating and said that he needed to eat something. He was wildly hungry. When he finished his business, he went to his room and locked himself inside. He leaned against the wall, clenched his teeth tightly because of the pain, remembered the past and thought, why kill his own kind? He does this not to protect people. His body began to cover with spots. He felt a lot of pain and thought that he doesn't care about the rules of insects. What was happening to him was because the ants were eating him from the inside out, and he thought he would eat them whole to avoid being eaten. At the same time, Yojin was dragging several bags of people inside with her threads. She opened a room where it was very cold, and one of them was alive and tried to call for help. She threw him inside and closed the door behind her. An old man named Jang Yol slammed his fist on the table and said that they just had to catch a black ant with bait. He didn't expect that insect exterminators would suddenly show up. This won't do, they need more supplies of people. She took off her protective suit and mask and said that he shouldn't be mistaken. He thinks she's doing this out of great love. He looked at her and grabbed her by the sleeve of her t-shirt. She asked what he was even doing. He remembered how they fought against the main character and asked if her school uniform was similar to the one that guy was wearing. Didn't it? Does she know who that black ant is? She pushed his hand away with a displeased expression and asked how she knew that guy. He said that he didn't care, even if they were classmates. If she didn't know, then she should find out and kill him. She was indignant because of this and asked loudly if he thought she was doing all this dirty work just to kill that guy. She was about to tell him about her goal, but he grabbed her by the throat and asked if when she asked for help, he did everything possible, and she called it dirty work? Did she really think she could come out clean in the end? The barking of a dog caught their attention, and they sharply looked in one direction. The man who was hidden in the cold storage room managed to get out and started running, but a dog chased him. Jang Yol looked through the surveillance cameras and asked if she forgot to lock the cold storage door. Yojin refused and said that was out of the question. He said that he turned a blind eye to her mistakes because that was human nature. His hand changed, and he asked if maybe they should finally end this conversation. What did she mean by that? She said that she had enough. Their partnership was over. He snapped his fingers, causing the man's body to glow, and he asked what that was. The dog should let go. His whole body was burning. He begged him not to do it, but still, because of the bomb in his body, a strong explosion occurred. He raised his finger again and said that she knew how he deals with things that begin to hinder him. The bomb in her body began to glow, and he said that he would repeat it again. She must kill the black ant. The next day in the school cafeteria, a student asked the cook to give him some extra food. She refused and said that first graders in high school weren't allowed extra food. Soo-young turned around and looked at the MC who was eating a lot of food very quickly. This also attracted the attention of other students passing by. Ara looked at him and said that he was eating much more than usual. Did something happen? He choked and spat the spoon on the floor because he started to feel pain again. They started biting him, and she asked with a worried look if he was okay. Did he have a stomachache? Soo-young approached him and asked with a smile, "What the hell is this? Some people can get a sausage, and someone else gets an unlimited number of servings? Is his father the school principal?" She said with a displeased look that he should leave if he didn't know anything. He paid for these 10 servings. He said that even so, it was amazing. Only now it seems to him that the amount of food he ate exceeds the human limit. Is he by any chance an insect? This attracted even more attention from the nearby students. She loudly called him an idiot and said that he was crossing all boundaries. What kind of nonsense is he even talking about? He asked, but he wasn't cleaning that day, right? She said that it was because he was excused because of homework. He said that the man in the white suit, by the way, also came because of him. She should take a look at him. As soon as he spoke, he immediately turned pale and started shaking. Isn't that so? Isn't it suspicious? At that moment, the ants began to bite Mi-sun more actively, and he felt a lot of pain. Soo-young kept repeating the same thing, and he grabbed his head and covered his mouth. Ara, looking worried, called him and asked him to calm down. He threw him on the floor. He bumped into a student and food fell on him, and he left the cafeteria with a dissatisfied look. What happened attracted Yojin's attention, and she silently looked at him. He ran to the roof of the school and thought that he was very hungry. He could not satisfy his hunger. The ants began to break out from under the bandage, and he thought that, besides, the ants had become even stronger. They were beyond his control. He began to scream loudly in pain, and a head of ants appeared next to him. She followed him, watched what was happening, and said that it was as if he decided to tell the whole world that he was a black ant. She began to change, and said that she would tell him honestly. She had no complaints against him. She completely transformed and went down to him, and he turned to her and ran towards her, uncontrollably. She created threads with her fingers and said that for her goal, she must kill him. After some time, he saw a terrible dream in which several large ants held his limbs and pulled him in different directions. He started screaming loudly in pain and said that they should leave him alone. How much blood do they need? Another ant came, which was about to bite his head, and said that this was not enough. Suddenly, a red ant came, which saved him from death. This ant killed everyone else, and he watched it from the side. After that, he came to his senses in his room and thought that the pain had subsided. He changed his clothes and thought that he did not remember anything after that meeting on the roof. What happened after that? Does the calm behavior of the ants indicate the death of that man? The grandmother was surprised when she noticed him and asked, "Did he sleep all day and only now wake up? He should go eat." The main character looked at her and said that he was not hungry. She was a little surprised by this and asked, "Did he catch someone yesterday?" He refused and said that it was not that. "How did he end up at home?" she asked. "Doesn't he remember? Some tall girl with yellow hair brought him here." He was surprised by what he heard, and his grandmother said that she brought him on her back. They were all covered in blood. They even look alike in some way. Could she really be the same as him? He refused and said that they were in the same class. He thought, so she's alive? But then what about the ants? He felt Jang Yeol's presence nearby and immediately guessed that he was an insector. He also realized that he was calling him and left the house. At the same time, in a deserted place, he called Yojin and said that she only made things more complicated. She didn't look at him and said that she did everything she could. He said that then she should have killed that guy. She turned to him and asked what he just said. Is that all he can say? Looking at her state, is he that eager to kill him? In that case, he could fight him himself. He is a real monster. He looked away and said that he came. The MC was standing under the bridge and a train passing over him illuminated him. They both started to transform, and Jang Yeol said that this time she should try not to disappoint him. She finished transforming, ran to attack, and said that if he liked to talk so much, he should also try hard in battle. She ran close enough, kicked him, and he blocked it with his hand. He concentrated more ants in his hand and punched her very hard. She was thrown a long distance. The suit broke, and she said that he had become even stronger. He passed by, and she said loudly that they were not finished yet. He ignored her and said that she should not interfere. Jang Yeol watched what was happening and called her useless. She grabbed his leg and asked what he was even doing. He thinks he can show pity now? Since she saved him, he would have just turned a blind eye to it. She must take revenge on them all at all costs. However, won't she be able to achieve her goal now? He called her by name and said that it was very mean. She was like a caterpillar crawling on the floor and didn't know what to do. He called her useless again. She started to worry and asked what he was doing. He should stop. This wasn't it. He laughed out loud and said that, so she really didn't understand anything at all. Did she really naively hope for his help with her revenge? Would there be any insector who would decide to go against them? In any case, he planned to sacrifice her and join them. She loudly insulted him and said that she didn't just endure and do all this dirty work for nothing. Now he was telling her to die here? He raised his finger to blow her up and thought that in the last minutes of life, idiots get terribly angry. He began to lower his finger and said that she could brighten up the feeling of loneliness by taking this bridge with her. Mi-sung ordered the ants to move and ran very quickly. Jong-yeol was surprised by this, began to look around and loudly asked where he disappeared to. One wrong move near Yeojin caused an explosion. He thought he had hit it, started laughing loudly and said that this is exactly what he was talking about. He ran very quickly towards this old man. He calmly stood in place and said loudly that he should be lucky this time, but there was one continuous minefield. Wherever he stepped, he would explode. He should jump straight into the thick of it. He continued running towards him and thought that he should aim for his hand, but he needed a little more speed. He started to speed up and his suit's color changed to red. He ran very fast, not paying attention to the explosions happening under his feet. Jong-yeol was very scared because of this, pointed his gun at him and asked loudly, "How is this possible?" He dodged his shot and thought that he suddenly accelerated, but it was too fast. He thought that he no longer controlled the speed. He grabbed this monster by the head and tore it off. He stopped after that and wondered where he got such a powerful force from. Yeojin looked at what happened with a shocked expression and could not say anything. The protagonist looked at his hand and noticed that his suit began to change color again. He started to walk away and allowed the ants to eat. The ants began to eat Jong-yeol's body, and he walked up to her and looked at her with a serious expression on his face. She closed her eyes out of fear, but he just walked past. She turned to him and asked loudly if he could stop for at least a minute. She wanted to talk for a bit. He had a plan too, right? He had something in mind. That's why he was fighting the insectors. She was about to say something, but he turned around and said that she should tell him what happened yesterday when the ant went crazy. She was surprised by this and asked if he really didn't remember anything at all. She got hurt because of the fight with him yesterday and wondered who he even was. She had never heard of this kind of insectors. Just when the ants were about to attack her, MC said loudly that he should stop. He tried to hold back the monster with his other hand and said loudly that he shouldn't be selfish. Because of this, the monster turned to him and aimed at him. He lost consciousness, and Yeojin jumped on this monster and tied it with her threads. She looked at it with a displeased expression and said that she accidentally turned back. Why does he even want to harm himself? Is he following that monster's lead? A red ant appeared in his body. He screamed loudly in pain, and the other ants stopped acting, and the monster disappeared. He fell to the ground after that, and she looked at him and asked, "Who is he?" After that, she thought about it a lot. Should she kill him now, or should she sell him? However, an idea suddenly came to her mind. What if he is the only dark horse capable of killing them all? Currently, she said that this is why she saved him back then. She called his name and said that he should think about it carefully. After all, he is their target now. Since Jang-yeol is dead, it means that the human supply will decrease, and if they find out more, it is only a matter of time until he is discovered. Does he think that the only one will become their target? His family, friends, and even casual acquaintances, everyone he knows, will start to be hunted down. She will help, so she offers to fight together. It will be very difficult for them alone, but together they can handle them. Mi-sung asked if she is offering him help. She just needs someone to hold on to, because she is good for nothing. He is not interested in them at all, and will not waste his energy on them. He extended his hand to her, on which ants were crawling, and said that he is going to eat them. He grabbed her by the head, the ants crawled on her, and she screamed loudly. After some time, the teacher entered the classroom, wished good morning, and said that they should start roll call. He began calling out the names of the students who answered him. He called Yeojin, received no answer, and said that it looks like she has not arrived yet. Where did the student who had never skipped school before go? Have one of her friends call her. One of them started laughing and said that, unfortunately, she has no friends. Soo-young leaned towards him and said with a wide smile that he heard about the incident in Naemuncheon yesterday. He asked with a wide smile, was she really involved in it? He saw her there a couple of times. So does that mean they are in charge here now? At that moment, she entered the office and with a calm expression said that they should stay after school. They turned to her with surprised faces and she raised her hand and said that she was there. At the same time, a squad of insect exterminators came to the scene of yesterday's battle. They found a prosthetic leg and said that Tai talked about an insect with a prosthesis, so he should take it. Did an insect really turn everything here to dust? Maybe I should quit? Doesn't it get scarier each time? A coworker found a small bag with something inside and asked, "What the hell is that?" Their attention was drawn to the fact that one of them said that entry was prohibited. One of them turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" The employee turned around and said that a man suddenly wanted to come in here. The employee put his hand on the unfamiliar man's shoulder and said that he should leave. At that moment, he was in the danger zone. He suddenly struck and cut off the employee's hand. Because of this, he screamed loudly in pain. Everyone immediately guessed that he was an insector and loudly asked, has he completely lost his fear since he came alone? The man went on the attack and reported to headquarters by radio that an incident had occurred in Naemuncheon. An insector had shown up in an unconverted state. He very quickly defeated all the employees, called on the phone and said that the sample was safe. The man asked, he didn't cause any trouble, did he? He looked at the bag with the larva, denied it, and said that now they should play. At the same time, Yeojin, with a calm expression on her face, created threads with which she launched a small note. It flew past Ara, and the protagonist caught it with 2 fingers. He opened the note, and it said that they should meet after class in the backyard. After that, they met, and she asked if this was the first time he talked to someone like this at school, right? It was a common practice, but she even felt a little awkward. He looked at her with a serious expression and asked what was wrong. She chuckled and asked, why ask if he knew everything himself? Does he like to pretend that he doesn't remember anything? She was really ready to die then. She remembered what happened to her after that, and thought that, however, she found herself alive after the bomb that Jang Yul activated went off. She leaned towards him and said that he left her alive and just left. He wouldn't mind accepting her offer of cooperation, would he? He said with a serious expression that she shouldn't forget herself. She was just emergency food for him. He would eat her at any moment. He started to peel off the bandage. She got scared and asked why he immediately started reacting so radically. She said loudly that he should think about it himself. Or, had he already forgotten what she said then? He was their target now too. The worm has only one goal: to drive away people and rise to the very top of the food chain. That's why each time he only becomes stronger and gets rid of any obstacle that stands in his way. She was about to say something else, but he said that he didn't care. Ahra silently watched what was happening from the window with a thoughtful look. She turned away and asked with an envious look, since when had they become so close? After all, they have nothing in common. At the same time, two students passed by, watching some video and discussing it. They were looking at the anti-insect suit developed by insect exterminators. Pio called Tai, who was testing the suit, and asked how he was doing. He turned around and said it wasn't that bad. By the way, was it really necessary to wear it? He said that in a recent incident, they lost 4 team members at once. It's painful to watch what they do to his people. Sam said that if he can increase survivability, it seems they simply need the suit. Man, a doctor of science and a developer of insect exterminators, said that they will check it and find out. He asked, can they begin then? The door to the testing ground opened. Tai asked them to stop and said that they still had to give him a weapon. The employees said that this test would check the functionality of the suit itself, so he couldn't use his personal weapon. Instead, he must pull out the dagger that is built into his right hand. He did so and asked what he could do with this small dagger. Someone ordered the release of the insector, and he loudly said in a dissatisfied voice that he hadn't even finished speaking yet. He was ordered to transform, and he said that they shouldn't order him around. Or is he looking for death? Pio said that for the record, he can kill him and do whatever he wants. The insector began to transform with a wide smile and said that so much time had passed. He ran up to Tai with incredible speed, who was very surprised by this. He threw a punch, but he immediately jumped to the side and dodged this attack. He laughed because of this and asked, did they see this? It seems like a pretty good thing, right? Man said that the suit specifically increases his physical abilities 80 times. Unlike people, he shouldn't let his guard down. This is an insector that moves at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. He must keep an eye on it. He blocked the monster's next strike and asked how he could have known. He immediately struck back with a dagger and managed to wound the monster. He struck again with a kick and threw it away. The insector looked at him with the same smile and said that it was quite funny. Tay grabbed his arm that was injured and asked if it was because he received 2 strikes in the same place. Man asked if 2 strikes was the maximum now. He wondered how much it could withstand. He became angry because of this and loudly asked the doctor why he didn't come here and test it. The monster ran up to him very quickly and grabbed him by the neck. He clenched his teeth because of this and was about to insult the monster, but suddenly he was electrocuted. The doctor said he shouldn't worry. Taking a certain amount of damage causes a 100,000 volt electric shock that runs through the insector. He was surprised by what he heard and asked loudly why he was only talking about this now. The monster grabbed him with its claws and he said that the testing was complete. The captured insectors are very valuable. They have to take him away. Tay got very angry about this and said loudly that he was actually someone's valuable child too. Sam started trying to calm him down. The insector started to be taken away, but he turned around and said that they would have fun next time. Pio thought that the recent incident had taken the lives of 3 people in the blink of an eye. If the 4th one awakened, will he be able to fight back in this suit? The incident wouldn't have happened without a reason. He needs to look for something. He went to the library and started looking through a lot of books while sitting on the floor. After a while, he stopped, started to warm up, and said that it was useless. There was nothing here. He was just wasting his time. One book caught his attention. He took it, rubbed his eyes, and asked what it was. The cover said the Anthil Project, and this caught his attention. At the same time, Yojin said with a displeased look that she was just asking to listen to her. Insects are one thing, but her real goal is only one person. She just wants to kill him and that's it. At the same moment, Pio opened the book, saw a photo of a man before and after transformation with the name Kijima. At the same moment, MC grabbed her by the shoulders and with a serious expression said that she should repeat it again. She looked at him with a serious expression and said that this is their leader, Kijima. He was very surprised by what he heard and remembered his mother, who was lying in the burning corridor, and this man was walking towards them. When classes were over, he left the school with a calm expression. Yojin called him an aunt, caught up with him, put her hand on his shoulder and asked what he was doing today. She offered to spend time together. He refused, but she still asked where he was going. In response, he said that it was none of her business. She asked with a smirk, Was he really going to go hunting? However, there was also game near him. He removed her hand from his shoulder and said that she should not exaggerate because she was just a snack. She said with a slightly displeased look that she thought they would eat meat to celebrate their union. He got angry because of this and asked if she was going to eat people. She was very surprised because of this and asked loudly what he just said. She does not eat people. Maybe it's because she became a silkworm, but she does not have a particular craving for eating people. They should go. She will buy them the most delicious meat. She was surprised when she noticed that he was no longer nearby, and he walked a little further and said that she should hurry. After that, they came to the restaurant, and she said that it was too early to turn over. Mi-sung was sitting in front of her, and said that he thought it was time to eat. She said that the meat was still raw, he should wait a little longer. The restaurant employee called the boss and said that it seemed like things were bad. Look how much meat they took. He calmly said that they shouldn't say such things in front of customers. A newbie should listen to him carefully. That's how a buffet works. At first, they take quite a lot of meat, and then they can't even eat half of it. The employee asked, "That's exactly it. What if they leave a lot of meat?" The boss said that they have a fine, the amount of which depends on the portion left, so they have nothing to worry about. Besides, if he worries about how much school children can eat, he won't be a businessman. A worker saw them eating and called him, but he still didn't pay attention. Yeojin watched him eat and said that eating 2 pieces of meat at once was already a violation of the rules. He doesn't know how to eat at all. It should be eaten with vegetables. Now she wants to ask him something. How does he know Kijima? The protagonist remembered what happened to him in childhood and said that he didn't really know. She said that it turned out that everything was related to family or something else. She also has nothing special. He killed both her parents. She still can't forget his last words. He said that she shouldn't kill her own, although he doesn't need weaklings. She must awaken her comrades. She was very surprised when she saw him eating and said loudly that he should be at least a little more serious. Because he ate 2 pieces, there was nothing left. She raised her hand and called the staff. The boss looked at them with a very worried look and said that he should bring them everything. The employee asked if he had heard that he was a model student. Was that true? Very smart of him. He called the newcomer and said that they were in trouble. When they finished eating, they left the establishment and were wished well. The MC said that she had said that there would be no restrictions. Yeojin said that she was already tired and was about to die of thirst. After that, they came to another establishment where she ordered several drinks for herself. She turned around and loudly asked what he should order. He listed several drinks, but suddenly felt something strange. He began to look around with a serious expression and heard people talking around him. A guy passing by said that his place was also nice, plus he makes excellent coffee. The girl looked at him with a smile, called him treacherous and asked what they would do there. When she didn't look at him, he said with a mad expression that he would eat her. Mi-sung sensed an insector in him, and the girl laughed, thinking it was a joke. Yeojin walked up to him with the drinks she bought and said that her order was given very quickly. She noticed how he was looking away, looked in the same direction and asked what happened to him. He saw lovers and shuddered. Maybe he was lonely? She was very surprised when he said that he was an insector. That night, Ahura arrived at the hospital. She came to Sejin's room, called her by name and said that she had arrived. She still won't see her? Then she will leave the gift here, and later, she will look. She left, leaving a ring and a letter on the floor, and her friend was sitting on the bed and crying. She walked down the hallway, where the man asked how it was possible to cut off all her hair right before debut. The doctor said that if they didn't do this, her life would be in danger. She remembered how earlier she took her hand and said that she passed the audition. Ara congratulated her on this, and now she thought that she was so looking forward to her debut. A girl whom she found beautiful passed by her. At the same time, the door to Sejin's room opened, and she loudly asked with a displeased expression why they weren't listening to her. After all, she asked not to come in. She was embarrassed when she saw that there was no one behind the door. Suddenly, this girl named Hannah came up to her very quickly and asked why she was so angry. She leaned closer to her and asked if she was furious with people. It was impossible to hold back anger. She opened her mouth and showed a maggot on her tongue. She asked if she didn't want to kill all those annoying people. She leaned even closer and said that she would make it possible. She handed over this larva to Sejin, which caused her to feel intense pain, and she looked at it with a smile and said that she should have a good time. Because of what happened, she began to suffer from pain and screamed loudly in pain, and Hannah stood in front of her and said with a joyful look that it was so piercing. The girl walked into the room and happily said, "Wow, do houses like this have a real swimming pool?" Zagana came up behind her and asked why she was so surprised. He suggested they have some fun. With that, he kicked her in the back, sending her flying forward. She screamed in fright and fell into the pool, her head snapping back. She started coughing and asked, "Oh, but isn't it too deep?" She was already tired. She called out to him and, surprised, asked where he had gone. He himself suggested they have some fun. At that moment, he was standing at the bottom of the pool, watching her from below. A sly smile appeared on his face. After a few moments, she swam forward and said she was having a hard time and should get out. Then, surprised, she asked, "What?" He grabbed her leg, throwing her out of the water, then plunging her into the deep end, after which he let go, sending her to the bottom, causing her to hit her head. A few seconds later, she emerged from the water. He crouched down next to her and said thoughtfully, It's boring, so burdensome, and expensive to hunt alone every day, but it can't be helped. Should he start satisfying his hunger? With these words, he opened his mouth wide and then looked away in surprise. At that moment, the protagonist stood behind the glass, watching what was happening, and the very next second, he slammed his fist into the glass, shattering it. Zagana indignantly shouted, "What the hell?" Then MC kicked off the ground and flew feet first, attacking his opponent. The blows sent Zagana flying to the side, covering it with cracks. Then he kicked off the ground and, running forward, swung his fist, shouting, "Damn idiot, I'm going to get him now." Then he delivered a punch and shouted, "Well, do you like it?" The protagonist flew back, and at that moment, Yojin used the ability 800 knot rope. Several silk threads wrapped around his body, binding him. She screamed, "Got you." Then, sending a few more threads forward, she lifted the girl out of the water, taking her in her arms. She said, fortunately, she was breathing. She carried her outside and, laying her on the ground, said she was safe now. Zagana was suspended, wrapped in sticky thread, and, smirking, asked, "Who the hell are they? Who gave them permission to distract him from his dinner?" They stood in front of him, and he asked, did they even dare touch him? And could they handle the consequences? Were they that confident in themselves? The protagonist said he didn't care. He'd just eat him. He walked forward, but Yojin told him to stop. It was too early. She thought something would happen if they approached him. He said, "Right, it's him, isn't it? A hunter of his own kind." Wow, he'd heard the rumors, of course, but did he really look like food? So he came to hunt him? Really? His face suddenly began to transform. Yojin screamed. No matter what, he couldn't escape the ropes. He has to answer the questions. He said, "Who the hell do they think he is?" At that moment, the ropes on him began to break. The protagonist screamed, "Move away." Molten clots flew in all directions, melting everything around them. The water in the pool began to boil, and then Zagana said that he was hunting small fish. How dare they touch one of the worms? Zagana, the water strider. He was a worm, a water strider insector. With a weapon in his hands, he said, "So he is hunting. Well, he can try." Then Yojin shouted, "Rope." With these words, she created it in her hands. The protagonist, clenching his fist, shouted, "Fight." They pushed off the ground and leaped into the attack, directing their power at the enemy, and he uttered, "Zagana, saber-like legs." Another pair of weapons grew on his legs, and he ordered them to run. The protagonist's body was damaged by the attack. He flew into the water, and the insector repeated his name again, then swung his weapon again, knocking Yojin back. She grabbed her shoulder as she landed near the edge of the pool and asked, "What kind of attack was that? Maybe he's somehow connected to water?" Even if she tried to get close, there was water everywhere, but if he got any closer, the dead zone would begin. She thought she'd heard that some insectors possessed overwhelming power, but there were so many of them. The next second, MC rushed forward, and she shouted indignantly, "Hey!" He shouted for her to spread her nets on the surface of the water. She, perplexed, shouted, "What? Idiot! He'll die if he gets close to him." With these words, she nevertheless released her nets on the surface of the water. The protagonist, continuing to advance, thought, the mysterious red power that manifested in the last battle, he commands it to show itself again. The next second, Zagana swung his saber, cutting off the appendage on the protagonist's head. In response, he punched him and thought, these two leg sabers are annoying. Then they began to strike each other again and again. With each strike he thought, more. The next second, he swung again to strike, but his opponent swung his weapon again, destroying part of his armor. He asked, "Did you see 2 hilts on his back, like decoration?" A total of 4 sabers, and this is his true form. With these words, he pulled a new weapon from behind his back and said, "Every saber is a Sahyun." The next second, he delivered a cross attack, cutting the protagonist's chest. He sighed, and the insector said, his senses dulled. Really? At that moment, he looked at his hand, which was wrapped in a net. He said, "What impudence." At that moment, Yojin approached from behind, and pulling on the net, kicked him, knocking him forward. But then the insector kicked the water, landing a sharp attack directly on her. She screamed in pain, then pulling on the net again, tore the saber from Zagana's hands. The next second, she handed it to the protagonist, and Zagana, noticing the movement, shouted, "What an impudent fellow." After that, the protagonist plunged the saber into the opponent's chest, and he swung his remaining weapon and shouted, "Damn scum." He launched his attack, plunging the weapon into the protagonist's hand. The next second, the protagonist commanded the ants to eat him. The ant colony surged forward, plunging into the opponent's chest. He screamed in pain, his body covered in raging veins, and he asked in confusion, "What the hell is that?" At that moment, the MC turned around, hearing a sound, but at that very moment, a fist landed in his face, sending him flying into the wall and sliding to the ground. Kong Daejin entered the room, slinging Park Minhyun over his shoulder and smiling, remarking on how funny the guys were. They always welcome strong representatives. Then he tossed them a business card that said Club 6 Shot. He invited them to come and have some fun. Sometime later, Seijin walked forward in an alleyway. The guy, busy playing, noticed her and said hello. Blushing with embarrassment, he looked away and scratched the back of his head, asking, "She's a high school student, right?" He suggested they don't do it here and go somewhere else. She replied that she didn't want to. He was surprised. "What?" She came closer and said, "Right here." He froze in place, and then she repeated it again and pulled down her mask. He smiled and said, "Okay." Then she rose up on her toes, reaching for his face. He thought, they just met, and immediately a kiss. Wasn't that too fast? Then his eyes widened in surprise, and his face began to dry out at lightning speed. After that, he flew back, and a toothy appendage emerged from his mouth, coming from Sejin's mouth. At that moment, Hannah approached her and asked, "Did you like it, their beauty?" She hugged the girl and said, "It's her first human taste, and how was she?" She looked away thoughtfully and replied, replied, delicious. Sometime later, in a subway car, a man stood in the center and said he felt the same way, but he was really hungry, and he couldn't help it. One of the people present looked at him in surprise, and he continued to speak monotonously. He apologizes, he's terribly sorry, but he's very hungry, so bon appetit. The next second, he opened his mouth, releasing a toothy appendage that instantly shot forward, piercing several necks of the people standing in front of him. Those present panicked and began screaming, trying to escape this horror, but the next moment, the train was filled with bodies. Sometime later, Ara was walking along the path. The next second, she noticed the protagonist's back. Coming closer, she tapped his shoulder with her finger and, glancing sideways, called out, "Hey, Misung." He turned to her, his face swollen and covered in cuts and bruises, and said, "Oh, Ahra." She asked, surprised, what happened to him. He replied that he'd just gotten into a fight. She was surprised. Did he fight? Judging by his look, he lost. He answered, won, but lost. She said, surprised, what? Then they went to class, and she said it was very unlike him to come home beaten. He shouldn't do that anymore. He replied that he was powerless here, and then she noticed Seijin, who was standing to the side, looking out the window. She called out to her, and then threw herself into her arms. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she asked, how is she? Is everything okay? She couldn't see her. Silly girl. Does she even understand how worried she was? In response, she looked away and, running her hands through her hair, said, her hair, she didn't want to show it. Ara asked why. This hairstyle suits her so well. She hesitantly said, oh well. She said, oh, she's wearing a bracelet. How beautiful. In response, she thanked her. And then Ara said, exactly. Misung is also in their class. Seijin pointed to the side and asked, by the way, is this free? Behind her. She hesitantly answered, well, this is Yojin's seat, the head of the class. She clarified, the head. At that moment, she was lying on a mattress in her house, looking at the ceiling. She thought, her ears are burning. Who's scolding her? Then she noticed her phone vibrating. She opened a conversation with the main character, where she asked, hey, is everything okay? She was in pain, and she had to go somewhere, so she'd miss school today. What about him? He replied that he was already at school. She wrote, sick. And how did he recover so quickly? Then she looked at her business card and said, she's been living her life, and now the day has come when she won't be able to check in. Meanwhile, No Soo-young entered the classroom and said, oh, who's this? He didn't even recognize her because of her short hair. Coming closer, he waved his hand and added, former intern, welcome back. Ahra, ignoring him, looked at her friend and suggested they take their seats. He sighed and said, just look at this scar. What should I do? With these words, he looked at the scar on the back of his classmate's head and added, but she can consider herself lucky since it only grazed the back of her head. The rest of the kids were killed, even though they ran as fast as they could. He grinned and added, well, yeah, the survivors have to keep living. Should he feel a little less sorry for her for surviving? Seijin's face was covered in bulging veins of indignation. Her eyes seemed to be burning with rage, and the protagonist sensed something was wrong. After that, Ara punched her classmate in the face, causing his glasses to fly off. Then she screamed indignantly, damn it, you idiot. What kind of apology is this? Should he feel less sorry? And what about him, who ran away like a rat to save himself? He should immediately apologize properly to Seijin. He looked at her in surprise, rubbing his hand over the bruised area, and said, okay. He's apologizing for pushing her and running away. Then he reached for his glasses, and Ara, turning to her friend, asked if she was okay. They continued their conversation, and Soo-young walked on, adjusting his glasses. He said that they only treat him like this. Freaks. The protagonist thought, an unfamiliar energy, what he just felt. It was hard to tell if it was an insector. At that moment, Seijin frowned in anger, and he thought, too unstable. Meanwhile, there was a creature in the subway car. The doors opened, and a fighter from the insect extermination team, brothers Ro and Ko, entered. The younger brother, Ko. He said, wow, what a mess this is. The monster, seeing him, began to turn around, releasing a growth with sharp fangs from its mouth. He said, and what was he muttering? At that moment, his brother also entered the car and asked, who is this idiot? He held a huge weapon on his shoulder and asked, a larva. Are there really non-adult insectors? Ko called him Hyungnim. Isn't the difference between him and the others obvious to the naked eye? Should they kill the creature? Or let him live? He was indignant. He was even asking they should grab him and drag him to headquarters. They'll take this to Dr. Man, that old man, and find out everything. At that moment, the maggot opened its huge, toothy maw. Ko, plunging his weapon into the creature, shouted, Hyungnim, be careful. He launched another attack, and his brother had told him not to overdo it to avoid causing any injuries if possible. Had he forgotten? The next second, the maggot attacked him with its tail, throwing him aside, causing him to break the train window. Trying to get up, he said, Ko called out to his brother in alarm, just as the maggot rushed toward him, trying to pin him down with its body. He grabbed it with his hands, saying that its strength wasn't enough to crush him. Then he grabbed it with both hands and, lifting it above himself, shouted, he's not as weak as his Hyungnim. Ro jumped up, swinging his weapon, thereby cutting the larva in two, and asked, is he saying he's weak? He replied that he wasn't. He apologizes. Then he started wiping the liquid off his face and said, damn. He told him not to hurt him, but he himself cut him into pieces. Ro was indignant. Why is he swearing? He then offered to quickly pack it up. His brother agreed with him, and then Ro noticed the small larva crawling out and asked, what the hell is that? The larva turned its gaze to him, then suddenly jumped towards his head, causing him to throw his head back. Ko shouted, what the hell is he shaking like that for? Did the liquid get on him or something? He replied, nothing at all. Then he returned his head to its normal position. But where the scar had been, a hole was visible through which the larva had disappeared, and he said that they should go to headquarters. Sometime later, in the Insect Exterminator Corps, Sector B, Ko, holding the catch on his shoulder, shouted, "Dr. Man, he must come and see what brothers Ro and Ko brought him. He will be stunned by what he sees." At that moment, Tae approached them from behind and said, "This old man is already on the verge of death." Ko turned around and asked in surprise, "What?" He added that he had heard about everything. The idiot brothers. They say they caught the larva? At that moment, Sam bowed and greeted them, and he added, "However, what a pity. They got there first." Ko walked up close to him and said that even if they didn't have to stop to rest, they would still be first. He was indignant. What kind of idiots take a break when they are on duty? He asked in response. Does he respect kimchi noodles? Then he asked, why did they pack it like that? Was it really that heavy? And they split it up? They brought it in perfect condition. With these words, he pointed at his partner, who blushed with embarrassment, laughed awkwardly, and said that he had packed it carefully. The insect exterminator added that the difference between their team and the idiot brothers was obvious. At that moment, Ro, holding part of the insect, walked forward, brushing against him with his shoulder. He turned around indignantly and asked, "What the hell, you idiot? What's wrong with him?" His partner suggested that Mr. Ko must have been rude to his older brother again. Meanwhile, in the autopsy room, the assistant said that brothers Ro and Ko had caught a similar creature. The doctor asked, "What? Another one?" He had no idea what kind of person had done this, but they had definitely done something terrible. With these words, he picked up the larva with tweezers and then placed it in the solution. Meanwhile, the school bell rang and everyone stood up. Ara, turning to Sejin, asked if she was leaving already. She looked at her, and she added, "Wouldn't she like to try some shabu-shabu?" With these words, she winked and pointed her finger to the side. Sometime later, they were sitting in the establishment. Sejin, looking from side to side, asked in surprise why he went with them. "Are they dating?" Ara, surprised, asked what? Of course not. He was just hungry. The MC, putting a piece of food in his mouth, told her to just forget about it. And then he swallowed the portion, and she asked what he was staring at. He thought, what the hell, why is the atmosphere so heavy? Then Ara suggested they start eating. After the meal, they went outside. Ara said that the leader punched Sooyoung in the stomach. Then Sejin looked at her phone screen and said, "Wait a minute." Afterwards, she approached her friend and said she thought it was time for her to go to the academy. She replied that they hadn't hung out together in a long time, so it was really cool. After that, she said goodbye to them and walked in the opposite direction. The protagonist looked after her thoughtfully, and after a while, Afra said, "Wow, Sejin looks much better than she imagined." He agreed, and she added that they should go out tomorrow too. Then she clapped her hands and said, "Yeah, right." She forgot to give her the Korean history printouts. They're due by tomorrow. With that, she unzipped her briefcase, taking out the printouts, and said she'd go and give them to her. She waved her hand, and apologizing to the protagonist, told him to go first. But he grabbed her hand, and she turned around in surprise, and he told her not to go. Meanwhile, Jensen called Sejin and asked where she was. She replied that she had arrived. He said a white sedan. He waved from the car window, indicating that he was there. Rolling down the window, he told her to get in. At that moment, the MC said that she had just been discharged from the hospital, and the teacher would understand her situation. They should go home. Ara agreed with him. Meanwhile, Gwan-wook, turning to a friend, asked if that wasn't her over there, the former intern. Sooyoung looked ahead in surprise, and he added that it was because of her that he got into trouble today. Her father has a nice car. It's almost envious. He asked, "Does he think this is her father?" He was surprised. Then who? Sooyoung said she didn't have a father. "You idiot." "Well, that's the end for her, Sejin." At that moment, Yojin was walking down a street with brightly colored signs. Looking around, she thought, since it was a club, she had to dress up. Had she overdone it? Passersby turned around, looking at her. She thought that she hoped that they wouldn't check her ID. After that, she approached the entrance of Club 6 Shot. She thought in surprise, wow, is this entire huge building really a club? And there's a line too. What the hell? This is a whole different world. Need help. Then she texted the protagonist, asking where he was. He replied that he was at home. She told him to quickly get dressed and go to Club 6 Shot. He replied that he was eating. She texted that he was the son of a bad woman and indignantly shouted, "Damn glutton. No help." She grabbed her hair and thought, should she come all this way and just leave? She screwed up. At that moment, Park Min-yoon came up to her from behind and, apologizing, asked if she was here for the first time. She turned around and, frowning sharply, thought, this guy. He smiled and noticed that her voice seemed familiar. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked if maybe they had met somewhere before. She thought, seriously, she's finished. Then she apologized and said, it's okay. He told her not to worry. Everything is fine. She should go in. She asked him to wait. Oh well. Then she quickly closed her eyes from the bright light, after which she opened her eyes and saw bright lights spreading across the dance floor, happy faces of people relaxing as they danced. She opened her eyes in surprise and thought, wow, how bright. Her attention was drawn to the disco ball. Min-yoon, smiling, asked, how is she? Is she happy to get inside? She delightedly extended her hand towards the disco ball, and he, apologizing, asked, what is she doing? She thought, this is not the time for this. Then she turned and said that the atmosphere here is good. He looked down and, smiling, remarked that the atmosphere comes to life on its own if there is such a visual. She thought that this was just a club as a cover to get information related to insects. Okay, since things have turned out this way, they should move on. Then she reached into her inside pocket and taking out a business card said, to be honest, she came here by invitation. He was surprised. What? And then he said, ah, she is not from here. So, a guest from the other side? Well, then they will go have fun. After some time, they were walking down the corridor. Yojin asked how much longer they had to go. He turned around and smiling replied, they are already here. They just need to get on the elevator and go down. Then they approached the elevator. She said in surprise, what the hell? Why is it so big? After that, the doors opened before them, and as Mingyun stepped inside, he said, of course, there should be a proper entrance for their dear VIP guests. She thought that her room was smaller than this elevator. Then he swiped his card at the sensor and said, they don't give invitations to just anyone. He assumed she knew their boss. She turned her gaze to him, and he asked who she became after awakening. A butterfly? A praying mantis? She replied, a dog beetle. He clarified, so a dung beetle? Unexpected. She asked, and him? He replied, an American giant water strider. Then she turned her attention to the elevator floor and said, here we go. He was sure she would love it when she saw everything with her own eyes. When the door began to open, she thought, most likely, this is where the insectors gather for a drink. Then she looked ahead in surprise. Mingyun said, welcome. Screams were erupting everywhere. He must die. Insects were fighting people right in the center of the arena. The spectators were shouting, damn, stop looking around. He has to fight back. He bet on people on purpose. He needs to get his money back. Mingyun explained that this was the VIP area of the six-shot club. At that moment, the man stabbed the insect and shouted, like this. The spectators were shouting, come on, they have to kill him. Yojin, watching what was happening, realized that this was an illegal place. The next second, the Goliath beetle, Insector Jack, entered the arena. He took a step forward, stepping directly on the insect, then opened his mouth, screaming loudly. Then he stomped his foot harder, then raised his leg, dripping with bodily fluid. Yojin said in surprise, what's that? Mingyun noticed. A very unexpected reaction. She doesn't like this, she thought. Humans and insects were betting on battles. Such a spectacle is unimaginable. Too disgusting. Then he came closer and said, the huge guy in the ring is Queen Jack, the star of the lawless world. Most species are unmatched in size and strength, but there are exceptions. After that, a hole appeared in Jack's chest, from which an insect flew out. He shouted, Red, you idiot. Mingyun said, that idiot again. The spectators shouted, it's easy to lose, what about his money? He must finish him off, let him die. Yojin said, too harsh. Is there any meaning to this violence? Mingyun clarified, meaning? There is. People find it exciting and amusing, and insectors earn honors. She was surprised. Honors? He replied, to make other species jealous. After all, a human got the chance to turn into an insect. However, such an opportunity only comes once. You can't become one just by force. First of all, the mindset has to be right. She thought, so this guy also went through all the disgusting processes and reached his current position? Then he said, there are, of course, other ways to become insects, but... With these words, he took out a Ziploc bag and asked, are you interested? Then he put it in her hand and said, here. She looked at her palm and thought, what is this? He said, instructions for use. But at that moment, an employee approached them and called out to him, Hindim, the boss is looking for him. He replied, what a jerk. He scared his guest. He should go. He understood. Then he turned to Yojin and told her to wait here for a bit. And then he turned around in surprise, and she swiped her card and quickly entered the elevator. He wondered, where is she going? She put her hands to her stomach and, with an awkward smile, said she suddenly had to go to the bathroom, so she went to the restroom. He said there was one here too. And then the doors closed behind her. She leaned against the wall and sighed, saying, she's gone crazy. Misung should be terrified of tomorrow. Meanwhile, Mingyun said, damn it. She ran away. A worker called out to him, but he swung his hand, ripping the worker's head off. Then he said, he already told him to get lost, you idiot. After a while, Yojin opened the classroom door and called out to the protagonist. She tried to kick him and screamed, he's finished. She tried to hit him with her purse and screamed, does he even know what hell she went through yesterday? And he ate to his heart's content, right? Anyway, she dug up some incredibly important information. He has to wait, basically. At that moment, the students started whispering. One of them, turning to her friend, asked, did she hear that? She clarified, oh, did she mean this? The protagonist and Yojin turned around hearing these words. She said, what kind of atmosphere is this? At that moment, Ahara, putting her hand on Seijin's shoulder, said, and just yesterday, her brother. Whispers suddenly erupted in the classroom. Hey, she came here, how disgusting, the sick fool. Ahara looked at her classmates gathered around her in surprise and asked, what's going on? The others looked at them with disgust. Voices were heard. Seriously, with a man? How awful. She was an intern, such a close relationship. Then Ahara looked at her friend, then, turning to her classmates, said, what are they all saying? She took her friend's hand and shouted, what the hell is going on? Yojin, turning to the protagonist, asked who that beautiful cutie was. He replied that she was Ahara's friend. She said, the atmosphere is a bit shady. There's never a quiet day at this school. Then the protagonist bit off his chopstick. Ahara, still holding her friend's hand, told them to go. She remained silent and stood there. At that moment, Suyong approached them and asked, where are they going? She wanted to find out the essence of her scandal, right? He pointed at his friend and said, well, yesterday Seijin got into another car. He asked, was it her father who came to pick her up? And he categorically denied the assumption. He said she didn't have a father. Well, since she didn't have a father, she'd be getting into his car. He laughed as he said this. Then he added, the man's face was just too mean, and he was overcome with anxiety. He wasn't just anyone, he was Suyong, awarded the title of honorary citizen. Without a second thought, they got into a taxi and followed. After that, he turned his phone screen towards them and added, as expected, and why do bad feelings never fail? The fall of a trainee who dreamed of becoming an idol. Indeed, what a pathetic end. Seijin, she shouldn't blame him anymore for her failure to become an idol. He came closer to her and held the phone in front of her face. Then he added, after all, she was hopeless from the start. Yojin said, this idiot is getting on her nerves again. Maybe she should punch him again? MC said, well, as an option. He thought, vibrations of unstable energy. Dangerous this time. Then Ara said, hey, Sooyoung, have you completely lost your mind? With these words, she raised her fist to strike. He looked at her fearfully, but Sejin grabbed her hands and, pressing her against the wall, came closer. She moved closer to her ear and told her to go out. She would handle it herself. Then she pushed her into the hallway and closed the door in front of her. Gwanwook, laughing and looking at his friend, said, loser, he almost got into trouble again, didn't he? He replied, damn, if she had hit him, he would have immediately complained to the school anti-violence committee. The next second, Sejin laughed loudly and, sighing, said she wanted to stay here longer. The protagonist said, anything but that. Sooyoung twirled his finger at his temple and asked, have you lost your mind? His friend said he would go over. Approaching his classmate, he said, she needs to listen. She's sick. Of course he apologizes, but how much does she charge for it? With these words, he put his hand on her shoulder and brought his face close. He had recently made a lot of money on delivery. He wanted to propose a private meeting, but at that moment, Sejin turned around, her face changed, and a multitude of eyes appeared on the upper part of her face. Yojin, noticing this, shouted, hey! The student looked at her in fear, but she swung her fist, hitting him in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. The students in the room screamed in fear. Insector. They tried to head for the exit, but she pointed her hand forward, which suddenly lengthened in size and blocked the passage with desks. Ara, in the hallway, heard strange sounds in the classroom. She tried to call her friend. At that moment, the students gathered in one part of the classroom and screamed in fear. The door is locked. What should we do? Yojin, turning to the protagonist, said, he needs to listen. Shouldn't he intervene? He replied, there are too many eyes. At that moment, Sejin told Sooyoung to come to her. He stood among the others and ordered them to quickly declare it. After that, they abruptly retreated back. He found himself in front. Sejin pointed her hand at him, lengthening it in size, and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him into the air. She said it's all because of him, that her dream was trampled and everything turned out this way. It's all his fault. He said, damn insect. She continued, if only it weren't for him. Not him. Not him. At that moment, a growth with sharp fangs burst from her mouth. Then the protagonist approached them and said, enough, she has to stop. Having committed such a stupid act, how will she look Ahura in the eyes? At that moment, her friend outside the door shouted, is she okay? What's going on? She was banging on the door and screaming for her to open it. Sooyoung, at that moment, looked at his classmate and said that she was a lousy insect. After that, he turned around and shouted, stupid freaks, they shouldn't be looking. They need to call for help. Do they really want to lose their heads? The others pretended that they had nothing to do with it, and he shouted, what useless idiots they all are. Hey Misung, he can't stand there. He needs to report what happened. He needs to call the insect exterminators. Let them squash this crazy creature. He needs to report what's happening to him right now. Sejin, hearing this, just smirked, and, looking at the protagonist, she said, in any case, this won't do. He needs to take care of Ara. Then she threw her classmate against the wall and told him to listen to her carefully. She recalled the terrible events of the past and said that it was all because of the words he had spoken. Since she's going to die, he doesn't need to show any pity, right? So she shouldn't feel too guilty about killing him, right? Then she picked up her backpack and, putting her hand inside, added that she wouldn't let him die so easily. After that, she took out some pills and said that she would make him suffer just like she had. The people present looked at her in surprise. Yojin screamed in alarm. This! At that moment, Sejin opened her classmate's mouth and said that she would give him death at the peak of his suffering. He screamed for her to stop and let go of him. She's a monster. She has to let him go. Why is she doing this to him? The next second, a handful of pills fell into his mouth. Sejin, smirking, told him to swallow them. Then he opened his mouth and screamed loudly. After that, his body began to transform. His classmates were puzzled. What was going on? Yojin recalled recent events and thought, this is that very pill. At that moment, their classmate had already turned into an insect. She thought, is that what it does? Sejin asked, what does it feel like? By the way, the very creature he hates. With these words, she sat down on the edge of the window and, smiling, said, not much. Maybe he doesn't feel much difference, since he never had a drop of humanity. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The teacher shouted for them to open it. They better open this door right now. He asked, what are they doing there? Confused, Ara replied that she didn't know. Sejin said, she needs to say goodbye, or maybe not. It would be better if she never sees her again. Now she hates people, she's saying goodbye. With these words, she leaned down, falling out of the window. The others screamed in fear. She jumped. The teacher continued to shout at them to open the door. The next second, Gwanak came to his senses and asked, what's going on? Then the teacher entered the classroom and shouted at them to calm down. He looked at the monster in fear and shouted, what the? An insector. Gwanak pointed forward and shouted, it's her. It's Sejin. Ara asked in surprise. What? He shouted. This is his chance. He took his phone, but smirked and added, he'll get a medal of bravery too. Ara grabbed his phone and shouted, don't. He was indignant. What is she doing? She wants to be eaten by that thing? She repeated what she already said. Don't. He was indignant. What does she mean? They need to call the insect reapers. She has to let go. After that, the phone flew out of their hands. From the fallen phone came a voice. It's the insect reapers. How can he help them? They're calling to report an insect? Soo-young asked, confused. Report? About whom? Then he turned around and saw his reflection in the window. He asked, about him? Then he smashed the glass in front of him and screamed, no way, impossible. He began to swing his tail from side to side, and his frightened classmates screamed, trying to dodge his blows. The protagonist grabbed Ahura and jumped away with her, and the newly minted monster screamed, this can't be real. It can't be that he's an insect. Then he smashed the window frame and jumping down, screamed that he needed to run. He won't die. He will survive. He will survive. Meanwhile, the protagonist heard sobs and looked at his classmate. Ahura tearfully said her friend's name and then began wiping the tears from her face. Sometime later, Yojin and the MC ran down the hallway. He asked, a higher insect? She confirmed it. She thinks Sejin contacted them. The pill she made Soo-young swallow was the same one she got at the 6-shot club. The guy said that with this, you can join the ranks of the higher insects. He said, okay then. They spoke at the same time. He told her to follow him. He attached an ant to her before she left, and she shouted for him to follow her. She attached a thread to her before she left. Then they looked at each other in surprise. The next second they ran forward faster. After a while, they ran under a bridge. Yojin, bending over, breathing heavily, said, this must be the very place. Then the protagonist looked at his aunt. Yojin pulled her thread and they said they found her. Sejin stood a little further away, wiping away tears and asking if she would be okay. Then Yojin called her over and offered to just talk. She wanted to ask her something. The next second, Hannah screamed. Had the two of them made her cry? Sejin, still in her arms, replied that that wasn't true. She told her to be quiet. She hated it when someone touched what belonged to her. So who was it? Which of those idiots made her baby cry? Yojin told her to wait. She didn't know what she was talking about. They needed to discuss something with that girl. Sejin looked at Hannah and called her over, and the next second, Yojin noticed that she was gone. She turned sharply to the side, hearing a creak, and the next moment, Hannah's foot was already flying towards them. The MC grabbed his partner's hand and abruptly pushed her away, Hannah's foot landing on his chest. She then swung her fist and aimed it straight at Yojin, then grabbed her chin with her fingers and said, oh. She grabbed her head and said, it would be a shame to kill her, and then she bit her ear. Yojin, waving her hand, screamed, what is she doing? She ran her thumb over her lips and told her to wait, is she an insector? Yojin, transforming her body, said, a stranger who bites her ears is unforgivable. Then she sent her threads forward. Hannah asked, a silkworm? Not bad. So the second one will be an insector too. At that moment, she looked to the side. The protagonist was already flying at her, swinging his fist. He struck in front of him, but she jumped to the side and his fists sank into the ground. He spun around abruptly. She said he wouldn't catch her with such clumsy movements. Disappearing right before your eyes was her specialty. She was a supreme insect. Yojin asked what they should do. They couldn't catch her at all. MC said, try again. Sejin, watching from the side, was surprised. Was Misun also an insector? Then the protagonist pushed off the ground and shouted that he was starting. He swung his fist. Hannah, looking to the side, said, didn't she tell him? She was surprised to feel a wound on her neck from the thread Yojin released. At that moment, she had already spread her thread in several places and used Radiant Star. Hannah, frowning, asked him, how dare he? The protagonist approached faster and faster, then punched her in the face. Hannah screamed, these brats. Then a sharp spike grew on her arm. She screamed, are they making me bleed? Then she plunged the spike into the protagonist's chest. He cried out in pain, but then she looked at her arm and asked, what is this? Why is his blood red? At that moment, Yojin charged and screamed, Misung. Hannah, looking at her, turned around and pointed the second spike straight at her, piercing her shoulder. She asked in surprise, what the? Then she screamed, it doesn't hurt at all. At that moment, Hannah licked her spike and said, it tastes like human blood. Oh well, that doesn't mean anything anymore. The next second, the wounds began to swell, and she commanded it to explode. The wounds indeed exploded at that very second. They stood there, clutching their wounds, breathing heavily, and Hannah asked, are they tired already? No, it shouldn't be like this. She was just getting started. With these words, she looked at her spike, but at that moment, Sejin stood in front of them and, covering them with her hands, shouted, Hannah! She asked, wait a minute, this is a misunderstanding. These two are her clients. They said they wanted to check out the pill, so she told them to look for it here. Hannah got close to her face and asked, is this true? She confirmed it. Then she looked at her thoughtfully. After that, she smiled and said, well, what should she do? She should have said it earlier. Then she walked further and said, just a little more and she would have killed them both. But alas, she only had one left. With these words, she took out a Ziploc bag. Yojin looked at the protagonist and said they'd come then. He said it wasn't necessary right now. She just had to say what it was. She was surprised. Hadn't he been told yet? It was a really cool pill that gave insector power. The more the better. On the other hand, if a person eats this, they will turn into a mutant larva. And if they eat the larva, the effect will double compared to the pill itself. Yojin was surprised. What? Eat the larva? She looked away and said, perfect timing. They'll understand when they see it. At that moment, two guys passed by and she turned to them and apologized. They looked at her. One of them asked, is this like one of those videos with questions? His friend said he was listening to a new track from the band. Then he was surprised when she shoved the pill into his mouth. His body began to rapidly change. He turned into a monster and his friend abruptly jumped to the side. Yojin screamed, seriously? She can't believe she's seeing this again. The protagonist watched silently. Hannah said it was an apology for what happened. He'll get stronger if he eats this, right? He should enjoy it. Then she put her hand on Sejin's shoulder and, walking forward, told them to go. As she walked away, She added that he could ask about Hannah at the club if he wanted more. Yojin screamed, "This is bad. What should I do now?" The man looked at the insector in fear and screamed, "What the hell?" The next second, the MC attacked the insect, sending it flying, and then jumped on top, pressing on the main part. Yojin screamed for him to stop. What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? She told him to stop. Is he really going to eat that larva? He shouldn't do this. This is abnormal. He replied that it was a test. Then he pointed his hand forward and commanded it to be absorbed. The ant colonies moved forward sharply. Yojin said in surprise, "Really?" At that moment, the guy screamed in fear. "What's wrong with these ants?" Yojin asked. "Why go so far? He was a normal person just seconds ago." The protagonist replied, "He was, but now he's not." She frowned and said, "This is wrong." She thought he was different from other insectors, but now she sees that strength is more important. He's no different from other insectors at all. He looked at her, told her to shut up and watch. The man asked in surprise, "What?" Yojin's eyes widened in surprise and she screamed, "He's turning back." After that, the insector opened his mouth, his whole body shaking. She wondered, "What's going on?" The MC furrowed his brows and explained that he had felt this unstable energy a long time ago. The monster screamed, and Yojin asked, "Hey, is he okay?" The protagonist added, "This energy is deep inside the body." The next second, a larva fell out of the man's mouth. Yojin exclaimed, "It's the insect that was inside the pill. So this is what it looks like? But he has to wait. Did he let his ants eat it? It shouldn't affect him, right?" The MC replied that he would see when they returned to him. Then he ordered the ants to return, and they crawled over his body, entering the hole in his neck. After that, his eyes widened once more, and he began to breathe heavily as his body began to shake. Yojin asked fearfully, "Is he okay?" He shouted for her to stay away. Veins bulged in his neck, spreading throughout his body, and he screamed in pain as the ants enveloped his entire body. Sometime later, at the six-shot club, a worker walked into the room and said, "Boss, she's here." Daejin, taking a sip of the offered drink, said, "Yes, let her in." Then Hannah walked in and said, "That's funny. She doesn't need his permission to come in." He looked at her, while a girl sat on his leg and another stood next to her, leaning on his shoulder. He smirked and said, "Of course she does. He's the boss here." He was a superior insect. He added that she should treat him properly. She took the bottle of drink and told him to forget it. There's no boss between him and her. Then she took a few sips and holding the bottle out, asked, "Does he want some?" He looked at her and asked, "What happened to her hand? Did she get into a fight or something?" She replied, "Business. Kids are brave, by the way." With that, she sighed and put the bottle on the table. He said, "Not bad. She should have invited them to the lawless frontier." She asked, "Why?" He replied that they had problems with people and could use some more pawns. She folded her arms and declared that she didn't care. So why had he called her? He replied, "Because she shouldn't be so impatient. A large number of pills had gone missing yesterday, 50 to be exact." She clarified, 50? Was he robbed or something? He replied that she had no right to talk about him like that. She looked at him in surprise, and he, rising abruptly from his seat, said, "Because she's the culprit." The next second, he grabbed Seijin by the head and ran forward. He shouted, "That fool!" The clubgoers looked in amazement as the glass shattered above them. He asked how she dared steal his merchandise. She was just a pet. He would chew her up and spit her out. There would be nothing left of her. The next second, Hannah's spike approached his neck, and his subordinates drew their newly sprouted weapons. Rushing to the attack, they tried to block her path to the boss, but she had already climbed onto his neck. She said that he knew what happened to those who touch their things. He smiled and asked, should he let her steal his pills? He squeezed Seijin's face with renewed vigor and ordered her to tell him where it was. She screamed. He shouted for her to speak. Then Hannah plunged the spike into his neck and shouted for him to let go. Moron. The next second, Seijin grabbed his arm and shouted, "No, Sooyoung, the boy who did this to her. She made him swallow it all." At that moment, Daejin laughed and said how boring. He knew what she did with the pills. Then she looked at him in fear, and he let go of her head. And she fell to her knees. Hannah ran up to her and hugging her by the shoulders asked if she was okay. The boss continued to laugh loudly and shouted, "This is interesting. The dog has become worse than its owner." Seijin asked in surprise. "Did he know?" Hannah asked. "Then what was all this for?" "Damn freak." He said that he put her under surveillance when he found out what she was doing, meaning they should already be on their way. 50 pills in one person? He's his. With these words, he licked his lips. Meanwhile, Squad C announced that they were currently pursuing an insect larva. They ran forward at a rapid pace and shouted, "Follow it." They reported that it doesn't look like an ordinary larva. Sooyoung turned around, noticing his pursuers, and at that moment one of them jumped from above, plunging his weapon into the monster's head and shouting, "Now! They have to pierce him." Sooyoung screamed in pain, wondering why him. Then Pio Pio swung his weapon, releasing energy pulses, and told him to shut up. He remarked that he was being too noisy. He then turned to the others and told them to pack it up. His subordinates agreed and ran forward. But the next second, the ground beneath them turned into quicksand. The squad leader turned around as his subordinates sank, screaming that they were being sucked in. He asked who the two of them were. Minyun told him to start packing. "This man is strong." The maggot catcher said, "Another reason to fight him together, right?" Then he suggested they get this over with quickly. With that, he sheathed his sword, the indicator on it glowing red. Minyun wondered what he was doing. Had he just given up? Pio Pio lit a cigarette and then blew smoke from his mouth. One of his subordinates shouted, "Squad leader!" He didn't think they'd be sucked in so hard. No time to waste. He asked, "Antlion? I wonder what's different about him from the other maggots." Then the ID on his sheath glowed green, and he said he thought he'd find out soon. Antlion asked, is he still hanging around while his minions are dying? He thought they were a joke or something. His subordinates were already buried up to their necks, shouting, Sir! Minion looked ahead in surprise as the squad leader pointed his weapon at them. The maggot catcher asked, what are you planning to do from this distance? Minion said, something's coming, he should be more careful. The next second, pulses of energy enveloped the larva catcher's body. Minion began to transform and shouted, you idiot! Pio Pio! Still aiming, said he wasn't done yet. With that, he ran forward, continuing to channel the pulse. Minion also charged, drawing his weapon. Pointing it to the side, he deflected the beam of energy falling on his partner. After that, the energy enveloped his body and he, perplexed, shouted, he can't deflect it! At that moment, one of the squad members, trying to cling to the ground with his hands, shouted, it's not sucking me in anymore. Then the squad leader ran forward and shouted, there must be a reason why they're here. They must get the larva at any cost. They began to emerge from the ground and shouted, accepted. Then he drew his weapon from its sheath, his sword crossing minions. Sparks flew in all directions. The squad leader frowned and said that he saw he had a dangerous toy there. Minion replied, so did he. He should stop acting so smug just because he had a few tricks. With that, he pulled a new weapon from his back and attacked. The squad leader, trying to fight back, shouted, he can't handle just one. They struck again and again, trying to fend off the enemy's attacks. The next second, the squad leader took another drag and then blew out an unusual smoke. Minion, confused, shouted, what the hell is this? Enough! With that, he swung his weapon, dispersing the smoke. He shouted, where are you going? Then he turned around and the enemy was already attacking him from the front, pointing his weapon. He shouted, what an overconfident idiot. The squad leader said that they were taking him and the larva with them. After that, he suddenly leaped to the side, and sharp growths from the larva catcher's body flew forward. The squad members tried to fight them off. Then another appendage finally pierced the ribcage of one of them. The appendage bared sharp teeth and dragged the worker underground. The others screamed, damn it, the pit activated again. Mingjun asked, is he done pretending? The larva catcher emerged from the ground and said, what the hell, what kind of four-eyed thing is this? He was a superior insect. He then said they were short on time. They just needed to catch the larva. And Mingyun replied that he told him to pack it first. He was indignant. What? Now he blamed him? Meanwhile, the larva was disappearing underground. Mingyun placed his weapon behind his back and suggested they return to the club. The squad leader clarified. The club? One of his subordinates shouted. They're trying to escape. They need to catch them immediately. His comrade objected. But the pit. The squad leader took aim with his weapon, then noticed the identifier on his scabbard and said, the battery's dead. Then they looked around and shouted, the building's collapsing. The next second, the maggot catcher said, they must drown, burial. His subordinates shouted, leader, we must retreat. He confirmed they could leave. They replied, accepted, but he ran forward and they shouted in surprise, sir, he can't. Minion, seeing this, shouted, that idiot. The squad leader, bouncing on a cane as he approached them, added, annoying idiot, he must catch him. With these words, the maggot catcher threw his subordinate at him and added, if he sees him again, he's dead. After that, he disappeared underground. The squad leader ordered the others to search all the clubs in the area. Now they begin the hunt. After a while, the insector ran forward at full speed. Turning around, he shouted in surprise, what? The killer of their kind? He has to stop. Stop chasing him. He continued to stare in surprise at the protagonist, who had already come closer. Then he looked back and asked, what is that? On either side of him stood the protagonist and his copy, made of ants. He shouted in confusion, there are two of them. A few seconds later, he lay lifeless on the ground. Some time later, at school, the students were drawing on their desks. One of them, grinning, said, a monster. His classmate laughed and asked, really? Who left the flower? Then Guan-wook looked at his reflection in the mirror, pulling back his lip. He noticed the gaps between his teeth and said, looks like he'll have to get money for his teeth. His classmates were also discussing the matter. One of them said she was so scared. Her friend added, although she liked that she hit Soo-young. A girl asked if she was an idle trainee. Another girl told her to stop. She was a monster. After that, Ahura approached them and said that it was not so. She was not a monster. She was her friend, not a monster. Don't do that. In response, they apologized. Yojin, looking at this, was surprised to think that she was braver than she thought. Then she asked if she was okay. She confirmed it. Then asked, she was there that day, right? Sejin was really a monster? She answered, her friend, she only touched Soo-young. She is not a monster. Ara asked, really? She was so scared. When she heard the screams, she could have looked out the classroom window, but she couldn't. Tears started streaming down her face, she said. I was too scared. Then she closed her eyes and added, see Sejin as an insect. Yojin glanced away and thought she shouldn't worry. They could fix everything. Meanwhile, at the construction site, an ant clone leaned over an insector, devouring its entrails. The protagonist, leaning against the wall, watched as he walked forward. He thought that after devouring the larva, the ants had multiplied, so many that he couldn't hold them off. And after many attempts and failures, he had created his own ant colony. He could force them to hunt the insectors themselves. Then the clone rose to its feet and asked, are we done? He thought, but these damn ants. At that moment, the clone came closer, opening its mouth. MC said enough. He thought the ant was getting aggressive. They didn't like eating something. The next second, he slammed his fist into the head of the creature he'd created and pulled out a sphere with an ant inside. Then he clenched his fist and thought, insectors. There are 3 of them. A perfect opportunity to test his strength. After that, he jumped down, landing on the ground. He felt energy as he ran forward. He wondered if one was missing, then he pushed off the ground and leaped forward, hiding behind the wall. Peeking around the corner, he heard a scream. Damn, Red, Bara screamed. Is this why he called them? Red confirmed this. He wanted to beat all the bad out of them. He placed his hand on his waist and added, he couldn't beat them because the management was holding him back, so, Red, the ladybug insector, he asked, please, let him be his punching bag. Then he clenched his fists and told him to get ready. In response, the rhinoceros beetle insector, Bara, stepped on the insect's body and shouted, he's just a ladybug. He thinks he's so cool because he's on the edge of lawlessness. Then he charged and shouted, he's dead. He swung his fist and attacked in front of him. Red dodged to the side and said, this man is hopeless. Then Bara kicked off the ground and charged again. Red looked at him and asked, does he think it'll all be over if he hits him with his head? Stupid insect. Then he clenched his fist and charged his opponent, plunging his other hand into the attacker's chest. After that, Bara fell to the ground, and then Red turned around and said, hey, he's around the corner. Does he want a round two? At that moment, the protagonist stepped forward and told him to attack. Meanwhile, traffic continued to move on the bridge above them, and rocks fell from the cracked ceiling. Red, clenching his fist, asked, he looks scary. What's his name? The protagonist remained silent, and he asked, aren't you talkative? He at least needed the name of the one he was about to kill. With that, he charged, plunging his fist into the head and repeating again for the name. Then he was surprised when another head emerged from the fallen one. The next second, he flew back and thought in surprise, Ant? MC said, Black Ant, the last name he would ever hear. In response, Red laughed and said he understood. It was him. He was the guy who gave Zegan a good beating. Then he swung his fist, attacking in front of him and shouted. He was eager to fight him. He had to show him what he could do. He tried to strike while the protagonist easily dodged, ducking his head from side to side. Then Red asked, is he testing him? He should be more serious. After that, he tried to strike again, putting his hand forward. He looked at his opponent, seeing the hand approaching him, and shouted, what a terrible blow. He will even dodge this. Before he could finish speaking, a fist flew into his face, causing him to fly sharply to the ground. He thought, what was that? He can see this world from a mile away, but this body speed, it was beyond his expectations, and this kid is strong. Then the protagonist said a name. He was surprised. What? He said that he should know the name of the one he is about to kill. Red shouted indignantly, he's an idiot. Then he hit him with his fists. The protagonist also swung for a strike, hitting his opponent, but a barrier appeared in the path of his fist. Red, holding the barrier, shouted, damn it, he didn't want to use this. Then he shouted, reflector. This attack sent the protagonist flying backwards. At that moment, the already cracked road cracked even further. Stones flew in all directions. The bus driving above began to lurch to the side. The driver screamed in fear, trying to right the bus, and the battle between the insectors continued. They emerged from under the bridge. MC struck again, and the bus drove to the edge, beginning to fall into the resulting hole. Noticing this, the protagonist sharply aimed a clone created from ants at his opponent and headed for the bus. Red shouted, hey! At that moment, the bus passengers tried to hold onto the handrails to keep from falling. The protagonist managed to fly up to the vehicle, holding it in front of him, trying to stop it. He caught it near the ground, and the next second, Red said, hey, loser. He thinks such a pathetic ploy will be enough to stop him? He held the protagonist's clone head in his hands, then let go. He then grabbed a bus nearby. MC looked at him in surprise. They then set the bus down. Passengers began to get off the bus, thanking them for saving them. After the passengers exited, Red looked at the protagonist and said, he's an idiot. Let him just try to distract himself one more time. Time for round two. He then extended his arms in front of him, pushed off the ground, and quickly ran to attack. In response, the protagonist also extended his arm in front of him. Swinging it, he attacked his opponent and shouted, enough! Then he grabbed him by the neck, lifting him into the air. His second head opened its mouth wide, and upon seeing this, he threw his opponent to the ground. Red, looking after him, said, damn it, Black Ant, he'll crush him. Meanwhile, Ahura was walking down the street and, answering the phone, asked, what's wrong, Mom? She asked, where is she? She replied that she went out to practice. Her mother clarified, she's practicing? Joa had already told her everything. She looked for Sejin every day after school. At that moment, her brother was standing next to her mother, clenching his fists and shouting, why did she tell her? Ara waved her hand and explained that she wouldn't mind finding Sejin, but that wasn't true. She really was just practicing. Her mother shouted at her not to lie, and what if something happened to her? She replied, okay, she's coming. Then she sighed, looked at her phone screen, and then turned around and said, well, that's enough for today. At that moment, the higher insect, the larva catcher, Cheonyeongyo, called her. He was drinking milk and asked, she said, Sejin? He knows her. Is that her friend? After some time, they were walking through the forest. She followed him and asked if he really knew where she was. He replied that he did. She didn't even need to ask. She asked how he knew her. He clarified. Him? Turning slightly, he replied he was her colleague, so to speak. She was surprised. A colleague? A fellow inspector? He flinched at what he heard and was surprised. What? From where? Ara asked how she was doing. He replied that she was fine. Stuck with Hannah, she doesn't let go that easily. It's like an illness. She thought Hannah, not letting go? She seemed fine. Then she awkwardly looked away and, scratching her cheek, said that she would probably go. She just wanted to see how she was. He asked if she was sure? She confirmed it. She thought so, but she had made good friends, just like him. He was indignant. A friend? Then he grinned and asked, did she just say friend? She'd make him feel like a fraud. She was surprised. What? He replied that he was hungry, as she could see. He brought her here to eat. Then she noticed the huge number of maggots lurking behind the trees, and he said he couldn't wait for Sejin to find out. Ara spoke fearfully, but not there, and he spread his arms wide and added that her friend had been torn apart and eaten by her own. She asked what he was talking about. He asked if she knew. He never liked that girl. She would have known what he had to overcome to become like this, to run, to eat people. But he only managed to achieve this result because he discovered his true self, like an antlion. And at this time she didn't have to do anything, simply because she had this disease. Then he looked at her in surprise and asked what had taken her by surprise. He would never understand these people. After that she turned around and, screaming in fear, ran back the way she had come. He asked, "Where are you going?" "It's too late." With those words his body began to change. Ara screamed in surprise as her body began to sink into the ground. He said, "It's served. They can feast." The next second, the maggots jumped right at her, and he ordered them to finish her off. She continued to scream in fear, but the next second, the maggots split into several parts. She noticed this and snorted in disgust. Yojin flew above them. Youngyo, looking up, asked in surprise, "Hey." Then she spun in midair, dived down sharply, kicked him in the head, and then wrapped silk thread around her classmate, trying to pull her out of the ground. The maggot catcher indignantly screamed, "What the hell is she doing here? Who is she?" At that moment she sank to the ground and said, "The dirty old man called her by her name, Silk." With these words, she looked at her classmate, then loosened the threads binding her and told her to run away, quickly. In response, she thanked her and ran in the opposite direction. Then Yojin looked ahead. Several maggots were heading straight for her, but she used her thread, wrapping them around their bodies. She walked further, then tightened the thread, cutting the maggots into several pieces. Youngyo asked, "What do they want?" Fallen out of nowhere and interrupted his meal. "Does she want to be buried?" She replied, "He's so sweet." She heard what they were talking about. "He seems to be something like these larvae, a higher insect?" He asked, "How else?" Then he added, he understood. "It's her, isn't it?" She gave Zagana a good beating. He heard that she had an ally. Could she handle him alone? She thought he was right if she fought the superior. With these thoughts, she pulled the pill out of her head. He asked in surprise, where did she get it? She thought she would use it. She can't eat maggots, so he yelled at her to throw it away. And she, putting the pill in her mouth, thought that this was her next move. Then he sent tendrils out from his back and chest towards her and shouted, "She's an idiot." She swallowed the pill at that moment. He said that he thought he had overdone it a bit. He doubted that one pill would make such a huge difference. But the next second, his tendrils were cut into many pieces with a silk thread. He screamed, "What the hell? She only ate one." She said, "A traitor like him will never understand this power of a true insector, a silkworm, a silk-woven form." He rose from the ground and asked, "A real insector?" She meant he was a fake. She attacked him with her foot and he screamed indignantly. Then she followed up with a thread attack, throwing him up and severing his arms. He landed on the ground and screamed, "No way, he's not some fake, he's the only larva." He then released a toothy appendage from his mouth and added, "A larva that was accepted." Sharp teeth grabbed her by the neck and he screamed, "Caught." She asked what he was doing. Her entire body was covered in a thick layer of silk, his pathetic fangs leaving no trace. Then she pulled the appendage closer to her and began wrapping it with threads. She said she would tear it to pieces. He thought she was strong, the strength of a true insector. Not so. The next second, she tightened the threads. The appendage tore off almost at the root, and he screamed at her to stop. He refuses to accept this. Then he jumped into the ground, and she watched him go. Burrowing deeper, he screamed that she would die. Silkworm. He wasn't running away. He would come back for her when he was stronger. He could still evolve. The next second, a net made of silk threads formed in front of him. He looked at it in fear, but the next instant, his body shattered into small cubes, and then, encased in the net, rose upward. Yojin sighed and looked at her hand, saying, "Incredible. She's finally managed to kill a higher insect." Then she clenched her fist and, placing it to her head, said, "This is just the beginning." Then she heard a voice, "Yes, only now they must fight for real." She frowned and turned around abruptly. Zagana stood behind her and said, "Here she is. He's reporting for duty." Holding his sabers in his hands, he walked further and further. She, noticing him, cried out, "Water Strider!" She thought, not now. The black ant isn't with her. He must wait, but with such strength, she can handle it alone. Then he said that he recognized that he had seen her before. Why is she without the ant today? Ever since the day he infected him with those ants, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was crawling under his skin. He needed to kill this idiot and get rid of it. She said she understood. He should let her help him. Then she released several threads from her back, pointing them at him, and he chuckled. Well, she can try. Then he held his weapon in front of him, blocking her attack. He shouted that he saw that this pill had worked well on her. He thought, one wrong move and he's dead. After that, his weapon shattered into tiny pieces, and he said, however, she was almost out of time. With that, he reached for a new weapon and, taking this one from behind his back, held it in front of him, blocking her attacks. He thought, 4, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, she kicked him, and then he realized time was up. Suddenly, she dropped to one knee in surprise, the extra appendages on her back flying off. She looked at her hand and wondered if the transformation was over. He explained that when the larva enters the body in pill form, the effect is very short-lived, as she could see. She turned to him, and he held the weapon to her neck, then told her she better not resist. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting on the couch watching TV with his grandmother. The news anchor announced that Sung Chi-young, the youngest Asian featherweight champion, had joined them. The athlete said hello, and the anchor said he was glad to see him. At that moment, the grandmother exclaimed, "My God, he's a proud Korean." The anchor added that during his last title defense, his opponent couldn't land a single punch, so how did he manage to get the cut on his cheek? He replied that he'd been bitten by an insect. He looked surprised. An insect? It seems that even an outstanding boxer like him is not immune to insects. He hopes it wasn't an insector, right? He replied that if it were, then he wouldn't be here. Then the host said, they're watching the 9 o'clock news. This morning, numerous insector remains were discovered on Mount Naaman. The next second, the MC looked at his phone screen. Ara asked, won't he go to school again tomorrow? He thought he was still learning how to control the colony. He can't go to school. He opened a conversation. She wrote, why didn't he come to school? Will he not go to school again tomorrow? Their teacher is angry because Yojin didn't show up for class. He asked, Yojin? Then she asked, won't he come to school? She'll bring food when he gets back, pork cutlets for lunch today. She can't believe they let him skip so much time. Meanwhile, in the lawless zone, numerous insects rushed to attack Yojin, smashing her head protection. Zigana watched the scene from the big screen and, resting his head on his hand, asked, where did she get that pill? A long time ago? Little idiot. Then he looked away and took his phone out of his bag. Grinning, he looked at the phone screen and said, jackpot. He saw a message from the protagonist, who asked what she was doing. At that moment, the protagonist got up from the couch, and his grandmother asked if he was going to bed. He looked at her and confirmed that he wasn't going to bed tomorrow either. She replied that he could do whatever he wanted. Kid, he'd missed a week. Another day wouldn't make a difference. Then he looked at his phone screen again and saw an incoming message with a photo attached. After that, he opened the chat, his face contorted with anger. He saw his friend's head protection with a 6-shot club business card stuck into the top. After that, Zigana approached the cage and said, hey, is she alive? She's terrible. The people who bet are very upset. Yojin sat on the ground and told him to leave. He put his hands in his pockets and told her to let him guess. That day there was only one pill, and unfortunately for her, there was nothing left. Some other fool stole it all. He would say there was some kind of connection between them, so she should tell him what this is all for. What is she trying to achieve? She answered, fighting insects. He clarified, like an insect reaper? She herself is an insector, sort of. He spared her. She should know. They are like relatives, sharing the same blood. The next match will start soon. She must prepare. He has prepared a special match for her. With these words, he moved on. And after a while, Jaja, the stick insect, the insector, the commentator of the lawless land, entered the arena. Raising the microphone to his mouth, he announced, good news for them. Their main event, the Hell Race, was about to begin. A royal rumble, where 10 competitors would fight to the death until only one remained. They would begin right now. They would introduce the first competitor, the star of the show, an exciting new face. Welcome, Silk. She entered the arena, and the commentator added, in the Hell Race, a new competitor enters every minute. If she didn't defeat her enemy in less than a minute, the number of enemies would only increase, leading her to a brutal death. Wow. And the second competitor was already here. An insector entered the arena, flapping its wings as it flew forward with determination. Jaja said, what a start. He must be in a hurry. Yojin, without moving, looked at him. Meanwhile, Red was practicing his punches. Zigana, standing behind him, folded his arms and said, he won't be getting ready? He's 10th, Red. He asked in response, does he want him to participate in this stupid show? How about he becomes the star of this show? Then they'll have a great time. He replied, no way. He'll kill all the participants. After that, Red aimed his fist at his face but stopped it a few centimeters away and asked, maybe him? Or even Daejin? Zigana grinned, a cocky idiot. Does he want something from the boss? He needs to teach him a lesson, make him respect his elders. The veins on his face bulged with anger. Red replied, he can start, he's ready. After that, Zigana answered the phone and asked, what? The subordinate replied, sir, they have a problem. He asked, what happened? He answered, the VIP elevator was gone. He and several visitors were standing near the hole that had formed. Zigana, confused, shouted, what? Then he added, hey, friend, he needs to get ready. His enemy is here. Meanwhile, the commentator shouts, wow, what's going on? Silk has successfully killed the 4th contestant. She's performing magnificently despite her injury. However, the next contestant, Queen Jack. At that moment, a huge insector appeared behind Yojin. He opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. The next second, Yojin was suddenly thrown into the air as her opponent swiftly kicked the ground where she had just been sitting. He then punched her, sending her flying to the ground. After that, several more insectors entered the arena, and the commentator said, everything is bad. The 6th, 7th, and 8th have entered the arena. No complaints about unfairness. They are on the borderline of lawlessness. Now, let the climax begin, Silk. He joyfully raised his hand, still holding the microphone to his face. The next second, the timer updated, and seeing this, he shouted, come on. What a terrible timing to join. Now, welcome, the 9th contestant. At that moment, the MC emerged from the darkness, throwing a second head forward. He stepped on it. The commentator yelled in surprise, what? Then the protagonist continued walking forward, while a second head emerged from his back. Jaja yelled, who is he? At that moment, Zigana came out onto the balcony and asked, damn, did he really come? At that moment, Yojin raised her head with the last of her strength and, looking ahead, asked, Misung? The commentator shouted, unregistered participants are eliminated. With these words, he pointed his fist at the protagonist, but in response, he only told him to shut up, after which he created a cannon in his hand and fired an acid projectile straight at the insector. Jaja screamed in surprise. Is this melting him? Then the protagonist lowered the cannon and said, he'll only say it once. They must bring him Yojin. The next second, the MC pointed the cannon forward again and fired an acid projectile straight at the insector standing further away. Yojin, closing her eyes and covering her hand, thought, "This idiot, where the hell did he get this ridiculous ability?" Then she shouted, hello, he wants to kill her too? She's here." He looked at her in surprise, and she added, "Here." After that, Zagana presented the saber to her neck and, grinning, said, "It's been a while, Aunt." The protagonist frowned, looking at him angrily, then pointed the cannon at him and shouted, "Water Strider." He asked, "What? He's not gonna shoot?" MC clicked his tongue in irritation, and then he shouted, "Idiots, get to work." The next second, the insects rushed to attack and he shouted, "Kill him." The protagonist said, "Tasteless." After that, he fired, attacking the insect running in front. Then Jack approached him and, grabbing a smaller insect, threw it forward. The smaller insect was caught in a projectile ejected from the protagonist's cannon. The insector shouted, "Jack." He clenched his fists above his head and swung to attack, after which he swiftly flew forward, the dust rising in the arena from such a great weight. Zagana, smiling, remarked that this was good. He shouldn't worry. He's sure he's alive. He should bring it to him. Yojin. She continued calling him again and then wondered what he was doing. Before she could speak, she saw the huge insect's body begin to melt, then releasing a powerful explosion. The MC emerged from the insect's stomach. He frowned and asked, "What the? He's not the same as before? Did he eat a larva or something?" At that moment, Yojin smiled and said, "Great, an ant." The audience was confused. Who was this idiot who intruded? The protagonist said he should give it to him. Yojin was indignant. What? He just called her that. He said she was his food just in case. She was indignant. What? Zagana, clutching her saber tighter, said, "They guys are so funny." The next second, one of the audience members shouted, "Hey, him! Is he the manager here? What happened to his money? They're all dead. He bet 200 million won on Jack. They better get this situation under control." Zagana, angry, gritted his teeth and turned around, saying, "These people, on behalf of the staff, I would like to express my deepest apologies. They will refund their money in full, so they should shut up and bet again." The spectators looked at him in fear. Then the man shouted, "Who? Are the two of them going to fight?" After that, the protagonist said, "Okay, he can attack. He will kill him right now." Zagana chuckled. He needs to come to his senses. His enemy is behind him. Then he said, "Welcome 10th Precinct. He is glad to see him." The next second, the protagonist turned around and saw Red, who was flexing his arms, and said, "Black Ant." He walked forward, and the protagonist asked, "Did he come for revenge?" He replied that he was right. Putting his hands in front of him, he suggested that they end this. Then he kicked off the ground and flew forward at a rapid pace. MC also charged, but Red ran past him and struck Zagana with an outstretched fist, sending him flying. From such a powerful blow, he landed near the wall and shouted, "Red, damn!" The protagonist, looking at him in surprise, asked what he was doing. Red replied that he had seen everything from above. It was so touching, they should leave. A tear streamed down his face, and he added that he was deeply touched by their friendship. A rematch could wait. He slammed his fists together, and she added that he should leave the rest to him. "Friend?" the protagonist asked in surprise. "Friend?" Yojin, stifling a chuckle, asked, "Friend?" Then the protagonist threw her over his shoulder, and she indignantly shouted, "Hey!" He told her to calm down, then kicked off the ground and ran forward. She continued to scream indignantly, "Will he really carry her like this?" He shouted, "Quiet." After that, Zagana changed and, looking at his opponent, said, "He really did it. Oh well. He's tired of sitting him out anyway." Red asked, "Does he see? He's only alive because he's good at this. If he wants to leave, then he'd be better off dead." He chuckled in response. He and his massive ego. Fine. He offered to put an end to this. With these words, he walked right up to his opponent, holding his saber out in front of him. In response, Red pressed his fist to his chest. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued running forward. Yojin asked how he got here. Did he have a keycard? He replied that he didn't. She asked, "Then how?" He replied that he broke through. She was surprised. "What?" Then he stopped near a hole in the ceiling. She looked there and asked, "Is this a joke?" Then she relaxed on his shoulder and, sighing, said, "Who cares? She's tired. They have to get out of here." The next second, the protagonist began to climb up. Large rocks rained down on his head, and the very next second, the boss of Six Shot jumped on him from above, thrusting his fist forward. He attacked the protagonist, pinning his head to the ground. He shouted, "What the hell did he do here? Vandalism? Stopping trade? He'll have to kill him." Did he understand? Idiot! Not long before, Daejin was sitting in his office and drinking a drink. After taking another sip, he laughed and said, "Amazing." He looked at the maggot in front of him and added, "That's what he's talking about. So this is the maggot that swallowed 50 pills, right?" He decided to try to bite. At this moment, one of his subordinates asked, "Excuse me, boss, does he know about this?" He looked at her and, frowning, asked, "Does it matter? Is she afraid that he will take the larva from them?" She licked her finger and said, "Okay." She just thought it would be wise to tell him. He noticed that this was not very convincing, looking at her drool. Then he grabbed the larva and said, "This Kijima, he is already the strongest of them all. He does not need this." He held it up in front of him and, laughing, shouted, "It must be wonderful to have such strength. He enjoyed trying it. What is it like?" With these words, he brought his open mouth closer to this larva. But then, hearing a crash, he turned around in surprise. A subordinate ran into the room and shouted, "Boss, they have an intruder." He was surprised. "Intruder? He is strong?" He replied that he completely destroyed the VIP elevator, and now he is heading to the land of lawlessness. Then he was surprised. Completely destroyed? He didn't break it? And he wants him to take care of it? With that, he walked up to his subordinate and put his finger to his head. He replied that they were currently actively searching, but they believed he was heading for the lawless land. Daejin clarified, "So he was saying he couldn't stop him?" The subordinate screamed in fear, "Boss, please." After that, his finger penetrated the subordinate's head. and he said that he was weak. He thought he'd do a little exercise before eating. In the present, he held the protagonist by the throat, lifting him up. Yojin, looking at this, thought, what the hell? She had never experienced such terror, not since Kojima. Then the boss, laughing, told him not to worry. He wouldn't charge him for the damage. Instead, he suggested they have a little fun. With that suggestion, he punched the protagonist in the chest, sending him flying into the wall, covering it with cracks, after which he rushed forward, adding a kick and shouting, "Come on, he has to do something. Is this all he has?" The protagonist screamed with every blow, and the boss continued to attack blow after blow and shouted, "Come on, he can't lose so easily. He hasn't warmed up yet. He has to show him what he's made of." At that moment, ants ran out of the protagonist's body, creating a clone. They hit the club boss on the cheek and then grabbed his head. He looked at this and asked in surprise, "What? But isn't he cute?" After that, he thrust his fist forward, but Yojin held his hand, wrapping it with silk threads. He looked at his hand and was surprised. Yojin thought, "He's so strong even in human form." She closed her eyes and thought that she could barely hold him despite all her silk. Then he said, "Just look at this, guys. This is really something. Excellent. This is what he wanted. They need to show him what they're made of." And then he ran forward at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, in the arena, Red, having risen to his feet, looked at his bloodied fist and declared that he didn't stand a chance against him. Zigana, his wounded opponent, shouted, "He needs to shut up. He's not done yet. He shouldn't be so cocky." He replied that he better get up then. He was surprised. Red added, attacking a beaten opponent wasn't his style. He shouted indignantly, "Idiot." The next second, the wall collapsed. Yojin and the MC flew forward, followed by the club boss who said, "Zigana, there he is." He asked fearfully, "Boss?" He asked, "What happened to him?" He looked terrible. In response, he apologized. He'd fix everything, but Daijin shouted at him to shut up. He wouldn't tolerate such pathetic words from his subordinate. He replied, "Yes, boss." The next second, Red looked at him. The audience was surprised. Wait, is that Daijin? He's huge. He'd never seen him in his life. No one could stop this insect ant. He did it using only his hands. The boss, walking forward, waved his hand and said, "Hello, VIP. He's the owner of this place." They said that at first glance, he looked like a street criminal. Daijin said, now that he was warmed up, he was hungry. "Have they eaten yet, guys?" He was just starting to eat. Couldn't they see? Since they were guests, he would prepare a treat for them. Then he shouted, "Zigana, they must eat." He wondered what he was talking about, but that was for... Before he could finish speaking, the boss ordered him to do it. In response, he said, "Yes, boss." Then he pushed off the ground and jumped up. A few moments later, the ceiling above them began to open. Yojin, holding her injured arm, asked, "The ceiling is opening? What are they doing?" Then a human body fell out of the hole that had formed. She shouted in surprise, "A human?" Daijin walked forward and said, "Great, no need to hold back." There were a few more maggots in the arena, and he said they would be shocked to find out how delicious maggots were. Red said, "That idiot." Bodies and maggots continued to fall from the ceiling. They all instantly fell to the ground, and the boss began to eat and said, "Now they must feast." With these words, he bit off a piece of the larva. After that, the maggots rose from the ground. Looking around, Yojin said, "Damn it." Red added, "Disgusting." The next second, the protagonist said, "That's good." Yojin was surprised. What? What was he talking about? He replied that this was their chance. The two of them, they must do everything possible to prevent him from eating the maggots. He can handle the rest. Then she said that they would try, but how could they stop this monster? Red clarified, the two of them, he could leave it to him. But she told him to wait. Who was he anyway? At that moment, the club boss asked, "What are they all waiting for?" He continued to tear apart the maggots and added, "They can do whatever they want. The feast is on him. They won't be able to taste them anymore." After tearing off a small part, he found a small larva and said that he found it. Taking it in his hand, he said, "Yummy." Instantly, Red ran towards him. Yojin, perplexed, shouted, "What's wrong with this guy? He has no fear. He should wait for her." Then the protagonist called her and told her to run. She was surprised. What was he saying? He replied that he had one goal, to save her. She should leave everything to him. She continued to look at him in surprise, and then, smiling, asked, "What's wrong with him?" She didn't know he had such a side. He must forget. They need to delay him so he doesn't eat the larva, right? He confirmed it. She said, "Okay, but he shouldn't delay." Then she pushed off the ground and ran to attack. After that, the MC said, "Blobby, this shall consume everything." The ants formed into a head, moved forward. It opened its mouth, devouring the larva. Then he said, "They should all move." From his body, the ants headed in different directions, heading for the larva. Then he looked at his hand and said, "Only these remain." The next second, Red shouted, "Daijin." He held the larva over his mouth. Surprised, huh? And the next second, a ladybug's fist flew into his mouth. He shouted, "You idiot." The boss, continuing to bite his fist, told him not to interfere while he was eating here. With these words, he threw him aside, right at the onlookers, but he fell on the scattered threads of silk released by Yojin. He was surprised. Wow, something familiar. She shouted for him to come back to him. She will help him. He replied, "Accepted." Then he put his hands out in front of him and charged. He yelled at him not to eat that. He turned around in surprise, and Red concentrated his energy in his hand and shouted, "Barrier punch." He hit his opponent in the face, then added a few more punches to his body. He said, "This is wonderful. He's made a great friend." He continued to strike again, and finally delivered a particularly powerful punch, sending Daijin flying backwards. He skidded to a stop, and, throwing his head back, laughed loudly. He wondered, "What's so funny?" Yojin exclaimed, "Really?" He was holding a piece of larva between his teeth at that moment, and, grinning, shouted, "Yes, that's what he likes." He clenched his fist, his muscles starting to bulge. Red shouted in surprise. A punch from such a distance? He put up a barrier in front of himself, while the club boss punched in front of himself, sending a powerful stream of air forward. Yojin pressed herself against the wall, surprised. What? She thought this was a joke? Such power just from the wind of his blow, and he didn't even transform. Daejin grinned and said, time to continue. The food can't wait. He's going to eat it all. Red shouted, hey, where did he go? It's not over yet. He swung his arm to strike, but at that moment, Yojin screamed. No! She thought she couldn't produce any more silk. After that, the boss turned around and punched his opponent in the chest. He said in surprise, his barrier. Then a kick flew at his head, and he flew into the wall, covered in cracks, his defense cut through. He sank to the ground. Yojin said in surprise, what? She looked at the boss of the establishment, who continued eating the maggots, and thought, it's hopeless. They can't defeat him. This man is a real monster. Then he picked up the next creature, and licking his lips, said, here comes the fifth one. He's starting to feel like he's done warming up. It's time to finish. Then he was surprised to see the larva's face and asked, what's wrong with his face? The next second, the mouth opened, releasing the larva. The protagonist said, they must go back. A multitude of ants suddenly rushed towards him, bringing a larva with them, and he said, this is his last one, so that makes it his 10th. With these words, he stuck the larva in his mouth and then swallowed it. Daejin, grinning, said, did he just take it from him? He's an idiot. Then he looked ahead in surprise. Many spectators were trying to flee from this spot. He said that he didn't know what he had done, but he would definitely make sure to swallow him whole before he finished digesting. Then the protagonist said, black ants, gather. Several clones made from ants stood next to him, and he said, now they must go and devour him. With these words, he extended his hand forward. Yojin turned around and called out to him in alarm. The boss, laughing madly, shouted, this is exciting, but even if he has 11 of his own, they don't stand a chance against him. The protagonist sent ant clones and commanded them to devour him to the last piece. The boss laughed and shouted, here we go, they must come. Numerous clones were approaching him. He punched again and again, trying to deal with the clones. He shouted for him to join in. This is getting boring. Then the MC folded his arms and, swinging it, hit the boss on the head, and in response, he only shouted, that's it. He must continue. After that, he slammed his hands in front of him, destroying one of the clones. He was surprised to see cannons pointed at him, and the protagonist also pointed his hand forward, saying, fire! Several projectiles headed straight for him. He looked at his leg, which was being grabbed by one of the clones, and grinned. Then the charge hit his body, and dust rose in the arena. Yojin asked in surprise, did he do it? The protagonist looked ahead. Daejin emerged from the smoke in his transformed form and said, now that's something else, Igeojito. This was the highest form of the highest insect. The rhinoceros beetle insectoid Igeojito. Moving on, he added, he made him transform, he congratulates him, he likes him, he will make sure he dies in his arms. Then the protagonist shouted, now! The ant clones aimed their cannons at him and immediately fired, but the boss thrust his fist forward, parrying the attack. The protagonist, trying to shield himself from the rising air with his hand, shouted, get ready, but his opponent shouted, too late. He ran forward, dragging the protagonist with his shoulder. Yojin called out his name, alarmed. The boss pinned him against the wall with his shoulder and asked, 10 larvae? That's it? He then slammed him to the ground, and the MC screamed. Afterwards, he lifted him by the head and asked, that's it? That's why he doesn't like transforming. They all die too quickly. Oh right, he'll take his larva. The protagonist said, his. He looked at him in surprise and asked, what? He said, they must absorb him. Gather. The next second, ant clones rushed towards him, knocking him out of his opponent's grasp and biting him in various parts of his body. Daejin was confused. Was this really what he wanted? Did he want to end his life? The MC screamed in pain, then his body transformed, as if gluing numerous ant clones to himself. He opened the resulting maw, screaming loudly. The boss, laughing, asked, what the hell is this? He gritted his teeth and added, finally, an enemy worthy of his time. The beetle said, the boss has left the stadium. Sagana thought, he can't believe he made the boss transform. How much stronger will this ant become? There's no time to waste. The situation has probably already been reported to the higher management. This means they're coming. The top of the higher insects. The 6 pillars. Sagana ordered to grab their money and run. This club is finished. The beetle asked, where is he going, sir? Sagana replied, he needs to see what's going on there. Suddenly a voice rang out, how tiring. Sagana looked up and said, he is. The man asked to join them. He has trouble finding the way, since he's not familiar with such nasty places. He ordered to show the way. After a while, Eagerzit was fighting MC in the tunnel. Misung struck him, causing cracks to appear in the cave. Eagerzit struck MC, turned around and heard Eagerzit. He saw a glow in a monster that was pointing it towards him. MC said, his moves are practiced to perfection. But let him guess what? Him too. He pounced on Eagerzit, after which a loud scream was heard. Yojin's eyes widened in surprise and said, they are still fighting. She ordered Chiyoung to get ready. They need to leave. He was vomiting and told her that he was fine. At that moment, Eagerzit continued to fight with Misung and said, no one will stop him. He swung and struck the MC when suddenly it bit his hand. He ordered not to stop, but to keep fighting. He will break him. Eagerzit clenched his fist and struck Misung, and then turned around and sighed loudly. He said, stubborn idiot, let him continue. He will destroy MC as many times as it takes. Suddenly his hand came off and flew to the side, and he screamed loudly. What? Eagerzit asked. This is impossible. What has he done? Damn him. He rushed forward and ordered to die. Die. Yes, let him die. Eagerzit thought, something is wrong here. He is hitting the monster with everything he has. So why, the more he hits it, the more it feels like he is being consumed. Eagerzit screamed, is he consuming him? This does not make sense. It does not make sense. He is a predator, and he is the one who devours. Suddenly his legs were torn off and flew to the side. He screamed loudly in pain, throwing his head back. He said, "He is nothing compared to it. How dare he?" A huge creature stood in front of him, and Eagers had asked, "What is this? This pressure, this anxiety." This is what he felt when he met the monster. The sensation, it must be fear. He asked for help, and MC said that he was hungry. After some time, he continued to work on the enemy's body, tearing it into many pieces. Yojin came out from around the corner and widened her eyes in surprise when she saw the MC. She asked, "Mi-sung, is that him?" The MC turned around and said, "He's hungry." Yojin asked puzzledly, "Is he smiling?" Chiyoung asked, and she was surprised. He told her to look at his eyes. They were red. There was definitely something wrong with him. The MC rushed towards them, after which Chiyoung screamed in fear, "Watch out!" Mi-sung grabbed Yojin by the neck and lifted her into the air, while Chiyoung, on the other hand, was thrown aside. He asked angrily, "Him again?" Yojin looked at the MC and asked, "Gami-sung, what is he?" The MC muttered, "It's mealtime." Suddenly, Chiyoung broke free from his claws and hit him. Yojin loudly ordered Gami-sung to wake up. "Doesn't he recognize her?" Chiyoung screamed. "It looks like their touching friendship is over." He disappointed him. A black ant. They rushed to fight the MC, and he ordered them to absorb. Yojin screamed in fear. Horror, it's ants. They're absorbing her. Mi-sung looked down on her and then moved inside his consciousness. He sat tied up and said that he was already sick of this. Let them absorb him. At that moment, a loud sound was heard and he asked, "It's it again?" A huge creature appeared in front of him and he said, "A red ant. Enough. He can't stand this anymore." The ant ordered him to live, to which Mi-sung widened his eyes in surprise. He asked, "What is it?" The creature began to absorb the ants, clearing the MC's subconscious. He covered his face with his hands, and the ant said that he must live. The MC extended his hand and asked to wait. "Wait, it's real!" Mi-sung grabbed his head and screamed loudly, terrifying Chiyoung and Yojin. She looked around and said, "The ants are scattering." She turned to Mi-sung, and he was screaming loudly and shrilly. Yojin called out to him and ordered him to get ready. She quickly caught his body and asked, "Is he okay?" A tear fell on her shoulder and she looked at him in surprise. Mi-sung spoke heavily, "Mom." Yojin frowned and thought, "Great, does that mean he decided to cry? Now she can't even be mad at him." MC asked, "What's wrong with the enemy?" She asked him not to worry. "It's over." Chiyoung rubbed his nose and spoke, "He gets it. They guys have more in common than just friendship. It looks like he has nowhere to join." Yojin got angry and threw the MC in his direction. "Here, let him take some of that friendship he likes." Chiyoung said, "This youth, okay." Yojin suggested they get out of here. This place is about to collapse. They walked towards the exit when suddenly a voice rang out, "How tiring." They stopped and then turned around abruptly and asked, "Who? Where is he from?" The squad stood behind them, and the man asked, "Are they behind this?" Chiyoung threw the MC to Yojin and ordered her to take him and run away. "This guy is strong." The man said that he would like to go home, so please, let them not cause any more trouble. He just needs to deliver a message. Zagana rushed forward and shouted, "What have they done to the boss? They are corpses." The man spoke discontentedly. More work. He scattered everyone to the sides and ordered them not to interrupt while he was speaking. He hates repeating himself. Now please, let them listen to him carefully. He has a message for them from Lord Kijima. It was the supreme insect, the 6 pillars of Gyeongdo. He was watching him. Let him expect it soon. But until then, let him live. Number 1. Gyeongdo said, "That's all." Chiyoung asked, "Kijima?" Yojin asked again, "Number 1 survive?" What's that supposed to mean? Gyeongdo irritably ordered not to call him by his name. There will be serious consequences. Yojin screamed, "And who is he anyway? Is he also a supreme insect?" Chiyoung frowned and said, "Considering that he personally delivered the message from Kijima, he must be one of the leaders. The 6 insectors that report to Kijima, the 6 pillars." Gyeongdo replied, "Yes, he was right. He was sorry about how things turned out with Mr. Gong. He had the potential to become one of them." Yojin said, "Is he telling her that there are 6 more insectors stronger than this monster?" Gyeongdo replied, "It doesn't matter. He was marked for disposal anyway, since his beliefs did not align with Lord Kijima's." Chiyoung asked, "Disposal?" He thought they wouldn't harm each other. Gyeongdo replied, "They have no place for those who challenge Lord Kijima. No matter how strong they are, insectors are the result of evolutionary brilliance, destined exclusively for a select few." And finally, Mr. Gung Tae-jung tried to replicate this with simple pills. He had no greater significance for Lord Kijima's glorious plan to turn insectors into apex predators. The apex insects wage a merciless war against humans, and their only mission is their complete eradication. He would gladly kill them for interfering with their goal, but instead, he will offer them an opportunity. Gyeongdo offered them to join them, to become part of the apex insects. Yojin screamed loudly, "What?" She sent him away and asked if he even knew why she was risking her life. It was so she could take revenge on Kijima. Gyeongdo loudly ordered her to shut up. He ordered them to think very carefully, weigh all the pros and cons and give him a simple answer, yes or no. "They will join the supreme insects?" Yojin chuckled, but Chiyoung thought about it. They showed their middle fingers and shouted loudly, "No." Gyeongdo asked irritably, "What? War? The eradication of people?" Chiyoung stepped forward and said that he didn't know why the two were angry at him, but all he wanted was to exchange fists with someone strong. If he could fight someone even stronger than Tae-jung, he wasn't going to give up on it, even if it cost him his life. Yojin spoke up. She was the last person they should ask to join the supreme insects. She would never work for the man responsible for the death of her family. She would rather die. Jungdo laughed out loud, and Chiyoung asked, "What's so funny?" Jungdo covered his face with his hand and asked, What are the two of them talking about? Can they even hear themselves? Not bad. He hasn't laughed like that in a long time. It's so absurd that he couldn't hold back. But okay, here's a small token of his gratitude for making him laugh. He threw Zegan's body at their feet, and Yojin said with displeasure, "What the hell? They don't need him." Hyungdo said he heard from Lord Kijima that one of them must absorb insects to survive. They don't need him anymore, so they should feel free to do with him as they please. He disappeared and said that they would see each other. Chiyoung looked around and spoke. He didn't think one of the 6 pillars would come. What a day. Suddenly a voice rang out. They need to go. They moved to the tunnel and Chiyoung asked, dead silence. Had everyone evacuated? Yojin asked to wait and shouted, why did he bring him too? Chiyoung replied, well, it felt awkward to just leave him there after they humiliated him. This place looked like it was about to collapse. He'll make it his personal punching bag or something. Suddenly people appeared in front of them and shouted, there are 2. The insectors are in the lobby, near the entrance to the basement. Sam stood near the entrance and shouted, it's Sam. The situation in the club is confirmed. He's coming in. He ordered people to catch them. Yojin said irritably, the horror. Insect reapers. Chiyoung looked at her and asked, what is she doing? Yojin started to run and asked, what do you think? They need to run. The guy pulled out a gun and warned, he's shooting. The bullets hit Chiyoung in the back and he screamed, get out of the way. He hit the guys who were running after them. At that moment, Sam was reported that insectors were escaping from the club. He asked, what? Yojin burst out of the building, holding the MC in her arms, and Chiyoung flew out after them. Sam pulled out a gun and started shooting at them. He screamed in irritation, damn, he doesn't stand a chance with a gun. The guys reported that they caught one insector. They tied up Zagana and said that he was probably the only one left at the scene. They were doing the last cleanup before returning. Sam replied, he understood, it was good work. At that moment, Pio lit a cigarette and thought, they're late again. He apologized for the delay and said that they would now begin the executive process. Insect Reapers, Supreme Headquarters. Sick. Insect Reaper, Sector D, Chungcheongnam-do Province. Sector Leader asked, so, what is the purpose of this sudden meeting? Insect Reaper, Sector A, Gyeonggi Province. Sector Leader. He's curious about how Jin and Pio have the authority to summon them. Are their ranks just for show? Insect Reaper, Sector C, Jeollanam-do Province. Commander Joe replied, the hierarchy of ranks is crucial in corporate life. He was dismayed that it was being ignored. Insect Reaper Sector E, Gangwon Province. Sector Leader Min replied, don't be like that. Jin and Pio, they are not ordinary agents. They used to be sector leaders. If not for their demotions, they would have been even higher by now. They need to listen to what they have to say. Insect Reaper, Sector F, Gyeongsang Province. Sector Leader Nan said to forget about ranks. She was told that the number of incidents and casualties in their assigned areas had increased significantly. Their organization's reputation had plummeted because of them. The B sector insect reapers from Seoul, martial artist Jin said, he was aware of his opinion of them. He understood, so the purpose of this meeting was to discuss how they could prevent further casualties. Unasked who was going to do it, was he going to call his former student, the one who abandoned him? They knew, the boy who was promoted to martial artist for exceptional results after being injected with insect genes. Nan suggested not to talk about him in front of Jin. Was she wrong? He risked everything by agreeing to this experiment to save his teacher, and now he's a top-notch agent and martial artist. But Jin treats him coldly. Unasked, what's so bad about insect genes? Nan replied, she thought he was just jealous. Jin said, he wanted to ask. They are insect reapers, an organization that exterminates insects. So what is this insect doing here? Maybe we should kill him. Unasked irritably, what did he call him? He's a piece. Suddenly, Yun, an insect reaper from Sector G, Jeju Island, spoke up. The sector leader told everyone to shut up. Pio said Yun was right. Enough for the two of them. It was time for them to begin. As they mentioned, their sector had lost repeatedly. However, he hadn't gathered them here to apologize. The purpose of this meeting was to prepare them for the possibility of war with the insectors. Joe folded his arms and asked, war? Are they saying the insectors are sending an army? Lately, there has been a noticeable change in the insectors' behavior. At first glance, it might seem like they exist on their own. However, they have formed higher insects, an apex consisting of the strongest and most intelligent. It is obvious that they follow a systematic order. Nan said higher insects. She believed the name refers to their desire to rise to the top of the food chain. Six spoke up. He had met one before. He was definitely stronger than the average insector. Unchuckled and replied, these insects started moving their heads. Pio said, that's why they need something that will make them retreat. Countermeasure. He put a book titled Project Ant Castle on the table. Someone asked, Project Ant Castle? Who are those people in the pictures? Mother and son? Number 1. Jin opened the book and read. Number 2. Kijima. He frowned in displeasure and asked, Pio, what kind of book is this? Pio asked to let him explain, and asked, Doctor? Insect Reaper branch of Science and Technology. The researcher man folded his hands behind his back and said, he doesn't know where he found this book, but he would appreciate it if he stopped. This brings back some unpleasant memories. Pio asked, did he write this book, doctor? The man replied, no, his student did. Pio tossed his cigarette butt into the ashtray and asked what he knew about this project. Was he directly involved? The man replied, of course. He was in charge of the project himself. The Ant Castle project was a highly confidential study conducted back when the Insect Reapers were just a research institute. Its goal was to create a countermeasure against the insectors. The project was incredibly successful and 3 samples were created. But one day, an explosion of unknown origin occurred, incinerating everything around. Only 1 sample was recovered. Pio's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, where is he now? And why was this information never disclosed? The man shook his head and said, that's all he knows. Orders from above. He's being kept in the dark too. Pio muttered, of course, 1 subject survived. The man muttered, Although if they're looking for a way to combat the insectors, they already have something. Injecting insect genes. Everyone looked at him carefully, and the man screamed. His and Jin's counteraction had prevented his widespread implantation, but it was indisputably effective. Pio turned to the doctor, but he continued talking. It had already been proven that it works in the field. In the unsector, there is a special unit consisting entirely of agents with insect genes. He suggested not to forget about Jin's former student, who is now an outstanding special agent. He was always talented, but thanks to this procedure, he became so outstanding that he will soon be promoted to sector leader. Back then, the experiment was significantly more dangerous, but thanks to it, the process became much more stable. Jin irritably slammed his fist on the table, causing it to split in half. He turned to the doctor and said, "Enough." He ordered him not to say another word, unchuckled, and said, "He's still as grumpy as always. Does he think he's so much better than them? Because of his arrogance, even more of his people will die. Doctor, let him not let it influence them. He values his work very much." Un put his hand on the doctor's shoulder and asked, "So is there a schedule for the advanced training procedures for his team?" Everyone started to disperse, and Pio approached Jin. He addressed him, and Jin lowered his head and asked for forgiveness. They kept mentioning him, and eventually he lost his composure. Pio suggested going back. At that moment, a battle was taking place in Sector B of the Insect Reapers. The guy asked discontentedly, "What's wrong with him?" The enemies struck him and walked forward. He spoke. "He must evolve, he must evolve." And also, he pressed the button and joyfully said, greeting the creature. He had been waiting for him, Lord Kijima, for so long. At that moment the alarm went off and the guy shouted, "Lord Kijima, please let him grant them evolution." Kijima spoke, "Evolution." He grabbed the guy's head, and he joyfully shouted, "Lord Kijima." The Lord asked, "A mere mutant dares to demand evolution? This is absurd." Kijima clenched his fist and crushed the guy when suddenly a voice rang out. "This is Zone A, the armory. Insect attack. All units put on gas masks." Someone ordered the use of tear gas laced with pesticides. Kijima stood in front of the guys when suddenly one of them had his head blown off. Someone screamed, "The Loco brothers have fallen. Fire!" They started shooting at Kijima, and the man screamed, "How did he even get here?" He managed to bypass all the anti-insect fortifications. Kijima muttered, "His resistance is in vain. Worthless humans." "Where's the briefcase?" the man asked, puzzled. "What?" The Lord walked toward the guys and began destroying everything around him. A moment later everything around him was burning, and the Lord walked forward. After a while the guys were riding in a car and someone asked, "Sir, where are they?" Pio shouted loudly, "They're almost there. Is he okay?" The man is asking to hurry. "There's only one insector here, Kijima." The guys shouted loudly, "What?" Jin asked. "Pio, wasn't Kijima one of the countermen? What does this mean?" Pio shouted in irritation, "Horror, does he think he knows?" The driver ordered them to hold on. They're almost there. They arrived at their destination and saw a fire. At that moment, a bright explosion occurred. The guy's eyes widened in surprise, and Jin said, "They're making fun of him." The driver slammed his fist on the steering wheel and shouted, "Horror!" At that moment, Kijima climbed out and said, "It looks like he's not here." Jin got angry and said, "So it's Kijima." He got out of the car and gripped the hilt of his sword. Pio ordered Tai to return to headquarters, but he replied, "He will fight them, sir." Pio got out of the car and said to stay away from this. He's not cut out for fighting. Jin grabbed his swords and said, "This one's his." He told them not to worry, he wouldn't stand in his way. Pio said he wanted a piece of it too. Jin said okay. Pio offered to do it. Kijima called them pathetic, and the guys rushed towards him, clutching weapons. After a while, Yojin walked through the house and said, "Nice place." She swears every insector has a nice house except her. So unfair. "What is all this?" She looked at the trophy rack and said, "It's a treasure trove." Yojin walked up to the trophy shelf and asked, "Untouched in battle? Undefeated Sun Xiong? Sounds pathetic." At that moment, Xiong's voice rang out behind her. "It's hard to avoid blood tests in big arenas, so he's happy with that. She should take a shower too. She stinks. Ladybug, insector, red." Song Xiang looked away. Yojin said, "Dude, it was so easy for him. Does he know how small her apartment is? He must enjoy making money by beating up people." Chiang replied, "Most of his money was made by beating up insectors. Does she know how hard it is for him to hold back his punches when he fights people?" Yojin replied, "Actually, yes." Chiang asked again, "What? Did she fight people too?" She replied, "Probably." After a while, they took the first aid kit and headed to the room where the MC was lying. Chiang said, "He'll be fine." Yojin replied, "Yes, he'll be fine. He recovers really quickly." Chiang frowned and said, "No, he was asking if he was going to clean up all this mess. God." He started waving his arms and ordered her to look at all those ants. Yojin said he would wake him up. Chiang screamed. He was going to call pest control. Yojin ordered him to shut up. She asked him to show at least a little compassion. His grandmother might faint if she saw him like this again. Chiang asked again? Again? She could take him to her place. Yojin replied, she hadn't cleaned. He looks really shabby standing on the couch. Chiang sat down next to her and asked thoughtfully, "This guy? He's different from them, right?" Yojin asked again. "Probably." He held out his hand and said to look. He has red blood. Yojin spoke up. The message from Kijima was probably addressed to him. Chiang said, he needs to survive, number one. Yojin said, she was curious too, but she doesn't think it matters, because she saw the rage in his eyes when she mentioned Kijima. Gami-san wants Kijima dead, more than anyone else. At that moment, Jin and Pio were fighting Kijima and didn't understand. The blades couldn't reach him. Kijima attacked the boys and they quickly jumped back. They ran towards the monster, when suddenly insects appeared and Jin asked, "Ants?" Pio screamed, "Ant Castle." That name is starting to make sense. They are not here to deal with small fry. Jin threw his sword towards Kijima, when suddenly Pio ordered him to leave. He attacked the monster, but managed to leave only a scratch. Jin kicked off the ground and swung his sword to attack the monster. He slashed at Kojima and asked, "What is he, an insector or a countermeasure?" Kojima asked, "Doesn't he know what this blood means?" Jin frowned and said, "Really? What a repulsive color. It will paint his entire body this color." He swung his swords and began to strike the enemy. After a moment, Kojima spoke. "He is the king of insectors and the supreme being, Kojima." He covered everything around him in fire, and Pio screamed in fear. "Jin!" He called the enemy a name and cut off Kojima's hand. Jumping forward, Jin grabbed Kojima's hand, who said he was strong. He asked, "But what else can he do? This is the limit of human capabilities." Jin landed and ordered Pio to run. Kojima approached him and asked, "Does he know the case?" Pio thought, "What is the case?" He needed to stall for time and gather some evidence. He replied that it was classified information. What was he going to do with it? Kojima ordered him not to try to fool him. "The one that stores powers, the case. With it, insectors can become immortal." Pio asked in fear, "What?" Suddenly, a car crashed into Kojima's body, and the driver ordered the terrible insect to die. Kojima said that their struggle was futile. He directed fire towards the car, and everything around burst into bright flames. Pio screamed in fear. "Tay." He landed and said, "Chief, he'll buy himself some time." He turned around and ordered Jin to get in with him. Pio asked how long he thought he could hold out. Tay asked, puzzled, "What?" Pio screamed, "He's a monster." A bomb was heading towards Kojima, and he grabbed it with his hand and blew himself up. The man sitting in the helicopter asked, "Tay, Chief, are they all right?" Pio turned around and said, "Sam." Sam apologized and said he was too late. He ordered them to get in. He'll cover them. Tay ran up to Jin, who asked him to take it and held out the monster's hand. There was another explosion, after which Sam said, "That's enough," he hopes. They used everything they had. He suggested getting out of here. He will not die. Sometime later, MC and Yojin were sitting in the school classroom. He looked at his phone screen and saw a message from Cho Ara, who was asking. The teacher asked if he would go on a school trip. "Hello? Is he transferring? The school trip is tomorrow." She doesn't know why, but it was postponed. Yojin screamed loudly. She wanted to go on a school trip. Why did they decide to postpone it while they were gone? She couldn't even check because she lost her phone. She calmed down a little and said, "Okay, they will go on their own." Miss Sung stood up and asked, "On their own? How will they get there?" Yojin grabbed her head and with a smirk on her face said not to worry. She knows a great way. She asked to give her the phone. After a while, they went outside and Yojin asked him to let her guess. He was wondering how they were going to get to Pohang. The MC said not really. Yojin asked him not to worry. They could get there before everyone else. She asked loudly, "Can he hear the sound of that engine?" A car quickly drove up to them, and Cheong got out. He adjusted his glasses and said, "They are spoiled little brats. Let them climb in, kids." He offered to go for a ride. Yojin rushed to the car and said, "The front seat is hers." They got in the car and she screamed, "He's so cool and rich." Cheong asked to call him Mr. Song from now on. The MC sat in the back and was silent, not understanding what was going on. Yojin screamed, "They're going! Mr. Song!" Miss Sun looked at the screen of his phone, where a dialogue with his grandmother was open. He asked her, "Is Pohang far?" He was on a school trip. Grandma asked if he wanted her to call Mr. Kim and ask him to clear the roads. MC replied, "No, he could handle it." Yojin screamed happily, "School trip, hooray!" They drove forward, and a dragonfly was moving behind them. Dragonflies were flying over the field, when suddenly a soldier grabbed one of them and screamed, "He caught it!" He looked at the guys and asked, "Did they see how fast he moved?" The guys screamed. It was incredible. "Corporal Kim, will he ever get tired of catching these dragonflies?" Kim asked. "Are they kidding? This is the best season for catching them, and when the season comes they are very tasty. It's a fact, and no one will dare to object." He leaned towards Sehui and asked, "Isn't that so?" He answered, "Yes." Kim smirked and said he didn't hear him. Sehui screamed, "Yes, Corporal Kim." The corporal squeezed his face and said, "It's too loud." "That's right. Let him tell him more." Sehui said fearfully, "They're also rich in nutrients." Kim replied, "That's right. They're a great source of protein." Now that they've got that out of the way, let him open his mouth. Sehui looked at him puzzled, and Kim stuffed a dragonfly into his mouth. He fell to his knees and wanted to vomit. After which, Kim said that it would come back into his mouth even if he spit it out. The guy laughed and said, "He's taking his jokes too far, Corporal Kim. How many dragonflies today?" "That's the 5th already." Kim chuckled and said, "He really ate a lot. They know, in his time, if he didn't eat them, he was at rock bottom. They guys should be grateful to have him." The guys replied, "That's right. Does he want to smoke?" Sehui was on all fours, crying. After a while, Sehui was standing at the goal, wondering what was wrong with his body. He couldn't breathe. The guys were running towards him, creating a lot of tension. The guy yelled, "He's going to kick now. Let him block it. Let's go." The guy kicked the ball and Sehui missed it. Kim ran up to him and punched him in the face, saying he was an idiot. They were betting money on this game. He better pay himself. The guy threw his arm over his friend's shoulder and asked, "What's wrong with those two? What was his reason for bullying him?" The guy replied, "Well, he said he just didn't like him." Kim yelled in irritation, "They'll have a few words with him tonight during their shifts." Sehui was considered a poor guy. After a while, a military man yelled, "Before they start, is anyone unwell?" There was a shout, "No, sir." Sehui stood in formation and shook when suddenly he dropped the butt of his rifle on the ground. The soldier looked at him puzzled and said, there he is, the one who is shaking. Is he okay? Kim ordered him to wake up. Sehui replied, sir, yes sir. It's nothing sir. The soldier asked, what happened to his face? Sehui screamed, he had an accident while playing football sir. The soldier ordered him to be careful and remember, he is a soldier. Excellent. It's chilly now, so they need to remember to put on their coats. If any problems arise during their shift, let them report to him. Sehui screamed, yes sir. The soldier said, that's all. At ease. After a while, a guy stood on the observation deck and said, warrior. Kim replied, a cigarette. They went up to the observation deck and Kim lit a cigarette. He called out to Sehui and asked if he was okay. He apologized for today. No need to be so upset, okay? He won't feed him dragonflies tomorrow. Is he listening to him? Sehui was silent and imagined the dragonfly and Kim asked him irritably, was he ignoring him? He apologized. He tsked and said, dude, he's making him angry again. Sehui continued to remain silent and imagine the dragonfly. Kim swung his hand and screamed. He was going to cut him some slack, but in the end, he deserved it. He hit the wall and the dragonfly grew bigger and bigger. Kim turned around and said, idiot, did he just dodge? He sees. This is why idiots like him don't deserve to be treated well. He's a corpse. Sehui spoke. Lance Corporal. He started screaming loudly, and Kim looked at him puzzled. Seiwi's glasses burst, and Kim said, he. Seiwi turned into a dragonfly and said, Ase. Ase is a term used to refer to new recruits in the Navy and Marine Corps. Kim's eyes widened in fear and said, nightmare. A bright glow illuminated everything, and the next morning, the bus was showing news about a massive fire at the insect harvesters in Sector B. Someone asked, who wants a snack? A cry rang out. He wants one, the news anchor said. The next report also brought sad news. A shooting incident was reported at the Pohang Marine Corps base. Details of the casualties have not yet been released. However, it appears that one of the soldiers deserted with 2 firearms and live ammunition. Pohang residents are advised to limit their time outdoors. The man apologized and asked, sir, how much longer do they have? The man replied, they'll be there in about 10 minutes. The teacher asked him to hurry. The guy handed the girl a lollipop and asked, does she want it? The girl replied, no. She told him not to talk to her. At that moment, Ara was looking out the window and thinking, dragonfly. The guy with the lollipop sighed and replied, I see. He thought, it's awful since that day everyone has been looking at him strangely. He handed the lollipop to Ara and asked, is she alone too? Does she want it? If she eats this, then she will hang out with him on this trip. Okay. Ara swung her fist and tried to hit him, and he jumped back and dropped his lollipop. Ara irritably told him to watch himself, otherwise she will knock out the rest of his teeth. The guy hit his back against the seat and screamed. He should not have gone on this excursion. Ara looked at the lollipop and said, you shouldn't leave things on the ground. She reached for it, when suddenly a dark shadow appeared right behind her. Seiwi flew next to the bus and started shooting. Ahara's eyes widened in fear, and blood spilled around her. She asked, what the? Screams were heard everywhere. He's in pain. Let them help. Ara looked towards the overhead hatch of the bus, where Seihui was standing outside, holding machine guns in his hands. At that moment, Chiyoung, Yojin, and the MC were riding in the car. Chiyoung looked in the rearview mirror and asked, when did this start for them, guys? Yojin's eyes widened in surprise and asked, what? When did this start? Chiyoung replied, he means when they first awakened? Yojin replied, this question came out of nowhere. Why is he asking? She thought about it. He seems dumb, but he has a cunning side. Chiyoung answered, for no particular reason. He decided that they should get to know each other better. First, he would tell his story. During his school years, when his teenage rebellion reached its peak, he took up boxing and quickly gained recognition as a rising star. He thought he was unstoppable. One day, he got into a fight with a guy who was famous in Incheon. He beat the crap out of him, and the very next day, his gang came for him. They gave him a real nightmare. Chiyoung stood in front of the men, all beaten up, and thought, this is shameful. He can't believe that he's losing to these thugs just because they outnumber him. He won't tolerate this. He will kill them all. He will kill every single one of them, and the moment his anger consumed him, he evolved. At first, he was shocked to learn that he was an insector, and later he couldn't help but wonder why he turned into a harmless ladybug. So, as soon as he joined the Six-Shot Club, he asked Hannah, the one who created the larva pills. Hannah asked if he knew. People on average swallow 100 different insects in their lifetime. Whether he was bitten, stung, or eaten, traces of the special insect's genes remain in their body and become a part of them. An infected person is like a dormant larva. Their appearance and blood remain unchanged, so they continue to live in society unaware of their condition. But once their trigger is pulled, the insect gene in their body takes over, and they turn into an insector. Currently, Chiyoung was speaking, and that's when it dawned on him that he must have swallowed a ladybug. I wonder where Hannah went after Six-Shot fell. She was hot. Yojin frowned and said, he really talks a lot. Chiyoung turned to her and said, okay, now it's her turn. Yojin said, she remembers that she swallowed one too. It was 2 years ago. She was returning home with her father after helping him with the farm. She was happily leaning out of the window and screaming, and her father asked her to close the window. Okay. He doesn't want insects to get inside. Yojin replied that she didn't want to. At that moment, an insect flew into her mouth and she started choking. Her father asked what was wrong. Yojin replied, an insect flew in. Her father asked where. She replied, in her mouth. Her father ordered her to spit it out. Yojin said that she swallowed it. In the present, she looked out the window and said they would fast forward a few months to when Kijima killed both of her parents. She evolved, and because of that, he spared her. He said that he doesn't kill his own kind or anything like that. Chiyoung replied, I see. He's sorry to hear that. He looked in the mirror and said, A black ant. His turn. When did this happen to him? MC looked out the window and answered, when he was a child. He doesn't remember the details. Yojin frowned and said, yeah. He probably can't remember if it happened a long time ago. Xiong told him to try to think. Maybe he can. Yojin slapped him and ordered him to shut up and go. After a while, they pulled into Pohang and Xiong happily said, great kids, they're almost there. Suddenly, Yojin looked ahead, puzzled, and said, what? All the cars are turning around. There are also a lot of soldiers there. Xiong opened the window a little and greeted the military man. The guy replied, good afternoon, sir. They need him to turn his car around. Xiong asked, puzzled, did something happen? His students need to catch a field trip with their classmates. MC caught the vibrations, and the military man said, hey, never mind. They are dealing with a deserter up ahead, so it's dangerous. He asked them to please turn around. He looked into the distance and shouted, it's started. They have to leave immediately. Xiong turned around and asked, shooting? Yojin asked, what's going on? He hoped their classmates were okay. MC ordered him to go, and Xiong asked, where to Seoul? Misung replied, no, there's an insecticide. He ordered them to accelerate, and Xiong looked at the soldier and said, okay, thank them for their service. They'll turn around. The soldier thanked him, and Xiong quickly pressed the gas pedal in the car. He offered to see how it goes. The soldiers rushed after him and shouted, sir, he can't go there. At that moment, the soldiers fired at Sehui and shouted, horror! A moment later, the soldier began to request immediate reinforcements. He repeats, he requests immediate reinforcements. Alpha Company has been destroyed. The target is currently collecting soldier ammunition and grenades. He is capable of using firearms. Sehui stood up and said, Ase. He threw a grenade towards the soldier who was asking for reinforcements. Now, he loudly asked for help, when suddenly a grenade approached him and exploded. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and realized that he was alive. People were standing in front of him, and he asked, who were they? Nan asked him not to worry. She sat down next to the guy and asked him to leave the insect sector to them, the insect harvesters. And at that moment, Sehui began to repeat, Ase, Ase. Nan sighed and ordered him not to be impudent. Does he think he can handle them? This won't work. Sehui pointed his machine gun at the Reapers and started shooting, then pushed off the ground and rushed towards them. The Reapers deflected the bullets with their cloaks, spinning them. They threw wires towards the enemy and Sehui's body was covered with electricity. Nan asked, did he become an insect to use a gun? She swung her fist and said that it wouldn't work. She used the maximum power of the lightning exterminator and struck Sehui. After a while, he was sitting on the ground, completely beaten. His eyes widened and he screamed loudly, but Nan struck him again. He dodged, which surprised Nan. Sehui said, Ase. Nan clenched her fist and ordered the insect to die. He remembered Kim beating him and screamed, don't. He asked, please stop. Sehui asked to stop this, please. He's asking them. Corporal Kim. Nan looked around and said, it seems he is still in his right mind. Let them detain him. The guys replied, yes, ma'am. Sehui stood up and said, Hyojin, what did he do to deserve this? He's an idiot. Huge dragonfly monsters appeared on Sehui's hands and roared. The guys rushed towards Nan and warned her to be careful. The creatures headed towards Nan and she widened her eyes in surprise. They damaged her assistants, quickly dispatching them. Sehui said, Ase, terrible Ase. Ase, this is a Seabold's Bazalnik, a dragonfly, an insector. Nan yelled in irritation. What did he do? Sehui flew higher and ordered Ase to attack. The dragonflies headed towards Nan, who told him to go to hell. She aimed her palm with an energy charge towards the enemy and said that she would kill him. He won't get away. She made a gun out of her hands and sent a huge energy stream towards Ase, who was trying to fly away. He staggered slightly, but continued on his way. Nan screamed, idiot. She rushed to run after him and shouted, he's a dead man. At that moment, emergency services and people who were asked not to approach were standing near the school bus. Yojin approached the bus and looked inside, asking, where did everyone go? At that moment, Chiong adjusted his glasses and asked, what? The man replied, he said that when they arrived, there was no one on the bus. He swears he saw him before. Yojin looked in his direction, and Chiong made a cross with his hands. The man asked, they weren't sent to the hospital, right? That's weird. At that moment, the MC was running through the forest, and Yojin was asking him on the phone, Gami-sung, did he find him? He replied, no, he's running as fast as he can. How's their class? Yojin replied, about that, they're not here. MC's eyes widened in surprise, and she said the only possible way to announce their disappearance is that he must have hidden them to eat later. They need to find him before it's too late. MC replied, he understood. Yojin said they'll catch up with him. His body became covered in ants and transformed. Some time ago, Ara called out to the others in horror, but no one answered. They all sat in their seats, their heads bowed unnaturally. Then she heard some noise, and when she saw the huge eyes of an insect entering the bus, she immediately hid behind a seat and thought, is it an insector? She waited for a while, then the footsteps moved away, and she cautiously peered out from her hiding place, thinking, has he returned to the street? It's too dangerous to go out now, so she should report it. But when she took out her phone, something dripped on the screen, and she looked up in bewilderment. The insector was right in front of her and was already drooling over her. Wishing himself a good appetite, he pounced on her with his mouth wide open, and she screamed loudly in fear. Soon she came to her senses. The first thing she saw was the face of a dead man. She immediately recoiled in fright and screamed, then looked around. She was in some kind of warehouse filled with the bodies of soldiers and civilians. She trembled with fear. She had no idea where she was now. Looking around again, she noticed a large hole in the wall, and then there was a buzzing sound and an insector appeared. Before he arrived, she lay down between the bodies and pretended to be dead. and the insector greeted the chief and said that Seiwei had arrived with a report. He approached the bodies of the soldiers and said he was so hungry, after which he wished himself a bon appetit and began to eat. Listening to his chomping and the characteristic sounds of butchering meat, the girl closed her eyes, trying not to make a sound out of fear. Meanwhile, the insector continued to eat, and his body was changing. When he finished his meal, his body took on a different appearance, and he thanked the boss for the treat, then headed for the exit. Listening to his footsteps, Ahura covered her mouth with her hands and thought that she needed to get out of here before it ate her. But as luck would have it, her phone vibrated. Someone was calling her. Of course, the insector heard it. She hastily took out her phone and thought, why now? Seeing that Mi-sung was calling, she lowered the volume on her phone and answered. He asked if she was okay. Hearing her silence, he told her to wait for him and promised to come and save her. Her eyes lit up with hope, but the call gave her away. The insector had already found her. Feeling a presence behind her, she slowly turned around, after which he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her off the floor. Beginning to choke, she tearfully begged him to let her go, then began screaming and repeated her request again. This brought back memories of Corporal Kim feeding him dragonflies and him asking him to let him go. He'd asked disgruntledly, "Is that an order?" Now the insector asked Ahura the same thing and squeezed her neck tighter. She gasped for air, her mouth wide open and mentally asking Mi-sung to help her, as he'd said he'd come save her. Asay was about to devour her, but a black ant finally appeared. It hit the dragonfly on the head and grabbed its hand with its other hand. This caused the dragonfly's hand to break off, sending it flying back a few meters. Ahura was now calm, turning to look at her savior, and when she saw the black ant, she was very surprised and thought it was the same man in black. The insector quickly recovered from his blow, began to regrow his lost hand, and announced that the intruder had been located. Meanwhile, MC pulled out a small ball with an ant in it, threw it towards the girl, and Blobby emerged from it. The dragonfly, meanwhile, grew a gun from its hand and opened fire. Immediately after, Mi-sung rushed into battle and ordered Blobby to protect her, and her opponent fired at him, and several bullets hit Blobby, but he protected the girl, who meanwhile screamed in fear. MC jumped to the side, avoiding the bullets, but they changed direction and flew after him. He turned to deflect a few, then continued approaching the dragonfly. As soon as he was close enough, he punched, but his opponent deftly dodged and struck back. After that, they began to fight with fists, Mi-sung hitting him, but immediately received a counterattack. At one point, he grabbed his opponent by the head, not allowing him to move, and struck him in the side, causing him to stagger. But immediately after, Asay pointed his gun at him, and he realized he couldn't dodge. Several bullets pierced his body, causing blood to spurt from his mouth, after which the dragonfly rose into the air. MC looked up at his opponent, and he swung his hand down, unleashing a concentrated barrage. The dragonflies began to fly around him, drawing a circle, and then this circle suddenly narrowed, and they flew apart in different directions, cutting the black ant in two. Blobby, meanwhile, took the form of a ball, leaving no small cracks, which is why Ara couldn't see what was happening outside. The black ant's body fell to the floor and began to crumble into numerous smaller ants. Asay pointed his gun at it, already preparing to finish it off, but it abruptly rose and, finding itself behind him, swung its clawed hand and struck him with all its might. His blow sent Asay flying sideways at high speed, sending his body crashing through the warehouse wall and out. He quickly got up, and when Mi-sung jumped out of the warehouse after him, he opened fire on him. To defend himself, he held his hands in front of his head, and the bullets ricocheted. Immediately after, he summoned black ants, and when a swarm appeared around the dragonfly, he ordered them to gather together, creating a huge black wall of insects. They all simultaneously fell upon the enemy, overwhelming him with their numbers. When everything died down, MC came closer to check, but at the impact site, he saw only a severed limb and wing of the dragonfly. Hearing a roar behind him, he turned sharply and saw an insector flying out of the warehouse with a girl under his arm. She asked him to let her go, and he immediately gave chase. While he was following him, he called Blobby and said discontentedly that he only had one task. Let him climb on him, they would give chase. Blobby joined him, after which Mi-sung grew wings and they rushed after the dragonfly. Seeing that the black ant was chasing them, she was happy, because he was trying to save her. Then, Asay upsetly asked, why does he want to help her? Why does no one want to save him? He shouted this question loudly and burst into tears, saying that he hated them all. Seeing what he was doing, MC became nervous, and then the girl sharply fell. Asay let her go and wished death on them all, then turned his hand into a gun and aimed at her. Mi-sung meanwhile caught her, but the insector fired. He rushed down, trying to escape the huge bullet, and then none appeared. Noticing her approach, he turned around, and then she hit him with a thunderclap. Despite such a powerful shock of electricity, he could still fly, and then she said that they better let this girl go. She threateningly covered her body in sparks and said that she did not want her to stand in her way while she was killing him. Just before she used the thunderclap, she saw this black insector rushing to catch the girl. Was he trying to save her? This cannot be. There is no way that an insect would do such a thing. And she, convincing herself of this, decided to attack him. From her blow, the dragonfly immediately fell to the ground, and she clenched her fist in rage and asked, is he using her as a hostage? MC remained silent, and she, losing patience, attacked him with her fists, telling him not to be insolent. She hit him on the head with all her strength, throwing him aside, causing him to let go of the girl. She quickly caught her and climbed down, took off her cloak and covered her with then enveloped her entire body in energy and rushed towards the ant. Ara finally came to her senses. When she saw bright flashes in the sky and her savior being attacked, she was very surprised. Nan, meanwhile, did not slow down. She delivered quick blows to Misung, but he did not respond. Because of this, she wondered what he was planning. He was only defending himself and not resisting at all. She hit him harder, causing a crash, and they both fell to the ground. While he was trying to recover from her blow, she approached him and asked what he was planning. Was he really trying to protect this girl? He confirmed it and asked if she would believe him. She said there were 387 people in total. That's how many of her allies were killed by insectors just yesterday. And he's telling her he's protecting a human? Does he really think she'll believe that nonsense? She clenched her fist and lunged at him. But before she could do anything, Era called out to her excitedly and asked her to stop. Her fist froze just a few centimeters from his face and she turned around questioningly, and he asked her not to harm this man. Her words surprised Misun, and the fact that she called him a man confused Nan. Ahura asked, "She's one of the insect reapers, right? People who defeat insectors and save people, and he's the same. He defeated an insector and saved her. This isn't the first time he's done this." She walked toward him, and when she passed Nan, she worriedly told her it was dangerous, but she didn't listen and stood in front of the black ant, asking her not to harm him. Nan grabbed the girl by the shoulders and asked her to listen carefully. "It's an insect. Can she hear her? These are insects that harm and kill people. She may think he saved her, but he could be plotting to do something terrible to her. Her family, friends, everyone she knows could be in danger. And she's okay with that?" Otter remembered what the insects did to her friends in that warehouse and couldn't find the words to object. Nan asked, did she know who caused her allies to die? He was a parasite, just like that idiot. And not just any insector. One that was created to protect people. It was a countermeasure insector. They called it Kijima. Hearing this, MC was very surprised. Why did Kijima attack the insect reapers? Because they stood in the way of his goal. But he has no reason to go himself. If there was some reason, it was most likely because he learned of his existence. Then, he attacked the insect reapers because of him? He began to guess something. Meanwhile, Nan finished her explanation to the girl and told her to get out of the way. She tried to stop her, asking her to listen, but she did not listen and went to the black ant. Then Misun grabbed Ahura by the shoulder. He pulled her towards him and told her to finish. Hearing a familiar voice, she looked at him in surprise, and he, starting to throw off the insect mask, reminded her that he told her that he would save her. He looked at the surprised Nan and told her to leave it to him. Kijima is looking for Case. He knows something about him. Meanwhile, his aunt lurked on Case's body, and he realized it was there. After that, they went to the Reaper headquarters. Ara rode in the same car with Nan, looking thoughtfully out the window. She called the Gyeongbuk Medical Department and reported that a Marine Corps insector had been captured, and 2 agents had been killed in action. She also captured a black ant that had information about Case. They were currently on their way to the medical center. They would begin an open interrogation as soon as they arrived, so she asked them to take action. They soon arrived at the headquarters, passing the checkpoint without any problems. But they were unaware that they had been under surveillance the entire time. A car pulled up to the headquarters, and Chiyoung said that he never thought he would end up here. Yojin, meanwhile, was worried. She didn't understand what Misun was planning. Some time ago, when they were going to help him, she noticed something ahead and braked sharply and stopped her partner. He wondered what it was, and when he looked closer, he saw the insect reapers taking Misung somewhere. Realizing he had been captured, he was very surprised, and they both used their powers, deciding to attack them. He told Yojin that he would take care of the purple girl, and she should take care of the rest. She ran after him and angrily told him not to dare boss her around, but suddenly something hit his face, and he, thinking it was her, turned to her and asked her to calm down. She indignantly exclaimed that it wasn't her, but then they heard a sound from below and leaned over. In front of them was a small creature, which surprised them. It was a small black ant. Yojin immediately realized it was Blobby, and he used the ants to write his message to them. He asked them not to do anything, and Yojin looked at her partner and asked, "Is this a message for me, son?" After that, Blobby asked them to follow him, and she asked, "Is he serious?" They were just about to go save him. How annoying he was. After that, they all headed to the car together. At the moment, Nan took Misung and the victim to the medical center, and there they were met by medical workers. The woman praised her for her good work and asked if she was injured, to which she replied that she was fine. Let them take care of her first. She survived the incident. The woman approached Ara, then led her to the treatment room. She nervously turned to Misung. Meanwhile, Nan called out to him and said that they were heading straight to the interrogation room. He would follow her. Meanwhile, as Ara was being led to the procedure room, she heard someone screaming. Jin exclaimed, was he kidding him? They wanted to install this on his body? He didn't want it. Pio Pio asked him to calm down. He understood how he felt. This was only what the researchers and doctors recommended. Ahara mentally noted that she knew this man, and the woman, noticing her distraction, told her that because of yesterday's incident, it was quite hectic here, and she should follow her. They walked away, and the conversation continued. Jin asked, first, they wanted to inject him with insects. Now they were offering him to transplant insect parts? He knew him, right? He remembered his student who told him that he was going to do it. At first he didn't understand what he was talking about, and then he said with a smile that this was the only way to protect everyone. He would inject himself with the insect gene. He asked him for forgiveness for this, and he, returning from the memories, told Pio that he was angry at his student for taking the insect genes. He even cut ties with him, not knowing what he was doing for his sake. He can't rely on insects after everything he's done, and besides, his beliefs still haven't changed. He asked, so he's gonna fight like this? He confirmed it, and Pio said with a smirk that he can't say he's surprised. Even without a leg and an arm, he's probably the greatest insect reaper in the world. Jin agreed with a smile, and added that he would still be more useful in a fight than him, even in his current state. Pio told him that he was happy for him, after which someone called him, and when he heard the news, he was very surprised. After that, he quickly removed the bandage from his head and left, lying to Jin that he was going for a smoke break. He left the medical office and stopped, staring at Mi-sung in surprise. He called out to Non, and she asked how Jin was doing. He told her that he was doing fine, after which he asked if this was the same student. She confirmed it and said that according to him, he knew about Kijima's target. Apparently he is #1 from the Ant Castle project. He says that he is a black ant. Hearing this, Pio was very surprised and remembered the photo. After that, they moved to the interrogation room, and other reapers watched them from behind the tinted glass. Pio looked thoughtfully at Mi-sung. He was sure that the woman in the photo was #1, but was it that child? He said that he wanted to ask him a few questions. As far as he understood, the insect king Kijima was a product of the Ant Castle project. Is he similar to him? He told him that it wasn't so. He wouldn't want to be treated the same way. He doesn't remember much from his childhood, but he knows who he is. Project #2 is the result of the union of the strongest insect and the Ant Castle project. He is the current head of the insect top. Pio asked him to tell him about Case, whom he was chasing, and thought that even the current leader didn't know anything. Can they trust this boy's information? MC told him that he is the one who covers everything and creates everything, but he is also his brother. Hearing this, they were very surprised, and the people in the observation room started talking. Pio asked if he could direct them to where he was. He told him that he had already called the person who was taking care of him. They were already on their way here. Hearing this, the man was very surprised. Meanwhile, someone important arrived. The workers became very agitated when they saw them, and a man, Kim, asked where Mi-sung was. Afterwards, someone entered the surveillance room and relayed news of someone important's arrival, causing the interrogation to be immediately stopped. Pio asked in confusion what was going on, and the MC remained calm. Everyone in the surveillance room stood up, preparing to greet the director. Afterwards, Mr. Kim entered the room, opened the door, and bowed slightly, asking the director to come inside. The founder of the insect harvesters, Jin Ok-gyeom, thanked Mr. Kim before going inside and noticing that there were so many people there. What was the occasion for all of them? She didn't think there was anything to see here. They bowed, greeting her, after which she waved and happily greeted them back, saying that she hoped they all treated her boy to dinner. She smiled sweetly, while the workers looked at her carefully, having never seen her in person. Mr. Kang approached her and bowed, saying that it had been a long time since they last spoke. How was she doing? She told him that she was doing well because she left all the work to Mr. Kim. She hoped that he was doing well too. After that, he went to the window and said that he heard she was here to see that boy. She confirmed it and said with a big smile on her face that she was here to see her grandson. Hearing this, they were all very surprised, after which they started asking her, is it all true? Hearing loud shouts, Nan became curious about what was going on, and Pio began to guess what happened and excitedly turned to Mi-sung, asking who he called. He easily destroyed the shackles, scaring the reapers, after which he got up from the chair and apologized to them, and Nan exclaimed, why the heck are those coming off? She used her power to threaten him, and he told her that he will not do anything. He is just afraid that his grandmother will be upset if she sees him like this. The door to the interrogation room opened, and Ogum entered. Seeing her grandson, she broke into a smile, and he immediately turned to her. She approached him and asked him solicitously, he hasn't eaten yet, right? She brought him some beef stew. Pio, meanwhile, was very surprised and wondered if he was really the director's grandson. Does this mean she knows about the Ant Castle project? How much does she know? He told her that he was glad to see her, and she remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. They probably have a lot of questions. She will explain everything to them, but first they need to eat. After that, they moved to the dining room and she asked them to enjoy the food, because she cooked everything herself. She also decided to treat Mr. Kim and tried to seat him at the table. MC began to greedily eat his grandmother's food, and the reapers began to eat. Ogum, meanwhile, was feeding Mr. Kim herself since he was resisting. When the food was finished, she started a conversation. This is a story that happened even before the Insect Reaper team was founded. 18 years ago, it was a hot summer and the cicadas sang endlessly. She was already the president of the company at the time. While she was talking with her son, Song-tae, Mr. Kim came into her office to present the sales report for the first half of 2005, but she stopped him because she wanted to talk to her child. She asked how he was doing, and he told her that he felt great, all thanks to the food she sent him. She asked if he had tried the beef stew. He confirmed it and added that everyone at the police station had praised her food. They said it was even better than the spare ribs they had eaten at the restaurant. She laughed and said that she could still make beef stew and would send them more soon. At that moment, he decided to share with her the good news that he was getting a promotion. She was so happy that she told Mr. Kim about it, and he congratulated her on it, after which she told her son that it was all good, but he should remember that he always had to be careful. He laughed and told her not to worry. She knew how cool he was. Their conversation was interrupted by his colleague, who called him over and told him that they had a murder case, so he should start his engines right away. Hearing this, Sung-tae became worried and apologized to his mother, saying that he would call her back later, and she asked him to be careful. As soon as the call ended, she sighed heavily and said that there he was, gone. Her assistant remarked that she must be very proud of her son, and she responded by slamming her fists on the table and saying that she didn't care. She was just terribly worried that something would happen to him. She told him to just take over the company, but he wanted to become a police officer, like his father. How could she stop him? Mr. Kim said he must really respect his father. Her success at Okium Foods was remarkable, but he thought she had done an even better job raising her son. She wiped her eyes, asking him to stop. He would bring her to tears. To distract herself, she asked him to continue his report, and he informed her that sales in the second quarter of this year were 23% higher than last year. He told her about the results of increasing employee benefits to improve their performance, as well as what percentage of their sales came from foreign countries and where they were especially well received. At that moment, she had no idea that something terrible would happen. When her son and his colleagues came to the call, they encountered the insecticide, and in the end, only he remained alive. Not understanding what kind of creature this was, he decided to empty his clip into it, but the bullets didn't take this monster down. Realizing he couldn't do anything, he fell into terror. The insector was determined to do only one thing: kill. He completely transformed into an insect and rushed toward him, screaming that he would kill him, and he, in fear, continued shooting at him, hoping that this would somehow stop this monster. In the end, Sung-tae died at the hands of the insector. His mother was hysterical at the funeral. She didn't know what she would do without him, and Mr. Kim stood nearby and quietly cried. When they performed an autopsy, they found out that a human couldn't have inflicted those wounds. He must have been attacked by a wild animal. That's the only possible explanation, according to the medical examiner. Of course, she didn't believe it, because it was simply ridiculous. And when she recovered a little from his death, she told her assistant that they were going to find the idiot who killed her son, no matter the cost. A few days later, 2 suspicious guests showed up at her company. Mr. Kim excitedly peeked into her office and told her she had guests, and she exclaimed with displeasure that she had asked him not to let anyone in. He responded by telling her that they said they had information about her son's death. This immediately piqued her interest, and she let them in. A suspicious-looking man told her something shocking. Her son had been killed by an insect. She, of course, didn't believe it, and he tried to convince her it was true. He showed her several photographs and said they called them insects. She looked at him with obvious disbelief and said that at first the medical examiner told her it was an animal, and now he was telling her it was an insect. Are they all making a fool of her? Who is he? The man apologized for not introducing himself right away and said his name was Dr. Ga Si-hyul, and he headed a project to create countermeasures for insects. He had come today to enlist her support for their project. This slightly stunned her, and he said that they would find the insector responsible for her son's death and kill him. In exchange, they wanted her to finance the Ant Castle project. She said that, of course, she was ready to do anything to kill the idiot who took her son's life. But did he really think she would believe all this? She never invested money unless she was sure of it. Then he declared that he could provide her with all the evidence and asked her to come in, the same second guest who had come with him. The doorknob lowered, and then the door opened slightly, and Augyeom's eyes widened in surprise. A red ant entered her office, an insect just like the ones in the photos she had just been shown. Of course, the woman, who had never seen such an insect, was terrified and called it a monster, after which she asked her assistant to quickly call the police. Si-hyul asked them to calm down. What they saw before them was a ray of hope for humanity. The ant armor began to split into pieces and fall off the woman's body, and the doctor said that she was his daughter and the prototype of the Ant Castle project. Sample 0, Gamijin. Okgyeom was in complete shock. She didn't understand how she had transformed from such a monster into a girl, and Dr. Ga asked if he had managed to interest her. Let her visit them in their lab for detailed information. They would both be waiting for them. Time passed, and this did not leave the old woman indifferent, so she went to the lab with her assistant. They stopped on a road in the middle of the sand. The assistant helped her out of the car, after which they peered into the distance, and she asked if he was sure this was the very place, and he was sure. This was the very place Dr. Ga had provided. In front of them was, at first glance, an abandoned building. Soon, Si-hyul came out of there and said that they had been waiting for them for a long time, after which he invited them to go inside. Okgyeom and her assistant walked into the lab without a second thought. As they walked, they noticed a large collection of dried insects hanging on the corridor wall. Mr. Kim said that, according to his research, it seemed that Dr. Ga was renowned worldwide in the field of entomology. He specializes in the study of ants and is credited with the discovery of dozens of their species. Okgyeom asked why he was alone and where his daughter was. He told her that Mi-jin was currently ready for a combat demonstration. Okgyeom didn't understand what he was talking about, so he explained that she would be fighting an insectoid. He approached a large window and asked them to come closer. This window overlooked the testing room, where Mijin was currently waiting for them. Her father asked if she was ready. She simply nodded in response, after which he pressed a button and the cage opened, and a man emerged from another room. Seeing this, Okum was horrified. The man was very thin, battered, and missing one arm. She exclaimed indignantly, "Didn't he say that insects are insects?" Dr. Ga said she would see for herself, then ordered his daughter to begin. Red ants emerged from the hole in her neck, their numbers quickly growing, covering her entire body, thus transforming into a suit. Seeing this, the man became extremely angry with them and ordered them to stop mocking him. While Mijin completed her transformation, the man responded by transforming into the earwig insector, Apio. Okayum, meanwhile, was shocked, and Dr. Ga said that this was the insector's true form. She asked, "So these were the monsters that killed her boy?" Mijin, meanwhile, jumped up, pounced on the insector, and struck, which he blocked. Meanwhile, they continued to watch, without taking their eyes off this. Dodging the blow, she jumped high into the air and flipped in the air, then appeared behind him and kicked him in the head, causing him to fly several meters away. After that, she landed and let out a dissatisfied sigh, clutching her stomach. Apio meanwhile waved his hand, throwing energy waves at her, and she said that there was just a little more left. After that, she dodged the blow and rushed forward. As soon as she approached the insector, he let out a frightened cry, and then she hit him in the head with all her might, pinning him against the wall, and began to beat him. Watching all this, Okiyum asked the doctor, when he said countermeasure, did he mean creating an identical monster? He answered her that Mijin is not like them. Their goal is to create a specimen that will never harm humans and defines insectors as their only enemies, hunting and eating them. To be more precise, millions of ants living in Mijin's body are eating insect sectors. This was made possible by the insector anti-ant model Red, which he created himself. Okegim quietly whispered that she couldn't believe it, while Mijin dealt with the insector and, returning to her normal form, ordered the ants to devour his body. Her father praised her for her good work, and as soon as she took a few more steps, a sharp pain pierced her and she fell to her knees, clutching her stomach. Ogam became worried and asked, "What's wrong with her? Is she injured?" Dr. Ga, with a gloomy expression, answered that his daughter was carrying a child. Hearing this, the old woman turned a shocked look at him, then grabbed his clothes and pulled him towards her, shouting in rage. What did he just say? What did he do? How could he experiment on his own pregnant daughter? She wouldn't stoop to using a pregnant woman, no matter the reason. Even if it was to catch the idiot who took her son's life. How could he do this to her? He's her father. At that moment, Mijin entered the observation room and said that he did it because he was her father, and she shouldn't blame him for it. Her husband also died because of an insector. When they started the experiment, they didn't know about her pregnancy. She was blinded by revenge, so she hastily agreed to participate. But she doesn't regret it. Revenge doesn't matter anymore. It's for her child's sake now. The thought of her child growing up in a world swarming with insectors is unbearable for her, so she begs her to help them continue this project. It's all for the future of humanity. These words convinced Ogium, because how could she refuse a mother who wants to protect her child? She told Sichiol that she agreed, but she had one condition. The child must not be harmed, no matter what. Did he understand her? He agreed to this and thanked her for her choice, after which they shook hands in a sign of cooperation. Time passed. Ogium became close friends with Mijin, and her assistant was looking for new test subjects when he came across a ring fighter. Sichiol continued to improve the ants, and his daughter's belly grew so much that it was time to give birth. Soon, a baby's cry was heard in the hospital room. Ogium took the baby in her arms, and with tears in her eyes, said that he was so small. She looked up at Mijin and asked what she said his name was. She answered that his name was Ga Miso. The old woman looked at the child and said that it was a beautiful name. She even gave him her last name. Then, she looked up at Sichiol and asked what about him. She told her that his name was Mikan. He was Misung's younger brother. Sichiol, holding the second child in his arm, turned to her and showed her the baby. Years passed. The children had already grown up and began to walk around the laboratory grounds. While they were playing with a ball, they accidentally hit Okum in the face, and realizing that they had done something bad, they became worried. Taking the ball, Okum threw them an angry look, then ran after them to teach them a lesson, and they began to run away and ask their grandmother for forgiveness. After that, they moved inside the laboratory, and after a long game with the boys, Okegim decided to take a rest and lie down. When they settled down next to her, she asked how old they both were. 5? They confirmed it, and she sighed heavily, saying that at her age, it was already difficult to look after children. Mikan looked up at her and asked when his mother would be back. She told him that she would be here tomorrow, not to worry. She will definitely return to them. Some time ago, she received long-awaited news. Her son's killer was found. The man showed her several photos and said that they were pursuing him right now, and an agent took these photos while tailing him. On Jeju Island, 64 people have been confirmed dead. The wounds match those of her son. Moreover, all DNA traces also match. It is definitely him, the insector responsible for her son's death. Upon hearing this news, Mijin asked where he was now. The man answered her that he was still on the island. Their agent was tracking him. She asked him to immediately arrange her trip, but Okum was not going to let her go so easily. She grabbed her by the shoulders and worriedly said that this was no ordinary insector. What about her children? She answered with a smile that the time had come for her to finally fulfill her promise. Her support played a vital role in the development of this technology, and now it was ready. She will catch this idiot and return safe and sound, so she should not worry about her. After that, She approached her and whispered that she had to tell her something. They moved to the landing, a more secluded place for a private conversation. When she told her everything, she asked worriedly, "Is this true? Is he okay? When did this start?" Mijin told her that she was watching TV with her children, where a cartoon about a tiger man was playing. The tiger man took out a tiger blade and delivered a mighty roaring blow to his opponent, after which Mikan jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that he was the best. He turned to his mother and said that he also wanted to become a tiger man. She asked if this was his dream now. He happily confirmed it and asked her to buy him a tiger blade. She told him they would go shopping this weekend, but he started pestering her, saying he wanted it right away. Since she refused, he said he hated her, but she reacted calmly. She just patted him on the head and said it hurt her feelings. They would go tomorrow. Then Misung did something shocking to his mother. He released the ants and made a blade out of them, which he gave to his brother, which made him very happy. Mijin's face darkened, and Misung asked his brother not to upset their mother anymore. Mikan immediately ran to play with his new blade and made a tiger man move, and then heard his mother's worried voice behind him. He turned around and saw her hugging Misung with tears in her eyes and apologizing to him. Mijin told Okum that was when she first found out about it. Misung had known for 6 months that the ants were inside his body. Okum became worried and asked, "What about Mikan? He's okay, right?" She confirmed it and said that fortunately, they examined him and found nothing. So far, she has only told her father and her about it. Ogum wondered what Dr. Ga said, and she said that she knew what he was like. He just hugged Misung without saying anything. Okagum became very upset, and Mijin said that she just didn't want her to be scared in case something happened while she was gone. The old woman just smiled widely in response and asked what kind of grandmother would be afraid of her grandson. She loves him no matter what. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she told her not to worry about the children, to just focus on getting home safely. She was terribly worried about her. She was like a daughter to her. She sobbed, trying to hold back her tears, and Mijin looked at her in surprise and thanked her. Okagum had already fallen asleep. The boys glanced at her and, deciding not to wake her, went to mock Mr. Loser. They went into the observation room where a test was currently being conducted on the blue ant from the Ant Castle project. A test subject named Choi Sungwoon used his strength to hold back the ants, and Dr. Gai's assistant told him to begin the transformation. With a loud roar, the man began covering his body with ants, and Sichol asked what the ant accumulation percentage was. His assistant told him that it was currently 73%. Misung meanwhile looked at him in surprise and asked, will this happen to him too? However, he wanted to be like his mother. His brother said that he would probably be the same, after which, several ants were thrown out their window, and Misung looked at his brother, doubtfully asking, is he sure? Now Mukan was also confused. The ant accumulation percentage began to rapidly decrease. First it was 60%, and after a few seconds it was 45%. Wigon became agitated and exclaimed that the most important thing was visualization. Let him try to imagine himself transformed. The accumulation dropped to 30%, and Sichiol declared it a failure, and his assistant grabbed his head. The transformation stopped. The ants began to return to Songwon's body, and he fell to his knees, slamming his fist on the floor in rage because he hadn't succeeded. After this, Wigon decided to point out his mistakes. He said that he wasn't visualizing and that he was poorly controlling the ants. If he couldn't overcome this obstacle, he would never become the #1 specimen. They needed to work on this for a little while and try again. Songwon cursed loudly and asked how much longer he would have to do this nonsense, and let him not blame him for it. He had a fantastic career, but he gave it up because he said he could become a hero, and now he's pointing the finger at him? A year has already passed. Wigon said that he doesn't need to rush. It's great that he has sheltered the ants inside him. They just need to go through the last step, the transformation. But in this part, he is on his own. They can't help him in any way. Throwing on a sweater, he left the room in annoyance and muttered that there have already been so many attempts. How did Mijin manage to do this? He was distracted by children's voices. The boys decided to mock him, saying that he failed to become a hero again. He looked at them slightly surprised and called them the chess twins because of their hair color, and they asked him to play with them. He refused them and said that he was not in the mood at all right now. Mijin smiled and asked, is it because he failed again? Misung called him Mr. Loser, and Songwon irritably ordered them not to call him that. Mijin said that Misung knew how to do it. Songwon immediately turned to him with interest, and he happily said that Misung could control ants. His older brother called out to him, reminding them that their mother had asked them not to tell anyone about this. But despite this, Mijin continued to tell Songwon everything, and even invited him to watch how he created a tiger blade. They went outside and found a secluded spot. When Songwon saw how easily Misung dealt with ants, he asked in surprise how he did it. Right before his eyes, the boy created a blade, and Mikan, taking it, happily told him to look. It's amazing, right? He began waving the blade and said that his brother can do things like that. Isn't he jealous? Meanwhile, Songwon had released his ants. He tried to do the same, but it didn't work. So he clenched his fist in irritation and said that he was really jealous. He resolutely walked toward Misung, grabbed him, and lifted him up so that he was level with his face. He asked irritably, how did he do it? Is it genetic? Did he inherit it from his mother? Misung was frightened by his tone and remained silent, but Songwon started shouting and asked again how he managed it. Mikan attacked him, trying to force him to free his brother, and began kicking him in the legs. At that very moment, the loudspeakers announced that Sample 0, Ga Mijin, had returned. Lab workers ran past the alley they were in, and judging by their voices, they were worried. When one of them shouted that she was seriously injured, the boys became very worried. They ran out of the alley and saw their grandmother crying, blaming herself for it, and the lab workers fussing over their mother. They helped her up and said she was losing a lot of blood and needed to check the wound. Seeing their mother covered in blood, the boys were terrified and called out to her. She moved toward them, but immediately lost her balance and fell, causing everyone to become worried. Despite being completely exhausted, she tried to get up and called out to Awoke. The old woman got worried and told her not to talk, and she exclaimed with the last of her strength that she had caught him. She had finally caught this idiot. Meanwhile, the insector was placed in a prison cell. The doctor and his assistant looked at him, and the latter asked in surprise, "So, this is the insector responsible for everything? The most immoral and powerful insector is the stag beetle, Kugo." The insector, shackled and suspended by chains, screamed his name loudly. Meanwhile, Mijin received medical attention and was moved to a capsule where her aunts could move freely, and Awoke and her children came to check on her. They were all very worried about her, and the doctor decided to calm them down, saying that she would survive, but her injuries were very serious. He thought she would no longer be able to fight as Sample Zero. Okegim looked at Mijin and apologized to her, asking her to just survive, and the children began to cry, begging her not to die and suffer. Looking at them, Okium thought that all of this was her fault and began to cry, wondering what she had done to those boys. The door to the room opened. Sichel entered, and Okium looked at him worriedly. He froze in the doorway with a gloomy expression, after which the doctor said that her condition was stable. He asked him to leave them for a minute, then walked up to the capsule and silently looked at his daughter. He touched the glass and fell silent, thinking about something. Okegim broke the silence, saying that she was very sorry. She did this to his daughter, all because of her selfish revenge. Now he can stop. She doesn't want to lose anyone again. But the man didn't let her finish and only thanked her. She didn't understand what he meant, and he said that their target was the strongest insector they had ever seen. And yet, Mijin, their prototype, was able to defeat him. It's all thanks to her support. Seeing him smiling, Ogium was shocked. "And he has such an expression on his face even after what happened to his daughter?" she asked. "Isn't he worried about her?" He answered her that he was worried about her before, after which he called out to Misung and said that they need to go. He extended his hand to him, and he asked where they were going. Guessing what he wanted to do, Okium grabbed Misung and pulled him close, exclaiming in rage, "What is he doing? What is he going to do to this boy?" Sichel said that Misung was special, chosen by the ants since birth. He was going to examine his body and improve the areas where Mijin had failed. The old woman exclaimed that this was simply absurd. She couldn't believe what he was saying. He was just a child. He agreed with her, but he was no ordinary child. Misung would become a hero who would save humanity from the insectors. These words made Maikon uneasy, and his grandfather approached his older brother and picked him up, saying that he was also his grandson. After that, he headed for the exit, and said that the insector was being held captive on the basement level. She could see him if she wanted. Misung looked at the capsule and said he wanted to stay with his mother, but his grandfather ignored him and carried him away. Mikan looked after them in confusion, and Okium fell to her knees in despair, wondering what she had done. She didn't care about this insector anymore. Mikan said that when his grandfather hugged Misung, he heard him say that he was the #1 specimen. He turned to her and with a grim face declared that he also wanted to be #1. Hearing this, the old woman became very upset and said that he shouldn't take this path. It only led to suffering. He responded by saying that if he became the #1 specimen, everyone would hug him, protect him, smile and cry. He was the only one left behind. With tears in his eyes, he screamed that he hated everyone and started running, and Okium shouted his name, trying to stop him. Then she suddenly heard a knocking sound. Red ants had covered the entire glass of the capsule, trying to get out. Mikan meanwhile ran to Songwon and he asked, "So, he abandoned his family to look for him?" He confirmed it and asked, "Isn't he trying to become the #1 role model so that people will hug him?" He asked, "Does he want to hug women? He just wants fame." Mikan asked what that meant, and Songwon replied that it meant he wanted to become a hero, to become popular, probably. And what is visualization anyway? He irritably released the ants outside, deciding to deal with it, but they fell limply again, and Mikan jokingly noted that Mr. Loser had failed again. Songwon lost his patience and shouted loudly that he was so fed up with all this. He punched a tree in anger, saying that even a small child could do it. Why couldn't he? Mikan looked at him slightly frightened and called out, drawing his attention to himself, saying that there were wasps. It turned out that his blow had ruffled a swarm of wasps, and now they were intending to attack the offender. Seeing them, Songwon became nervous and pushing the child back, said that he might not be able to transform, but he could take care of the wasps. He released the ants. They swarmed over the wasps' bodies and began gnawing at them, preventing them from moving. However, he still missed some, and they headed toward the child. He warned the boy of the danger, and seeing the swarm approaching him, he screamed loudly in fear and began waving his arms. One wasp flew toward his hand, but instead of colliding with it, it flew inside. Noticing the glow, Songwon was very surprised, Light appeared in the places where the wasps had flown into his body. He worriedly approached Mikan and asked if he was okay. Had the wasps really just flown into his body? After that, another flash occurred. The wasps flew out of the places they had flown into, and the boy exclaimed in fear, "What is that?" After that, he approached Mr. Loser and said that he felt strange. His eyes were glowing, and there were some dark marks on his face. Sungwon offered to take him to the doctor, but he declined, wanting to show it to his grandfather. Mi-sung, meanwhile, was in the testing room. He released his ants, and Wigon said the accumulation rate was 90%. With each passing second, the rate only grew. And then Mi-sung was able to create a weapon from the ants again. Wigon joyfully exclaimed that it was simply perfect. It might not take the form of a suit, but it had surpassed the red ant's record of 97.8%, while his was 98.9%. He praised Mi-sung, who said that after playing with the ants, he felt hungry. They hurt him. Wigon asked if that was true, then let him give his ants a small gift. An insector limb emerged from the floor, and the ants immediately reacted, causing the blade to distort. Wigon asked Mi-sung to tell his ants to eat it, and as soon as he told them to do so, they all pounced on the insector's hand. Sichel, meanwhile, smiled and thought that the black ant was a special kind that had naturally formed in Mi-sung's body. It surpassed the red and blue ants he had created in every way, and was distinguished by a higher accumulation rate and a quicker response to commands. However, they were aggressive, like wild ants living in the jungle. They probably hadn't harmed Mi-sung yet due to their small numbers, but once there were enough ants to create a suit, he would become their prey, not the insectors. He wouldn't let that happen. Mikan, meanwhile, went down to the lab's basement and ran to his grandfather to tell him the good news. Now he, too, could become a hero. His mother was number 0, Mi-sung was number 1, and he would be number 2. Now they're a family of heroes. He laughed loudly with joy, then opened the door and ran inside, telling his grandfather to see that he had power too. But he immediately froze. There was no one inside. He looked around and wondered if his grandfather was supposed to be here in the basement. Suddenly, a loud clanking of chains was heard, and he turned around to see an insector outside the window, looking straight at him. Immediately after, a siren blared, forcing the Mi-sung test to be interrupted. A code red was announced over the lab's loudspeakers, and Insector Kugo broke free from his shackles. All units are to immediately proceed to the insector's containment area on the 3rd level of the basement. Meanwhile, the boy met the insect's threatening gaze and involuntarily took a few steps back, asking in fear, "So that's who hurt his mother?" The insector pressed harder on the glass, breaking it and bursting into the observation room, immediately attacking the boy. Luckily, Songwon appeared in time, in an incomplete suit, attacking Kugo and hitting him on the head, ordering him to step back. He dealt him a few more blows, and Mikan called out to him in surprise. He prepared for a fight and said that he wouldn't be able to hold him off for long, so he should run away now. After that, he rushed to attack, and the insector ran towards him. They both struck each other, causing Sungwon's mask to half disappear, and he cursed, exclaiming, "Does he even know how hard it was for him to do that?" He angrily hit Kugo on the head, and then he did something strange, which confused him. Kugo wanted to grab him with the claws on his head, but he managed to run away in time. Cursing loudly, he rushed into the attack again, and immediately caught the insector's fist in his face, knocking him to the floor. While he was immobilized, he began to beat him with his fists, and Mikan only stood aside and watched. Seeing that Mr. Loser was in pain, he became worried, and when his ant suit completely disappeared, he tearfully told the monster to stop. He shouted this loudly, and due to the excess of emotion, something came out, causing a bright flash. But Songwon was already in bad shape and did not see it. Noticing the glow, Kugo stood up and slowly and threateningly walked towards the child. Songwon meanwhile stood up and cursed loudly as he exhaled, saying that he was not finished yet. The glowing eyes of the boy and the insector looked at him. He was now half in the wasp suit. He said it was time for the 2nd round, then rushed forward and began to land numerous blows on the insector, circling around him. After that, he landed next to Mikan, who had to cover his eyes from the bright light, and when he opened them, he saw that Mr. Loser seemed to be out of his mind. He said, "Kijima," and then rushed into battle again. He hit the insector with a wasp sting, and applying even more force, swung his arm, throwing Kugo towards the door, and he hit the wall with a crash. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and Songwon crouched down to catch his breath. The boy excitedly called out to him, but Kugo still did not give up. He seemed madly heading towards his opponent, but Mikan blocked his path. He spread his arms out to the sides and ordered him to stop, after which, with tears in his eyes, he reached out to him and used his power. Wind currents formed around them, and Kugo's arms began to be sucked in, causing them to swell and cause him excruciating pain. Mikan screamed loudly, his eyes glowing even more intensely, and then the insector disappeared. When the doctor and his assistant arrived in the basement, they were greatly surprised. Mikan was holding Songwon's hand, sitting against the wall, and the glow was slowly transferring to him. Beaten by the insector, Songwon initially remained unresponsive, then smirked. Some time ago in Brooklyn, New York, the city's residents were panicking and screaming, "What's going on?" Insect-shaped monsters shouted, "This is crazy." Meanwhile, on the bus, Wigan asked if he was ready. Songwon said he was, of course. The monsters then attempted to attack a civilian, but he used his powers to defeat the opponent with a single blow. A girl cried out for help, and Songwon spotted the enemy in the air and prepared to attack the creature. He used his powers to destroy the opponent. There was a deafening roar, and Songwon caught the girl in his arms. At that moment, people from the destroyed building were calling for help. He silently watched the building burn. Currently, Uyghur reports 36 civilian casualties. American news outlets claim it was a monster. They have taken measures to keep witnesses at the scene silent. He takes full responsibility for his carelessness in supervising it. He's very sorry. Sichiol said he sent him to New York to take care of the insectors. And he killed people? He asked, calling him Specimen 2, if he was a hero or an insector. Sungwon replied with a smile that he believed small sacrifices were inevitable for the greater good. However, perhaps the sacrifices weren't so insignificant. After the incident 2 months ago, he felt like he'd been reborn. He's still figuring out how to control his new power. He'd like to say that he bears some responsibility for what happened. Sichiol remarked that he doesn't need a hero who can't be controlled. He asked, does that matter? The world needs him. Given Mijin's inability to fulfill the role of Specimen 0, he can't throw him away, unless he wants to entrust this task to his 5-year-old grandson. Sometime later, at the protagonist's family home, Mijin said to Misung and Mihyun that it was time to eat. Grandma sent them beef stew. The protagonist happily said it was his favorite food. Then MC asked Mom why Grandma didn't visit them anymore. She thought about it and remembered the past, when Occam said she wouldn't come anymore. Mijin, puzzled, asked what she meant. She said she would continue sending money, so she didn't have to worry about it. Mikan also seemed lonely. She needed to take good care of him. Currently, Mijin patted his head and noted with a smile that Grandma had been busy lately. The protagonist sadly said he missed her. She asked if maybe next time they could visit her together. The protagonist happily said he would look forward to it. Mijin said they had agreed. However, first, they needed to eat. Could he look for Mikan? MC said he understood. Sometime later, Misung was shouting Mikan's name on the street. The protagonist shouted, "Where is he now?" Mijin said it was time for them to eat. Then the protagonist saw Mikan with his grandfather. He asked him to see that he could now control insects. He could make everyone strong with his power. Now he could become a hero, right? Sichol looked at him and remembered the past. Uyghur noted that his grandson was like an insect net. He had the ability to absorb insects and insects into his body and transfer their abilities to humans. He asked, is this really possible? He declared that it was. His ability could lead to the mass production of insects. He is very dangerous. At this moment, Sichol hugged his grandson, Mikan, and he asked, turning to his grandfather, what is he doing? Why is he crying? He declared through tears that he had failed. The protagonist watched this from the sidelines, dumbfounded. After a while, Mijin asked Mikan if he wasn't going to eat. The protagonist noted that he'd said he wanted to sleep. She asked if that was true. As night fell, they were lying in their beds. Suddenly, Mikan sat up and walked towards the protagonist. Mijin then awoke abruptly to her child's cries for help. She burst into the room, screaming, "What's going on?" MC screamed in pain and begged him to stop while Mikan used his powers on his brother. He screamed that he had those ants. Mijin hit Mikan and screamed that he had to stop. Misung burst into tears, and she furiously asked Mikan what he was doing. He looked at her with a devastated look and quietly turned to his mother. She declared that this wasn't what he wanted. Did he know how terrible it was to have those ants living in his body? Why did he even need them? When she learned Mikan didn't have ants, she was so happy, so she would ask him to live a normal life. Mikan declared he was extraordinary. She knew his power. Everyone knew it. However, no one needed his power, and he failed. Afterward, she tried to catch up with him, but saw Sishiol and his guard standing in Mikan's way. He declared he was taking Mikan. He had put Misung in danger. She shouted that it was just a minor squabble between children. Sishiol pointed out that he should have done this from the start. He ordered his subordinates to take his grandson. They immobilized him and led him to his grandfather. Mijin screamed Mikan's name in horror. After some time, Sichol reported that Mikan could accumulate and use insect powers, an ability dubbed Case. He could become a threat to humanity. Therefore, he would be quarantined until further testing and extraction. At this time, Mikan was asking himself, was he really a failure? He said, bowing, that this was the end of the report. He thought that he was not a failure. He was the only successful one. Everyone must die. After some time, Mijin said, turning to her father, that 2 weeks had already passed. She was asking him to reconsider his decision. Sichol noticed that he was still studying it. She shouted furiously, will this help improve Mikan's condition? Or will he change his mind? He said that he had thought about this countless times. This boy will one day bring ruin to their world. If he finds a way to rid him of this cursed ability, he will be able to live a normal life again. Mijin asked, what if he fails? He remained silent, and she shouted furiously, what is he going to do then? Songwon said that he cannot believe that this pathetic old man could do such a thing to a child. He grabbed his body with his hand and muttered through clenched teeth, these ants cause hellish pain. Songwon thought this body was their home. They had to stop trying to tear it apart. Suddenly, to their surprise, there was a deafening roar, and they thought it was an insectoid. After a while, Sichol asked what it was. Mijin said to her father that he should stay here. She'll go and take a look. Songwon ran and thought the signal was near where the child was. He shouted that it couldn't be. Suddenly, Mijin overtook him while the scientists on site were trying to escape the dangerous area where the building had collapsed. The guards opened fire on the monster. Mijin declared that with this power, he could do the same. The staff shouted at the guards that they needed to stop firing their weapons immediately. The doctor's grandson was there. He used his power and said that they had to die. The scientists watched in shock as the guards were destroyed. At that moment, the protagonist felt something in his consciousness, and he asked, where is his mother? After which, Mijin loudly called Mikan's name, and to her surprise, she saw a monster with her son behind it. She shouted that he shouldn't be afraid, she would save him. Mijin thought, clenching her hand into a fist, that she couldn't control her powers because of her wounds. Mikan declared, addressing his mother, that it was over. That's just how he is. He shouted that he was like that. She had to accept him for who he was. The insects dealt a critical blow to her. Then, to his surprise, Mijin declared that, of course, she would accept him like that. She shouted, crushing the enemies in her path, that he was her son. She would always be by his side. Mijin hugged her child, shouting his name. She shouted that it was all her fault. She was sorry she hit him, so she asked him to stop. He was a good boy. At that moment, the insector delivered a crushing blow to her, while mother and son stared into each other's eyes. Mikan screamed, "What did he do?" The monster whispered that everyone must die. He shouted, about to strike the insector, that he must leave. Suddenly, Sungwoon dealt a critical blow to the monster. Insector screamed furiously and used his abilities to deliver a fatal blow. However, he blocked the blow and dealt the finishing blow to his opponent. Mikan then cried out worriedly, "Mom, is she okay?" Sichel called out to his grandson, and Mikan turned to his grandfather. With tears in his eyes, he tried to explain that his mother was unwell, and it was not his fault. He fired his revolver and, looking at him darkly, declared that he should step away from his daughter. Mikan looked at his grandfather, dumbfounded. He declared that he had not failed. He was simply worthless. He is going to destroy it. At the last moment, Songwon saved the child, picking him up, and he furiously asked, calling him an old man, what he was doing. Sichel ordered specimen number 2 to retreat. He shouted that he was a threat to humanity. He had to retreat. That was an order. Songwon said he better shut up. He thought he was going to listen to him. Sichel declared that if he didn't obey, he'd get rid of him too. He asked with a grin, "Is that really true? Then he could attack him if he got the chance," he asked, pointing a revolver at him. "Has he really given up on being a hero?" Songwon shouted that he hadn't given up. Protecting a child was what a hero would do. Sichel closed his eyes and said he understood. He put the gun away and said that in that case, he'd get rid of it first. He asked in surprise, "Is that really a detonator?" Suddenly, Songwon grabbed the old man by the neck with his hand. He yelled, stopping him with his other hand. "What is he trying to do?" Sichel yelled that he'd been wary of him since the day he mutated. Songwon angrily yelled, "What does that mean? Did he really plant a bomb in him or something?" He furiously yelled, using the detonator, saying he was right, but this was much worse than a bomb. Not long before this event, Mikan apologized to him. Songwon asked why he said that. He noted that they said the insector genes formed in him because of him. He apologized for that. He declared that their opinions didn't matter. Thanks to them, he overcame his inferiority. He evolved into a hero. Mikan asked in surprise, what was he talking about? Someone said he had nothing to apologize for. He added with a smile that he was his hero. He joyfully said, holding out his hand, that he understood. At this point, Mikan turned in fear to Sungwon, who had thrown Sichel into the wall. He screamed, "What did he do to the ants?" Sichel declared that he had implanted a new blue ant queen in his body. And, pressing the detonator, he gave the order to attack the insectors. There was only one person in this room who fits that criteria. Even if you're only half insector, they'll still attack. He furiously screamed that he must die while he was still human. Sungwon screamed in pain and tried to get rid of the blue ants. Mikan rushed to his aid and used his abilities. He remembered Sungwon's words about being a hero and said that this couldn't be happening. He couldn't die. Mikan used his abilities to the fullest and screamed that he was against it. After a while, Sichel tried to see something through the raised dust and stared in surprise at his grandson, who had a huge creature behind him. He fearfully declared that Sungwon had become a real monster. Michan said he was a monster. He had evolved. It was true, wasn't it? The insector, who had once been Songwon, tried to speak, but only a beastly growl could be heard. Sichel fearfully thought he needed to press a button and use it inside his body. At that moment, the monster pounced on him. Mijin suddenly appeared and blocked the enemy's blow with her hands. She shouted, calling out to Songwon that he should come to his senses. Mijin loudly called her son Mikan's name. The insector, preparing to strike, shouted that she should get out of the way. Meanwhile, the protagonist was trying to find his mother, asking where she was now. He was dizzy and could barely stand up. After a while, Mijin suffered serious damage from the opponent's blow. Sichel loudly called out his daughter's name. The insector, formerly Songwon, approached them. He told his daughter that she could rely on him. He would take care of it. She needed to find Misung and get out of here. Mijin declared that she couldn't leave Mikan here. He shouted in irritation, "She still doesn't understand this? It's all over for Mikan? She must protect Misung." Suddenly, they heard the protagonist's voice calling for his mother. She turned around in shock and saw her son. Mijin shouted that he shouldn't come any closer. MC asked in fear, "What is this? What is Mikan doing there?" Mikan declared that it was all his fault. She shouted that he should run away quickly. Mijin tried to get up, but she fell to the floor. Misung shouted in concern, turning to his mother. His brother declared that he must vanish from his sight. The insector moved toward him, and Sichel used his revolver to attack the monster. He shouted that he would not allow humanity's hope to perish. Mikan, with a terrified expression, declared that he would then become humanity's despair. Then the monster dealt a fatal blow to Sichel. Mijin screamed with horror. "Father!" Sichel whispered before using the device that she must protect Misung. At the last moment, she rushed to her son, Misung, and a deafening roar was heard, causing the protagonist to look into her eyes in confusion. After a while, the protagonist looked in fear at his mother, who had used her powers to protect him. Then, rescue services arrived on the scene. Okagiyam watched the rescue efforts in horror. Meanwhile, MC tried to reach his mother, shaking her hand. Mi-sung said with tears in her eyes that he was asking her to wake up. The rescue workers reported that a woman, most likely the mother, was dead. The child was alive. And there was something there too. Then the rescue commander shouted that there were survivors. 2 children survived. They have 2 survivors. The rescue team is returning. Meanwhile, the blue ants were hurrying somewhere. Sometime later in the hospital, Okegum asked if he was okay. Wigan said that he was unharmed thanks to Mijin. She protected him. She burst into tears when she said Mijin's name and said that she would take care of the funeral arrangements for the 3 people. He said that he understood. He would give her the details once Mijin's autopsy was finished. Okegem asked where her grandson Mikun was now. Wigan noted that he was currently being held in an underground facility on the outskirts of Seoul. She asked if he was serious. He was only 5 years old. He stated that no one could change the fact that Mikan remained dangerous. She clenched her fist and said it was all their grandfather's fault. Although why would she deceive herself? It was her fault. She would no longer participate in the Ant Castle project. She also recommended that he stay away from that vile project from now on. She was sorry. He no longer had a job. She had some plans. If he wanted, he could join. He said he'll be fine. As Dr. Sikyol's assistant, he also bears some responsibility for this tragedy. He will take care of Mikan at the facility. Sometime later, at the cemetery, the protagonist turned to his grandmother, holding her hand. The protagonist asked with tears in his eyes, "Is he really alone now?" She smiled and asked why he thought so. He has her, doesn't he? He will live with her now. Sometime later, in the office building, Secretary Kim asked, "So has she decided to dissolve the company?" Okegum stated that Gold Pearls Foods is finished. She would like him to take care of it. Then she showed a document stating that it was a business registration. Insect Reaper. Private Insect Extermination, of which Ogium is the director. Ogium informed the secretary that he was now president. He could simply add her name as founder and director. She was retired, okay? Ogium now remarked that this was how the Insect Reaper was founded. She'd gone on too long, hadn't she? Pio said she didn't have to worry about it. He hadn't realized the organization had such a tragic founding story. Nan quietly cried, hiding her face with her wide collar. He thought he now understood why Kijima had attacked them in search of Case. Pio asked where exactly Case was being held. Ogium remarked that she had come here with the intention of telling them. She asked, her expression changing, but what difference would that make? They were going to go after this boy, weren't they? He said that was far from it. Okegum said she had seen and been through a lot, and all she could say was that there was no need to try anything rash. Perhaps it would be better for everyone if his whereabouts remained unknown and he was left alone. Pio worriedly stated that if they left things as they were, Kijima's continued attacks would inevitably lead to the destruction of the Insect Reaper organization. She asked, but what could he do? The protagonist declared he would do it. Okegum looked at him, dumbfounded. Nan asked if he was really going to kill his own brother. The protagonist's expression changed, and he said she was mistaken. He would take away his ability. He had done this before. Of course, they were artificial creatures that were just copies of insectors, but if he forced the ants to eat the insect genes hidden within him, then perhaps he could save Mikan. After a while, Cheong asked warily, yawning widely, how long they would have to wait. Yojin said probably a long time. He asked, dumbfounded, they weren't torturing him there, were they? She asked. Couldn't he start panicking prematurely? He should at least have a little faith in him. They were probably just interrogating him. Suddenly, an unknown figure appeared in front of the Insect Reaper organization building and announced more overtime. He said, using his ability, that it was time to get to work. At this point, Yojin screamed in fear, telling him to pay attention. Cheong yelled, "What's wrong?" She shouted, "It's that scum." Juno used his ability, and the space inside the organization's premises began to fill like soap bubbles. The guard shouted, drawing his attention to him. He apologizes, but you can't play here. He was a grown man, why was he playing with soap bubbles? Suddenly, an alarm went off, followed by a deafening roar when he touched the soap bubble-like object with his finger. The guard only had time to think that the system was probably broken. Then Yojin and Cheong rushed at him, thinking he was one of the 6 pillars of the organization, the supreme insects. Jonil continued to use his ability, remarking that he couldn't wait to get home. A little earlier, MC sensed the presence of an enemy and thought it was an insector. Then they heard a loud roar, and Nan shouted, "What's going on?" The security system reported an insector attack. The checkpoint and outer walls have been destroyed. The insector in question hasn't transformed yet. 2 more unknown individuals have been spotted. The insector scout has been destroyed, so they have no further information. All mobile patients are requested to proceed to the underground shelter. All combat-ready agents are to report to the scene immediately. Miss Sung then remarked that the 2 unknown individuals were his friends, and that they needn't be worried about them. The protagonist addressed Pio and asked him to go to Mikhan and his grandmother. He would follow them. After a while, Junil noted that they had met before. However, he saw that they were missing one person. Did they remember his proposal to join the Supreme Insects? Had they by any chance changed their minds? Yojin shouted that she was categorically against it. Cheong became angry and asked what he was doing here. He asked if they, the Insectors, needed a reason to attack the Insect Reaper organization. Although of course, he had a reason. He came to take Lord Kijima's hand and also to find out if Case was here. Puzzled, he asked who Case was. She replied that she didn't know who he was either. Junil noted that, in fact, all 6 pillars were currently on standby. They were ready to attack the Insect Reaper organization headquarters in all regions to find Case. Yojin was dumbfounded, asking if that was true for all regions. Cheong chuckled and asked, So, they're planning to wage war against humans? Things were getting interesting. He noted, looking at the staff in his watch, that although he'd arrived a little earlier than planned, it was because he didn't like working late. Dealing with these lesser beings was already troublesome enough for him. Jonil used his ability and declared that he was asking them not to interfere. Yojin transformed and declared that she didn't care what his reasons were. He wasn't going there. Chiyoung noted, as he transformed, that they were so slow. He really thought he'd let it touch him? He thought there were bombs inside the bubbles? Chiyoung shouted at her that there were bombs inside the bubbles. She shouted that it didn't change the fact that they exploded on impact. Chiyoung shouted, rushing forward, that she was tired of this. Jonil asked, grabbing the employee's head with his hand. So, are they going to get in his way? They shouted, simultaneously attacking him, which he guessed correctly. Then their attack was stopped by the bubbles, and they shouted, what's wrong? Then they jumped back, afraid that it would explode. He declared, having transformed, that they were only making it harder. These bubbles protect him from enemy attacks. There was nothing they could do to break through them. Chiyoung shouted at her, telling her to stay away. He wanted to deal with him himself. Yojin looked at him, puzzled. Suddenly, Jonil appeared in front of them and declared that he was against it. He didn't want to waste time. Let them both attack. He wondered why he didn't say his nickname. Chiyoung shouted, raising his arm to strike, that he was too insolent. His opponent appeared behind him and asked if it bothered him that he didn't pronounce his name like other insectors. Chiyoung turned around in surprise. How was that possible? When had he gotten behind him? Jonil kicked him, sending him flying back. Yojin cried out in concern, turning to her ally. He began to beat him and declared that the more ferocious and wild they become, the more they tend to repeat words. And that word becomes the insector's nickname. Chiyoung defended himself with his hands, and then he used barrier strike. Junil said, while his body was protected by bubbles, that he was asking him not to interrupt. Then he landed a critical hit and noted that this was precisely why he didn't have a nickname. Junil asked if they were the same. She calls him Red because he's a ladybug, and he calls her Silk because she's a silkworm. Then perhaps he should choose a suitable nickname. Maybe he should call himself Bubble, although he has quite a useful skill besides creating bubbles in this form. So perhaps that's not the most appropriate nickname. He wants to demonstrate it. Chiyoung shouted at Yojin that she should be careful. He thought, while his opponent used his ability, what is this? Junil declared, beating her to it, that it was useless. Yojin screamed in shock. How did that happen? He noted that it was a jump. He has the ability to leap higher than skyscrapers without effort. And when he uses this same power to kick, his enemies usually can't handle it. Jonil thought, as he used his ability, that he was curious to see if she could dodge it. Then Yojin fell to the ground with a crash. Chiyoung recalled his past and shouted that he had embarked on this path of violence to push himself to the limit, but he was defeated every time. It was all because of his past. His shell was simply heavy and hindering him. He began to destroy his shell and declared that it didn't suit his fighting style. Chiyoung thought he was a fighter. He was an infutter. After a while, Jonil, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, said that it was time for them to end this. At the last moment, Chiyoung used his ability to save his ally from a powerful blow. He looked around in surprise, and then a series of blows began to land on him. Jonil asked with a grin, "What is this? It looks like he'll be home late." Chiyoung stated, placing his ally gently on the ground, that he was wrong. He used his ability and shouted that he would defeat him. They reached the end of their rounds. Chiyoung transformed into a red ladybug, in fodder form. Shortly before the battle, Chiyoung approached her, and Hana asked if he couldn't see she was busy. He crossed his arms and asked if it was true that eating that nasty stuff made her stronger. She said it was obvious, because she was the one who did it. Everyone on the border of lawlessness had it. Chiyoung skied in disapproval, expressing disapproval of such people. Hannah declared that she had it too. It might not taste great, but she was sure it worked. He looked frightened and said she should get it out of his face. Did she really think he would eat that? Then Chiyoung said decisively, clenching his fist, that he would only become stronger because of himself. She noted that his time would come once he surpassed his limits. He looked at her puzzled, and Hannah said that the maggots were simply pills, temporarily granting strength that would otherwise only appear at will. When his desire for power peaks again, he will break out of his shell. They call this a secondary evolution, a molt. After a while, Chiyoung transformed and wondered if this was a molt. At this moment, Gonil shouted as he rushed forward, "This is going to be quite a hassle." He noted, assuming a fighting stance, that his body had become much lighter. He felt like he could fly. They began to fight each other furiously. After a while, Yojin came to her senses and saw them fighting at incredible speed. She asked in surprise, "Is that really red?" They continued to exchange a series of punches and blocks. Chiyoung shouted, "So they can protect him themselves?" It looked like he wouldn't even have to dodge. He then delivered a direct punch to his opponent, which knocked him to the ground. Jonil stood up and declared that it was time to stop wasting his time. He abruptly dashed in the other direction, and Chiyoung, catching up with him, asked where he was going. He dealt him a crushing blow. Jonil shouted, "Does he think he's so strong because he recently underwent a secondary evolution? He'd been through this many times himself." He used aerial jump to attack him. Chiyoung blocked his attack with his ability and then grabbed his hand, telling him he didn't need to dodge his attacks. However, he might need to dodge his strike. Chiyoung thought, using his ability, let him dodge it if he can. He used Red Storm to deal the finishing blow to his opponent. Jonil, dumbfounded, asked, Are his bubbles really boiling? Chiyoung declared that his nickname would be Trash. He screamed furiously, but it was too late, and Chiyoung raised his hand in victory. Yojin asked in surprise, did he really defeat the higher insect pillar? Then she noticed Misung who had approached her. She asked, what's taking you so long? The fight was already over. Chiyoung defeated one of the 6 pillars. He's so strong. The protagonist addressed her by name, his face filled with rage. The protagonist declared that she needed to get up immediately. Suddenly, the sounds of insects surrounded them. She wondered, dumbfounded, if that was an army of inspectors. Chiyoung, seeing him, asked where he'd been all this time. The match was already over. He had won. At that moment, Hannah attacked him from behind and said that she congratulated him on achieving secondary evolution. As he stared at her, dumbfounded, she said, calling him champion, that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Chiyoung tried to say something, but he fainted. Hannah said that she apologized to him, but this was the only way to get his approval for her research. An army of insectors loomed menacingly before them. Yojin, dumbfounded, asked, what kind of insectors are these? Are they really all higher insects? The protagonist pointed out that they weren't insectors. He was getting the same signal as the larvae in the 6-shot club. She asked, so these larvae have undergone a metamorphosis? Suddenly, the army was hit by shells and explosions. Tae shouted, what's their personnel count? They reported only 65 combat-ready agents. That's their entire force. He asked, what about reinforcements? They said they requested reinforcements from other regions, but it seemed they were also under attack. Tae declared that they didn't stand a chance against such enemy numbers. Sam said they needed to hold them off for as long as possible until the patients were evacuated. He shouted, these 3 are their allies. Do not attack them under any circumstances. Priority is to defend the base. Launch the attack. Yojin declared that agents of the Insect Reaper organization were here, and it was time for them to leave. He's here, and Chiyoung has dealt with one of the 6 pillars. They were doing their part. They need to get out of here. Then she looked at her ally and shouted, what is he doing? The protagonist said he was against it. Yojin asked in surprise, what's the problem? They weren't civilians. You didn't have to help them. The protagonist said his grandmother was still there. She shouted in shock, is he really telling the truth? Why is she here? The MC noted that Ara hadn't left yet either. Yojin shouted, is he serious? So they'll have to fight them? Misung said that it was exactly it. He was counting on her. She said he didn't have to say that. The enemy horde rushed at them, and Yojin shouted that they were advancing. She used her ability to immobilize several enemies. Yojin clicked her tongue and shouted that the enemies had broken through. At the last moment, Blobby rushed forward and protected the girl from the monster. The protagonist used his abilities and sent black ants to attack, which grabbed several opponents and dealt fatal damage. The horde of monsters continued to advance on them, while they fiercely fought back with all their might. Meanwhile, inside the Insect Reaper building, employees were evacuating patients. Ara asked where they were going. She thought the bunker was in the other direction. At that moment, an employee was opening the doors to Lab 3, where people were rushing inside. They said, upon seeing them, that they weren't allowed in. Suddenly, a fatal blow struck them, and she looked at their bodies in horror. Suddenly, the employee announced, transforming into an insector, that she had finally found it. A car would be leaving through the back gate, and she needed to follow it. After a while, people were in the moving vehicle, and Kim was driving. Hannah saw the vehicle and said it was them. So this will lead them to case, right? She did an excellent job. As expected from her research, although she succeeded because of who she is, now they can be together forever. After a while, Ira said in fear that this couldn't be. Was she really her? Saejin approached her and said that she didn't expect to see her here. She asked her to come with her. She looked at her in surprise. She asked with a smile, she looks beautiful, doesn't she? She most likely won't understand, but she is one of the extremely rare larvae that has grown into something unique. She is strong now. She no longer needs to fear insects, and she doesn't need to rely on these pathetic excuses from humans. She calls her herself. She will protect her. Ara asked, is she okay? Saejin looked at her, puzzled. At that moment, she was attacked, and she dodged at the last moment. Jin shouted that she was a disgusting insect. She better get out of here. Saejin furiously screamed, flapping her wings, that he shouldn't stand in her way. He dealt damage to her and shouted that he had a different opinion. Then Jin used his abilities to deal a critical hit on her. She wondered in surprise, how could he fight while so wounded? Ara rushed towards him and shouted that he had to stop. He shouted, what is she doing? She shouted that she was asking for his forgiveness, but she wanted him to stop. Saejin looked at her in shock. Otter shouted at her that she needed to run away quickly. She thought in shock, did she really get hurt because of her? After Saejin hurried away from the enemy, before leaving, she turned and looked at her. After some time, the people continued to fight the monsters. Tae successfully struck the enemies, saving his allies, after which he dealt critical damage to several more monsters using his abilities. Tae shouted in frustration, why aren't these insects dying? Sam yelled, using his firearm, that even fatal damage couldn't stop them. They keep rising. The protagonist suddenly appeared, dealing damage with his ability, destroying enemies in his path. MC said that they need to remove the maggots from the necks of their enemies and give them to him. After a while, Tae announced to all units that the larvae in their necks were their weak point. They needed to pull it out and give it to the boy. Yojin asked in frustration, dealing damage to the enemies, that even if they had found a way to destroy them, how could they win? There were still so many of them. She shouted, holding back the enemies, that she couldn't handle it. While everyone was fighting furiously, Blobby was driving the monsters away from Chiyoung. Yojin thought she couldn't hold them back any longer. Then the monsters broke through and rushed at them. She transformed into an insector and defeated many opponents. Sometime later, the The car was driving down a city street, and Pio asked if they were in the right place. They thought it was an ordinary apartment complex. Okum said she lived there. The guard smiled and wished her a good day. She greeted him politely, after which the other residents of the complex followed suit. Okum smiled and remarked that they had all done a good job and could now go home. The people's expressions changed, and they bowed and said they understood. Pio wondered in surprise, were they all just pretending? She said this was the right place. He noted that there was nothing there. Okum asked him to wait a bit. She turned to Kim, and they placed their badges on the floor. Suddenly, a secret passage opened up, revealing a staircase leading down. Okum said they needed to go inside. At this point, Mikan asked Wigan if they were expecting guests. Sometime later, Seijin arrived at the monster's lair, flying into a mountain cave, after which she presented his hand to Kijima, who was sitting on the throne. She fearfully announced that she had found it, and they had also found Case. He, rising from the throne, declared that this was not bad for a simple remark. It was time for this one to return, and she could live. Then Kijima used his abilities and declared that she needed to show the way to Case. After a while, they descended the stairs. Pio asked if this was a hidden area in the middle of an apartment complex. Nan said she wasn't even surprised anymore. Okayam said that this was her first time here too, and she apologized to her. She said it wasn't difficult for her. She explained that she had built these apartments on the very spot where the project's lab, the Ant Castle, used to be. These apartments are called Naaman. She and Misun live here, and it is also the place where Mikan is imprisoned. After a while, Kim said that this elevator would take them to Mikan. He would join them as soon as Misun arrived. Okagum said they would see each other later. Wigon then remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a while. How was she? She said, taking his hand in hers, that she didn't know if she had the right to ask how he was. He said that he had decided to do this himself. Besides, he was doing well thanks to all the products and equipment she provided. Okagum said that she would definitely repay this debt someday. Wigon said that there was no need. He asked them to follow him. After a while, she said, while the others decided to stay put, that she herself didn't know if she could do it. Then she saw Mikan, who was in a straitjacket. After some time, the fierce battle with the monsters continued. Yojin, using her abilities, shouted that these monsters must disappear. Then she loudly called out Misung's name. Suddenly, black ants snatched the larvae from the air, and the protagonist furiously shouted that they needed to go back. The protagonist used his abilities, and she asked what had happened to him. MC said he was grateful to her. She needed to follow him. She shouted in shock, "What does he mean?" Misung jumped high, and Yojin shouted that she couldn't keep up with that speed. She then grabbed Chiun's unconscious body and gave chase. Tae asked, "What the hell was that?" They got rid of all the insects and simply flew away. Sam shouted that they were transforming again. He shouted in shock, "What's going on?" He shouted in fear that he himself didn't understand, but the enemies were transforming into human form. At this time, Okgum looked at him uncertainly and tried to tell him something. Mikan thought for a moment and said, turning to his grandmother, that he missed her. She looked at him, dumbfounded. He asked why she hadn't come to visit him. Okium apologized and said she had been down to the entrance many times, but she couldn't go any further. Pio noticed that this guy Mikan was Case. Nan, surprised, said he looked like him. Mikan said he saw they had guests. He saw the weapon and asked, "Are they here to kill him?" Okium shouted that he was wrong. Of course they weren't here to kill him. These two were her company's employees. They weren't here to harm him. Mikan asked, then why did she come here? What did she want after so many years? She said Misung was already on his way. He looked at her, puzzled. Okagam said that maybe he could cure him. Mikan, dumbfounded, asked what she meant. Then he laughed out loud, like a madman, and asked if she had really gone crazy. He hadn't heard this trash's name in a long time. What could he even do? All he has is a lot of ants crawling inside him. Wigon did everything he could to get rid of this curse. However, no matter what he did, nothing worked. He lived for 11 years in this empty room, tied up, unable to do anything. But even if he could, he doesn't want it. He doesn't need help from this scum who was born successful. He'd rather end up a failure. Okagum tried to say something, and at that moment, a deafening roar sounded behind them. Pio shouted, "What's going on?" They saw Kim thrown forward, and she turned to him worriedly. Nan stopped her, and he declared that they were mocking him. Kijima said his name, and Wigon said that was impossible. He said that he was the embodiment of his kind. Pio rushed forward and shouted that she must protect Okgum. Kijima thought, using his abilities, that he was his hero. He blocked the blow with his weapon, and there was an explosion. Then Nan screamed that this couldn't be happening. She tried to reach Okgum, who was unconscious and badly injured. Pio looked at her, stunned. At the same time, Misung was flying very fast and thought that he had a bad feeling. It was worse than anything he had ever felt. He really hoped that it would not be what he thought. He was worried about his grandmother and continued to fly forward. At the same time, Nan looked at the creature and wondered, is this Kijima? She heard Ogium's breathing and said loudly that she was still breathing. Pio fought against this monster and was thrown back by a blow, which he blocked. The monster ran up to him very quickly and punched him, but he managed to dodge this attack. Because of this, the wall behind him broke, and he thought that he was not aiming at him. Suddenly, he was grabbed by a robot, controlled by Eugene, and it loudly said that they should attack now. They both immediately jumped towards it and used the skills Spark Strike and Thunder Destroyer. The monster was badly damaged by their attacks, and he said that they should take her and run from here. He turned to him and asked, however, what about Case? He said loudly that he tried to evacuate Mikan through the emergency exit, but something was wrong with the system. They should leave it to him, and leave quickly. They silently grabbed Okum and ran for the exit. He stayed inside, continued to restrain Kijima, and said that he never thought he would ever use it. He called out to Makan and said that he should be able to survive there. Soon, he would meet with Dr. Shikol. He swung his fist to press the red button and loudly asked for forgiveness. At the last moment, his hand stopped, which surprised him greatly. Hannah held his hand and said that she could not let him do this. Meekan stood up from his chair and said that he would not let this happen to him again. He was surprised by this, and she said with a smile that she had untied him. He left the room with a serious expression and said that they should not try to stop him anymore. He thanked him for everything, pointed his hand and began to use his ability. His body was engulfed in strong energy. He began to change and screamed loudly in pain. She jumped aside, looked at it, and thought that, so this is the true power that creates insectors. Now she understands why Lord Kijima never acknowledged her work. At that moment, Pio and Nan emerged from underground and ran away with serious faces. She turned to him and loudly said that he should take them to the nearest hospital. He asked loudly with a worried look, "What about her?" She said that she could still fight, so she would stay and stop him. At that moment, Hannah flew above them. Meekan went outside and said that he could not remember the last time he saw the sky. He thought he would be stuck in this place forever. He turned to Kijima and thanked him for that. He looked around and said that he couldn't believe that he spent 11 years buried under these apartments. Nan looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. Why was he so careless? He walked towards them and asked if Grandma was in a lot of pain. She said that she was losing a lot of blood. He walked towards them and said that they should let him help. He raised his hand and said that she didn't have much time left. He should let her spread her wings before it was too late. Don't they think so? He released his energy and said loudly that they should at least let him get his revenge. They managed to dodge this attack, and his energy hit the bird behind them and transformed into a bee. They were all surprised because of this, and he himself didn't expect it to work. This monster flew up to them very quickly and wounded them very badly. Because of this attack, she dropped Okum and began to get nervous about it. This monster aimed at her, but at that moment, the protagonist flew in and killed this bee with one blow. He sat down in front of the grandmother and asked if she was okay. Nan said that she was in bad condition. They should take her to the hospital immediately. Pio said that he was sorry that they couldn't protect her. He said that they should take her and run now. He turned around and said loudly that he was going to kill Meekan. He immediately realized that it was his brother, and Kijima immediately ran up to him and hit him with his fist. He called him the first specimen and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was very angry about meeting him and dealt a very strong blow to his head. He continued to throw fast punches, but he didn't pay attention to it, swung his fist, and said that he was quite fast. He delivered a powerful punch and put a lot of energy into it. He released it all in one wave and broke the building behind him. He ran around him really fast, and he asked, "Is this the power of the red ant?" MC grabbed him by the horns and delivered a very strong knee strike to his head. This attack did not penetrate his armor, and he said that even with such power, this is all he can show. It is such a disappointment. He grabbed him by the throat and then delivered a very strong punch. This blow was so strong that he was thrown back, and he broke several buildings with his body. Kijima chased after him very quickly, grabbed him and swung his other hand. He started to deliver many quick blows to his head and said loudly that he respected him and wanted to become a hero like him. However, he never could, so he would not let him become one either. He missed the unexpected blow, after which he counterattacked and cut him in half. However, the real Misung was standing behind him. He noticed this, turned around, and loudly said that he should stop using his little tricks. He got ahead of Kijima, struck with his sword, and pierced his body. Immediately after, he commanded the ants to absorb him completely. He released a large number of his ants, which he directed towards him, and they all pounced on his opponent. He was breathing heavily due to fatigue, and his ants destroyed his suit, allowing him to see his face. He was very surprised when he saw his face. The ants were calling out to Kijima, and he asked, "Was he already dead?" The ants began to attack with the hand they controlled, and he, with a shocked expression, thought that he could not move his body. Michan stood between them and said that was enough. He had not yet had a chance to even talk to him. He took him by the hand and said that they should return to him. The ants went to him and he thanked him for everything. He pulled the sword out of his body and said that he would always be his hero. He began to examine the sword with a smile and said that it was a tiger blade. He made this for him when they were kids. The protagonist looked at him with a shocked expression and asked what the hell this was. He immediately became more serious and asked what he thought. After the explosion in the lab, they switched bodies. Now he is Kijima. He pierced him with the sword and asked if he was happy living a successful life without him. He abruptly pulled the sword out, leaving a wound in him, and said that he was unhappy. Now he sees that he has inherited his mother's abilities. He threw the sword aside, began to raise his hand, and said that now it is his turn to have fun. He will take it all. He grabbed him by the neck and began to emit strong energy, which caused his ants to disappear. But he said loudly that they should not let him absorb them and eat him. The ants began to bite him, and they both screamed loudly in pain. At the same time, Yojin was flying over the city, navigating thanks to her thread, and asked, where did he even go? The thread broke here. She noticed a bright flash of light and asked, this is his apartment, isn't it? What is that light? She covered her face with her hand and screamed loudly in surprise. At the same moment, there was a loud explosion of energy. Sometime later, MC came to his senses, being in the hospital. His attention was drawn to Payo, who was standing nearby, and asked, is he already awake? He turned to him and asked where he is. He said with a calm expression that he is now in the hospital. His friend saved him. He looked the other way and asked, where's grandma now? He adjusted his glasses and said that since the day Nan and his grandmother went missing, he didn't have time to finish because he turned around abruptly and asked loudly, what did he say? Yojin became worried about this and loudly said that he shouldn't move. He clutched his wound and was very worried about his grandmother. He said with a serious expression that insect exterminators, the police, and even the military are coordinating efforts to find them. He is very sorry. The news anchor said that the latest news, amid growing concern around the world about insects, a private insect extermination company, Insect Exterminators, has received official approval from the Korean government. With society facing the threat of insects, all eyes are on this organization to see their next move. He started to get out of bed, and Payo looked at him and said that he didn't feel comfortable asking him for this, but they needed his help. He probably noticed, but he no longer has the power of the black ants, but they still need him. Will he join the insect exterminators? Misung said that if he could kill those insectors, he would do anything. Although he didn't notice it, there was still a red ant in his body. Sometime later, a man without one arm ran away from someone through the city. He was hiding from a guy who was catching other people nearby, and loudly said that, great, now there are 9 of them. The captured man loudly called for help, which is why he hit him, called him a damn dissident, and said that now they are all insect food. He quickly found the injured man, and said that now that makes 10. He turned to him with a worried look, loudly asked him to stop, and said that he had already taken his arm. He laughed and said that things wouldn't work like that. The man asked loudly in a dissatisfied voice, what is he doing? They are both people. He looked at him with a frightening expression and said that he asked not to be equated with such lower creatures as he. Today he would sacrifice 10 of them and become an insector himself. He must give his pathetic life for the greater good. 2 years had passed since the explosion in Naaman's soul. A lot had changed since that day. Insects, which found themselves at the very bottom of the food chain, were now climbing to the top. After that, the guy brought 10 people to the insectors who were sitting in the destroyed church. He said that he had brought him 10 people, as they had agreed. He called the insector in front of him a black ant, and said that now he must give him this pill and turn him into one of them. This monster got up from his chair and began counting the people he had brought. He noticed that one of them was missing an arm, and said that there were 9 3/4. The guy was indignant about this, and said loudly that it was just an arm, which, by the way, he ate. That's still 10 people. He grabbed the weapon on his back and said loudly that he should give him this pill immediately. The monster very quickly approached him, cut off his arm with a sharp blow, and said that now there are 10 people. He became very angry and said loudly that he should never have trusted them. The insector said that he shouldn't worry. He took out a pill with a larva and said that he always keeps his promise. He threw it to him and said that he should absorb it and feel this power. He looked at it with a joyful expression on his face and said that he would feel its power, and now he would become an insector. The rest of the monsters approached the people and said that now they too would enjoy their meal. Yojin flew to this church and asked how much time had passed. Half a year they hadn't been to Naaman. She called all the units and said they were moving out. The guy was about to eat a larva, but a very thin thread got in his way. She flew inside and used her threads to lift all the people up, tying them to the ceiling and saying they had received the blue pill. The presence of 3 insectors was confirmed. She ordered the extermination to begin. The monsters saw them and loudly announced that they were insect exterminators. Seiwei flew in through another window, fired a few shots, and hit one of them in the head. He looked at them with a serious expression and told these idiots that they were now Dark Reapers. The insector called them pathetic dissidents and said that they had heard of them. How dare they interrupt their meal? He flew towards them and said that they could consider themselves already dead. Mingyun flew in through the window and killed the monster with one sharp blow. He adjusted the device on his neck and asked displeasedly, why do they need this? Does he really need to wear this? This is incredibly annoying to him. Yojin put the pill back in the bottle, turned to him and said that if he didn't like it, he could just take it off. He asked with a confused look, didn't she say that if he took it off, he would explode? She agreed and said that's exactly why he should take it off. Seiwei came down to them and asked if the 2 of them were arguing again. He didn't know where they had the energy for this when they only had 20% of their strength left. He called her by name with a displeased look and said that he would keep an eye on her. She, with a displeased expression, said that he was currently talking to the leader's subordinate and that he better behave himself. He stood to the side and said that they had been a team for over 6 months. They should stop talking about this. The ant ran towards them very quickly and delivered a powerful blow that broke the wall, but they all dodged the attack. She turned around with a displeased look and said loudly that he could have at least warned them. Sehui apologized and said that it was too fast, so he didn't have time. Minhyun tried to attack the monster and said that they still had it for later. The reason why they are even here. He called himself a black ant. This is just ridiculous. The insector said loudly that it turns out that it was true. Everything is unfolding exactly as he said. They were told that they could get rid of all of them using that name. He swung his weapon and threw it away from himself. He became very angry about this, loudly called him a fake and said that he should shut up immediately. He thought that this monster was stronger than he thought. The ant ran up to him very quickly and struck him very hard with its claws. Because of this, he felt a lot of pain and started screaming loudly. Sehui fired several shots at the monster to distract its attention. He flew very quickly next to him and dealt a strong blow with his hand. The monster was about to attack them, but Yeojin jumped on him and tied him up with her threads. She said that this name doesn't suit him, and she's not saying this because he's her friend. Minhyun began to change, and with a very angry expression on his face, said that he's not easily angered, but he really hates being bitten by ants. Because of this, the devices on their necks began to glow red, and the monster tore her threads. He ran with his sword in his hand, with a crazy expression on his face, running towards the monster and loudly said that he would kill it. She tried to stop him, but he didn't listen, and he and the monster were about to attack each other at the same time. At the last moment, the protagonist stepped between them and deflected their blows with a sword strike. He said in a serious voice that they were changing plans. He got into a fighting stance and said that they would take him alive. The monster was very surprised when he saw him, and he used a spark cut with a serious expression on his face. He slashed very quickly with his sword and seriously wounded the monster. He tried to say something, but he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. He sheathed his sword and said that the doctor ordered the return of all potentially useful species, so they should tie him up. She agreed to this, and he said that they should ensure the security of this place. He needed to be somewhere, so they would see each other later at the headquarters in Seoul. She said that he hadn't been to Naemun for a long time, so he might as well have fun. Minhyun, with a displeased expression on his face, called him and said that he should never get in his way again, otherwise he would kill him. He looked at him with a calm expression on his face and agreed to it. MC started to leave, and he called him overconfident and said that he was annoying him. Yeojin approached him and asked with a serious expression, does he think he interfered just to show off? He had exceeded his transformation threshold of 20%. If he had appeared a second later, he would have been stunned by the electric shock. He was still unhappy and asked, is he acting like a leader now? Sehui called them over and said that they should come here and see what was there. This caught their attention and she asked, what's there? He pointed to a door nearby with a slightly worried look and said that he had found something strange there. They went inside, began to examine what he had found and asked, what is it? Is it some kind of egg? Doesn't it look like a cocoon? Mi-sung was very surprised when he saw it, and she, with a worried look, said that the thing was moving. He came closer and surprised them by saying that it was an insector. They were very surprised by this and immediately began to prepare for battle. He looked at it and said that, however, something was wrong. They were surprised by this and asked what he meant by that. He said with a worried look that it seemed familiar to him. The cocoon began to crack, which attracted their attention, and Minhyun said loudly that they must kill it before it came out. The cocoon finally opened, and a large amount of energy burst out of it. They saw a girl inside the cocoon, and he immediately ran to her with a shocked expression on his face. He looked at it with a very upset and worried expression on his face and could not believe what he saw. Sehui called Yeojin and asked what was this. She also looked at what was happening and said that it was impossible. He looked at the girl he had picked up and said, Asura. After some time, the protagonist stood in the shower and washed the blood off himself. He remembered that when he found her, she immediately woke up, saw him, and called him by name. Yeojin looked at what was happening with a shocked expression on her face and asked, what the hell is going on here? She called out to him in a very worried voice, and at that moment Asura bit him on the neck. She was very worried about this and loudly said that they should get her away from him. After that, they were taken to the base by helicopter, and she was chained. Yeojin helped him walk because of his injuries and asked if he was sure that he would be okay. He said with a serious expression that he was okay, it was just a little poison. Her condition was more serious. They were met by the director of the insect exterminators, Pio, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He approached him and said that he did a good job. Suddenly, MC, with a very dissatisfied expression on his face, punched him in the face. What happened greatly disturbed his squad members, and they cried out in surprise. He grabbed him by the clothes and said loudly that all the promises he made, he didn't do anything. He promised him that he would find his grandmother and that he would protect Asura. His guards pointed their guns at him, and one of them, with a serious expression, said that he should step back or they would shoot. Minhyun put a sword to his throat and said that he had better put his weapon away or he would cut off his head. Pio ordered them to lower their weapons, and they immediately obeyed him. He looked at him and said that he was sorry. Hearing this, he let him go and went inside the base. The guard helped him up and asked if he was okay. He said with a calm expression that they should take the insector and the girl to a human doctor. Sehui asked if this was the insector weapon he had heard about. Was it finally ready? Minhyun asked what he was looking at with such admiration. They could have been the ones used to create this weapon. Pio picked up and put on his glasses, saying that it looked like he'd committed another sin. After a while, Yeojin, with a surprised expression, asked what he'd said. Amnesia. Dr. Man agreed and said he'd need further examination, but that was his current assessment. He looked at Asura and asked, They said they found her in an egg or some kind of cocoon, right? In that case, perhaps she'd undergone a transformation akin to a metamorphosis. Her human form had been disassembled and recreated as an insector, and she'd been reborn with only fragments of her memories. In all his years of studying insectors, he'd never encountered anything like this, so he was as perplexed as they were. She sat in an isolated room, growling angrily and loudly, calling for Mi-sung. The doctor said with a smile that it seemed like his name had become the girl's nickname. She kept calling out his name, but didn't recognize it. It was such a terrible irony. After that, he got out of the shower, went to his room, and looked at his photo with his grandmother. At that moment, Yojin came in, took out several packs of instant noodles, and told him that he should boil some water. She poured water into the package and asked, "He hasn't eaten anything for the last 2 days, has he? He might not be able to eat as much as he did when the ants were in his body, but he could still eat 2 bowls of noodles, right?" He picked up his chopsticks, grinned, and asked, "Will the others join them?" She immediately put her hands up to protect the food, refused, and said that it was hers. He calmly agreed, and wished her bon appétit. At the same time, the insector tried to fly into the base, but was electrocuted and fell among the other monsters. She asked how long it had been since they last saw Ara. "Half a year, right?" He agreed and remembered the time they last saw each other. He said it was when she decided to join the insect exterminators after losing her parents and brother, and he was worried about that. However, he couldn't believe what happened to her after she went missing. He couldn't protect her. Yojin loudly asked, "What is he even talking about?" It wasn't his fault. She had a feeling he would blame himself, and she was right. The protagonist looked at her with a serious expression and said that he just needed to find Mikan. When he found him, everything would be fine. She patted his head with a smile and said that he seemed to be holding up well. That's what their team was for. They would succeed. She will go, and tomorrow they will see each other. He should get a good night's sleep. She left the room, called him an idiot, and thought he was holding back tears. Maybe he was trying to hide it, but she can understand. At the same time, Dr. Man used a device to take a blood sample from Ahara and asked, "Isn't she energetic? She should calm down. He's just going to analyze her genes. She hasn't fully transformed, so he can't determine her species. I wonder who she is? It's so intriguing." He saw an insect on the monitor after conducting the analysis and said that this is impressive. Sometime later on Mount Pyeongchang, an insect exterminator employee was running away from someone very quickly. 2 insectors were chasing him, who were quickly catching up with him. He turned around abruptly with a frightened expression on his face, screamed loudly, and started firing his weapon. He was able to kill those monsters, which surprised him very much, and he asked loudly, "How did they do this? They will never compare to him. They should try to attack him again." He walked with his back turned and said loudly that he was not afraid of anything. He came across a man hanging on a web from a tree, turned around sharply, and was surprised by what he saw. He saw several people who were agents, named them all, and fell to the ground from shock. A monster approached him from behind, swung his fist, and growled loudly before hitting. After some time, he came to his senses after what happened, looked to the side, and saw a crater from the blow next to his head. He began to get up with a confused look and asked, "Is he still alive?" He looked around, noticed that the agents and insectors were gone, and asked, "Where did they all go?" He hit the ground with his fists and screamed loudly in anger. Suddenly, a huge monster emerged from under the ground and threw him into the air with its claw. He screamed loudly in fear, and the insector opened its mouth wide to eat him. At the same time, MC was working out in the gym, put the barbell back, and with a serious expression on his face, remembered what happened to him earlier. He came into the room where Dr. Man was standing. He turned to him and said that they were ready for interrogation. He came closer and asked, "Did he say anything?" He agreed, and said that he would only talk to him. The insector saw him, laughed, and asked, "Could he hear him?" He said with a serious expression that he heard that he had something to tell him. However, he did not care. He would answer his questions. "Where is Micah now, and how many blue pills were made?" The monster laughed and asked, "Did he like the gift?" He was about to say something else, but stopped because he slammed his fist on the glass in anger. He looked at him with a very serious expression on his face and asked what he did with Ara. The insector calmly said that he was just an instrument of his will. His only task was to deliver this message to him. Without his ants, he is powerless. He must stop his futile resistance. There are no more heroes. He was currently sitting in place with a very serious expression, pondering Mikan's message. At that very moment, a code red alarm went off. Yojin ran into the room, loudly called his name, and said that they had received a dispatch order. All agents sent to Mount Pyeongchang had lost contact. They needed to go. Mi-sung said that he understood her and would quickly get ready. After that, he changed his clothes, took his weapon, and was walking down the corridor, but Dr. Man called his name. He said with a slight smile that he was asking for a minute of his time. Sometime later, he and Ming-yoon were flying in a helicopter. He called out to Asaya and asked what the status was. He was flying with his wings at that time and said that he was still flying and would arrive soon. He noticed a web located over a very large area and asked, "What is that anyway?" He said with a shocked expression on his face that he needed to see it for himself. "How far are they?" He saw that web too and said that they are already here. What is he even looking at? They need to get there. Will he be able to clear a path for them? He agreed and said that he would see if he could. He switched his hand to automatic mode, pointed it at the web, and opened fire. He was about to say that he cleared a path for them, but unexpectedly for him, the web instantly grew back. He said that this time he was using something more powerful. He didn't have time to start shooting because the web got caught on his legs. He noticed several insectors and asked loudly, How did they get here? He can't move. Minhyun chuckled and said that he looked like an insect caught in a trap. He jumped out of the helicopter towards him and began to draw his swords. He delivered several quick strikes, which killed the monsters and cut the web. He looked up with a wide grin and asked what their little dragonfly would have done if he hadn't been there. He landed on the ground, laughed, and thanked him for saving him. The others also landed on the ground, and the protagonist said that they had arrived at the scene. They must be on guard to keep an eye out for the enemy, and need to find the agents who went missing during the operation. Minhyun noticed something, asked him to wait, and said that he didn't think it was necessary. He saw many cocoons hanging on the trees and said that they should see what those freaks had done. He also looked at it and said that they needed to bring them down. He called Sehui and said that he should monitor the perimeter. He agreed, and one of the insectors began to punch the ground hard. There was a monster heading towards them underground. He felt it and said that something was approaching. Minhyun killed the insector who was punching the ground and said that he should calm down. At the same moment, he loudly said that they all should dodge now. At the same moment, a huge monster burst out of the ground. He loudly insulted these insect exterminators and said that he would kill them. They all took out their weapons, and MC called them and said that they should release the maximum power of 20%. Yojin used her threads and bound this huge monster. Minhyun, with a wide smile, swung his swords and said that she should not let it move. He delivered a few quick strikes, then jumped to the side and called a dragonfly. Sehui aimed his weapon at the monster and said he understood it. He fired a railgun and hit the monster with powerful energy. They thought they had it covered, but suddenly the insector pulled another huge claw from underground. He loudly called out to the others, and the monster began to attack him. He was confused by this and thought it seemed like he would never return. Misun quickly approached him, struck him, and repelled the insector's attack. Minhyun looked at this with a surprised expression and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Yojin said that nothing worked on him. The scorpion laughed, called them idiots, and said that their pathetic attacks were nothing to him. He said that he was Doksari, a giant deathstalker and the highest insect. He was chosen by Lord Kojima himself. Sehui, looking worried, said that he must be a scorpion. Those guys from before look like spiders. Aren't insectors based solely on insects? Minhyun said that wasn't necessarily the case. They're only called that because insects are their most common form. The protagonist said he was right. He dealt with some that weren't insect-like. Besides, with Mikan's powers, there could be others much more powerful than this one. Doksari waved his claw, chuckled, and said that was ridiculous, because there was no way anyone could be stronger than him. Minhyun jumped towards him and said that all he had was brute strength, and they were faster than him. The insector swung its tail and sent him and Yojin flying, poisoning them with the attack. Sehui became worried about this and called out their names loudly. He landed and said that if he fully transformed, he wouldn't have a chance. So he's just going to let him kill them. He can withstand electric shock. He was about to transform, but at that moment he started coughing up blood. He laughed about it and said it didn't look like they could handle his venom. Even a small scratch would be enough for that. He swung his stinger and loudly declared that they were all dead. Sehui started shooting at him with his weapon, but he couldn't pierce the shell. Doksari turned to him, swung his claw, called him pathetic, and loudly declared that his little toy wouldn't hurt him. Yojin stopped his hand with threads, and Minhyun helped her stop this monster. He was distracted by them, and at that same moment, MC plunged his sword into the monster's body and used a spark strike. He was very surprised when he noticed that his sword broke on this shell. The insector became angry at this, called them small pests, hit Sehui with his tail, and threw him back. Because of this, they both fell to the ground, but he managed to stay on his feet. He looked at him with a very worried look and called out his name loudly. He looked at him and thought that he was trying to protect him. He looked at the others and thought that they were both in terrible shape and he had to do something. However, without the ants, he was powerless. His attention was drawn to a bag lying on the ground next to him. Doksari walked towards Yojin and Minhyun, laughed loudly and called them pathetic traitors. He began to attack them with his claw and loudly said that he was going to present them to his lord and become one of the 6 pillars. Misun created daggers and ran very quickly towards this monster. He dealt many very fast blows to his arm and he began to scream loudly in pain. He turned around, loudly called him a freak, and asked what he had done. He held his daggers with a serious expression on his face and said that he was going to completely destroy him. Earlier at the base, he saw these daggers behind the glass, and Dr. Man said that he made this for him. He should take it. He was confused by this and asked why he did this. He still had questions for him. He asked how he could resist such a chance. He was a bullet ant after all. He has to take it. He knows how things are now. His body no longer produces ants. All he has now is a body that is slightly stronger than average. How will he fight the insects using only this? For some reason, his body also rejects insect genes. He started to take out the daggers and said that he must understand that this is the only option he has now. He put it in a bag and said that he must take it. At the present time, the protagonist flew past the monster very quickly and dealt a very strong blow to his arm. Doksari was very angry because of this and loudly asked, how dare he do this? He started to attack with his tail, but he dodged and with many quick strikes broke his tail into pieces. He ran closer and stabbed the daggers into the monster's body very hard, He screamed loudly because of the pain from another dagger strike. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that no matter how much stronger they become, they will always come out on top, so he should tell him where Kijima is. He laughed and said that it wouldn't change anything even if he told him. He would never be able to resist him. After all, he was powerless. Suddenly, a huge monster with its mouth wide open crawled out from under the ground where they were standing. He was very surprised by this and loudly asked, "What is this?" The monster tried to eat him, but Sehui saved him at the last moment. He called out his name loudly, looking very worried, and asked, "But what about the others?" He said that while he was busy, he had moved everyone, including the missing agents, to safety. He looked at the hole left by the monster and asked, what were they up to? After a while, they all returned to the base. The wounded were treated, and the nurse said that they were taken care of, and now they should rest. Minyun said that he heard about him using that weapon. That freak takes them for idiots, doesn't he? Yojin looked at him and said that he should stop this, because if he hadn't used it, they would all be dead. He said with a displeased expression that if it weren't for those ugly things, he could have dealt with that monster himself. He volunteered to fight for them to get revenge on the higher insects for abandoning him. However, what did he get in return? They crippled him. He kicked the wall and loudly insulted the insect exterminators. Sehui agreed and said that, however, it was inexplicable. They were just a burden to them, and they needed to put up with it. He approached him and asked, "So he thinks it's completely normal for them to cripple them?" He said that's not what he means. Minyun asked with a smile, or maybe he feels like a human being when he does what he's told. He hopes that he doesn't forget what he did in the past. He should stop acting like he's one of them. However, he has to give him credit. How many did he kill back then? 2 companies of Marines and an entire class of high school students, right? Wait, he thinks he has more kills than him. Maybe they should cripple him after all? Yojin grabbed the hem of his clothes and said loudly that she did ask him to stop. He looked at her with a smile and asked, does she mean to say that he is wrong? He is starting to think that it is because of him that they have all these restrictions. She loudly told this idiot that he is crossing the line. Someone came in, called them his little insects, and asked if they were as cheerful as always, weren't they? They, insectors, recover so quickly. It made him jealous. It was the Dark Reaper, the team leader, the former head of Sector A. Minyun smirked, looking at him, and asked if he was trying to act like the boss. He was hardly ever here. He covered his face with his hand and said that he had completely forgotten about his other name. Zigna is self-confident, isn't he? He started using his abilities and said with a frightening smile that he understood that he had a reputation to maintain. However, he should be careful who he associates with. Maybe it was time for him to teach him a lesson today. Yojin told the boss that he should stop, since he wasn't scaring anyone. Mingyan asked why he suddenly started acting cool. He was upset about it and asked if they had any idea what he was doing. They should stop teasing him. He also thinks that the restrictions they put on them are stupid, so he just talked to the director and asked him to increase the limit. Aren't they glad that they have him? Minyun walked up to him and said with a smirk that finally he was useful for once. How about waiving this restriction completely? Said that they shouldn't get too excited. He just submitted an official request and it hasn't been approved yet. So, there will probably be a management meeting soon and all the team leaders should be there. But, where did he go? MC looked out the window with a serious expression where Adara was sleeping. In her sleep, she kept calling his name. At that moment, Dr. Man entered the room and asked, isn't it amazing? She ate a whole piglet with such a small figure. Does he have something to say? He asked with a serious expression. Is he going to interfere in her affairs too? He laughed at this and asked, does he mean to create a weapon out of it? He refused. Was about to say something, but noticed the daggers next to him and said that it seemed like using this weapon made him think twice. Is he here to return this weapon? He refused and said that he was going to use it. He stood up, holding these daggers in his hands, and said that he needed strength. He imagined Mikan and said that he needed this if he wanted to confront him. After some time, a small insector ran into the cave, who began to look around. Other insectors jumped onto the 6 pillars, and he was surprised when he saw them. He said loudly that the 6 pillars should gather. One of them killed the insector who called them and said that it was strange. He could have sworn he heard of the 6 pillars. He looked at Seijin and said that, however, there is someone here who does not belong here. The 4th pillar, Jo Gun, pointed his sword at her and said that the pillars were not meant for worthless people like her. Someone threw a fist of energy at him, and he blocked it with his sword. He looked at the one who did it with a serious expression and was about to ask something. The 5th pillar, Ra Sung Tae, who attacked him, said that he should be more careful. Lord Kijima himself chose her and he must accept it. Jo Gun called him and said that he seemed to have forgotten where he was. He chuckled and said that he should not be arrogant, because he was always ready to defend his rank. The subordinate of the 3rd pillar, Chang'an, John Lee drank blood from the head of a dead man and said that it was so scary here. So scary that he could hardly taste the sweetness of brain juice. However, he asks to ask something. Is it possible for someone as slow as him to join this fight? Suddenly, energy flew past him, cutting off his hands. He was very upset about his brain juice and hands. The 2nd pillar, Na Seonho, did this and said that it seemed like he had the desire to fight and that he liked it. Does he want to fight him? If he agrees, then he will be his opponent. He said with a worried look that he did not want to die. although, perhaps, he would have had a chance against Jungdo, who burst like a bubble. He immediately launched his drill and wounded his head, but not fatally. He looked at him with a very angry expression on his face and told this bastard that he had to repeat it again. Where did this happen to him? John Lee looked at him with a worried look and said that then, the red guy who killed him was not that strong. 3 years ago, he encountered him at the underground club Taejung. They were equal, so if it was he who killed Jungdo, he thought he had a chance. Because of what Seonho heard, he kneed him very hard in the stomach. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "The 6 pillars, is this a joke for him? He is just a lackey of the 3rd pillar, so he should not cross the line. The 6 pillars are Lord Kijima's main weapon. Attacking them is an attack on him, and this concerns disrespecting them. That is why he is going to kill the bastard who dealt with Gyundo and make an example of him. He will show everyone the consequences of attacking the Lord." At the same time, Jo-gun and Song-tae attacked and injured each other. They took fighting stances and looked at each other with serious faces. The 1st pillar, No-gu, looked at them and asked them to stop. They did not listen to him, continued to fight, and he asked them to stop again. He started screaming very loudly because of this, with an angry expression on his face. They immediately stopped fighting, and they all covered their ears because of this loud scream. Sonho, with a displeased look, called him and loudly said that he should shut his mouth already. He immediately covered his mouth with his hands, asked for forgiveness with a worried look, and said that he, however, asks everyone to stop this, including Seijin. He looked at the destruction after this battle with a dissatisfied look and said that it was such a mess. He called the lackey Gon and asked if he could clean up here. John Lee was about to say something, but was surprised because his body had recovered, and he asked when his arms grew back. Song-tae looked at him in surprise and said that the wound that Jo-gun left on his arm had also disappeared. Suddenly, an insector ran up to them and loudly said that the 6 pillars must gather. They were shocked by this, and Sejin asked, "How can they do this? Does he still think that she is worthless? They are all already under her illusion." He was surprised by this, and Sonho laughed loudly and said that they definitely fell for this fake, and it's funny. Song-tae, with a surprised expression, said he didn't even notice. Mikan came to them, sitting on a tiger, and asked why they were laughing so much. Do they even make people suffer? He's starting to doubt them. People believe that they are waging a war against them, as if they are their equal, but that's nonsense. They need to remember that they are predators. People are just prey, and this is not a war, and it's time for them to realize this, so they begin the hunt. They annihilate every single one. At the same time, the leaders of the human groups gathered in one office, and Tae said that he was starting the briefing. Pyo nodded to him, and next to him lay a document with a proposal to increase the power limit of the Dark Reapers. He said that the Dark Reaper unit was formed to combat the higher insects, led by Chief Un, the commander of the Misung squad, as well as the combat limit. The next 3 individuals are insectors who are currently on the Dark Reaper roster. All 3 have caused significant harm to humans in the past. The team leader said he believed this did not apply to Yejin. He said with a calm expression that he was asking to be allowed to begin with her introduction. She and this guy allied with humans in the war against the insectors, and her achievements led to her being recruited into the Dark Reapers. Initially, they did not plan to limit her powers. However, when the Dark Reapers were formed, she admitted to her past involvement in a human trafficking operation. Consequently, they placed a limit on her. On the other hand, she demonstrates better social skills than him, despite being an insector. She seems to be a suitable candidate for a power limit increase. However, their next case is quite problematic. Un looked at the screen with a worried expression and said, "Here it is." Tae said that it was Mingyun, also known as Zigna. There's nothing redeemable about him. He's pure evil. His past includes involvement in a basement club, producing pill duplicates, and killing several people. They've encountered him numerous times in the past. His motive for joining the Dark Reapers is solely to seek revenge against the higher insects. Once he achieves his revenge, there's a chance he'll turn on the insect reapers. At the same time, he scratched his ear and asked, "Is someone talking about him right now?" He wrote down a list of pillars to kill, but he didn't know who the 6th pillar was, and said he wanted to kill Gyondo, but he had already died. He crossed out the last place and said he should probably start from the very bottom of the list. Un said with a worried look that since he joined the team, however, he hadn't caused any problems, so if they wanted to use him more effectively, they would need this increase. He turned around and said that he couldn't find a way to protect him. Why did they even bring him into the team? The protagonist said that they needed all the help they could find. He said that if only they had this guy, Chiyoung. He remembered how they had met before, and he said that he wanted him to fight alongside them. He stood with his back to him and calmly refused the offer. He called his name and said that they needed him. He chuckled because of this and said that he didn't know he could speak so desperately. He knew that he was a fighter after all. He struck out, aiming for his head, stopped at the last moment, and said that these hands are not for protecting lives. They are meant for fighting, winning, and destroying. It exists only to bring him victory. He can't carry such a heavy burden with this. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he will continue to fight his battles. He must believe him. He is not going to lose, so he offers to meet again someday. The next time he sees him, he should call him Mr. Chiyoung. Currently, Tae said, so the next agent has a history of killing 256 people in just 2 days. This is the most despicable insector Sehui, also known as Ase, after he was captured by Nan and their leader and taken to the Gi Yongbuk medical department. The war broke out while he was being held in a cell. When the door of his cell swung open, he escaped. Then dozens of patients who were heading to the shelter were saved by him. After this incident, he was kept in a cell until he was recruited. Now, he lives with his family in the shelter and is also an active member of the Dark Reapers. With this, they will end the briefing. Today's meeting will be devoted to collecting the leaders' opinions on increasing the limit for these insects. Min, the head of the scientific and technical group, said he was against it. These insects are already strong enough with the current limit and don't need anything more. They don't know when these dogs might attack a person and can't walk them without leashes. Perhaps this analogy isn't the best one, considering that these are fighting dogs. Un was angry about this and was about to ask something, but the head of the shelter security group, Yan, interrupted him and said that at least the dogs obey people. These creatures are insects. They should be kept on a leash. He was unhappy with this and asked if she was also against it. She said that she agreed that they need protective measures to use them safely. He said that, however, the current limit is too high. They can't fight effectively. They should look at their last mission. They were all defeated even though they used their maximum limit. The head of the Joe battle group said that it was true that they needed more power. He was happy about this, called out to him loudly, and said that he knew he could rely on him. He said with a serious expression that, however, this power should not come from the insectors. 2 years ago, they lost 2 sector leaders in the war, and he barely survived fighting the 6 pillars. They definitely needed more power, but he couldn't trust them given their brutal history. Un was very angry about this, and Sam said that he didn't quite trust those 2 either. What caught their attention was that MC asked if they were afraid that the Dark Reapers would betray them and kill them. However, he would say that this was a more preferable outcome. This is because, at least, it will only happen after the higher insects cease to exist. Because of this, silence fell in the office, and Pio smiled and said that this was enough. Today's meeting was just for discussion. He will think about how they can improve their current policy. That's all. After a while, Sehui's mother asked with a slightly worried look, "Is he leaving already? He should stay overnight." He turned to his parents and said with a smile that he couldn't stay. He didn't know when they would call him. They would see each other tomorrow. He grew wings, flew, and said that it was such an amazing feeling. He liked the way the air blew on his hair. He touched his head and said that he forgot his hat. Because of this, he flew back and saw his parents, who were going somewhere. He was surprised when they went to the wall, removed the decorative bushes, and there was a big hole. He looked at it and wondered what was going on there. They crawled through this hole, and he wondered where they were going. At the same time, Mi-sung went into his room and took a deep breath. Yeojin was drying her hair and asked if he knew that sighing brings bad luck. Judging by his face, the meeting didn't go too well, but he still did a good job. He asked why she kept taking a shower in his room. She said her water pressure was bad. How did he handle it? She knew that those executives hated them. He said they were too stubborn, so he said something to them. However, now he was worried that he only made the situation worse. She grabbed his cheeks, pulled, and said that he did a good job. She didn't know what he told them, but even if it didn't work out, they would work harder to make that 20% better than their 100%. He didn't have to worry about it too much. He smiled, agreed, and asked what the others were doing. She said that she thought Mingyun was sleeping in his room. Sehui was probably at a sleepover at his parents' house. At the same time, he was crawling through the long hole in the wall where his parents had crawled into and wondered why they had done it. When had they managed to dig this tunnel? He should have stopped them earlier, but he was so shocked that he froze in place. He had to bring them back. He needed to find out why they were leaving the shelter. Could it be because of him? Both his parents are veterinarians. They both saved lives, but their son had become a killer. His parents found out about this, not after the incident was closed, but a year after the war, after he had joined the Dark Reapers. Until then, they had believed that he was among the victims of the Marine Corps Insector incident. They were just glad that he was back. Even if he was a killer, even if he was an insector, they had accepted him. It didn't matter what their reasons were, and he had to find them. He climbed outside, started looking around, and thought that it was dangerous here. He saw footprints, flew forward, and thought that these footprints lead into the forest. He used his ability on his eyes and wondered where they were. He found them and saw an unknown girl next to them. He immediately hid behind a tree and wondered if there was someone else with them. Was it a girl, and who was she? He heard her cry out in pain, and his parents said that she should not move. She needs to be quiet. The infection looks serious. They need to remove it. Let him pass her the scalpel. They tried to help her with the wound. She screamed loudly in pain, and his mother said that she should hold on. They finished treating her, bandaged her legs, and she asked how she was feeling. The girl said with a smile that she was much better. He said that she would recover quickly if she changed the bandages constantly. Sehui smiled because of this and said that, so that's what it was. They were providing assistance to wounded civilians outside the shelter. He started crying and said that he was worried about nothing. An insector approached them and made a loud sound, which attracted his attention. They became worried when they saw this monster, and the insector said loudly that he would never have thought that he would find people here. He was incredibly lucky. He flew up to this insector very quickly and delivered a very strong blow. The girl was surprised by this and noticed the sign of insect exterminators. The monster remained on his feet and loudly asked who he was. The monster was about to attack him with his fist, but Sehui was faster and punched him in the face. Because of this blow, the monster fell to the ground, and his parents, with surprised faces, loudly called his name. The monster was about to get up, but he pointed his weapon at him. The device on his neck started making noises because it was overloaded, and he said that anyone who touched his family would die. He stopped the mutation, turned around and asked with a smile, "Are they okay?" Suddenly, another monster grabbed his father by the head and he screamed loudly in fear. He became very worried about this, pointed his weapon at the monster and loudly asked, "Was there another one here?" The insector sank its fang into his father's shoulder and said that he should shoot if he wasn't scared. His father said that they all should run away from here. They were all very worried about this. He asked the monster to stop with a very worried look. The monster was about to bite his head, and he said that he had not eaten human flesh for quite a long time. He said loudly that they all should close their eyes. His wife and son started crying and loudly asked not to do this. Suddenly, someone attacked this monster with thin paws from different sides. This monster died because of the attack, and his father fell to the ground. His wife ran to him and with a worried look asked loudly, "Is he okay?" He held the wound on his shoulder and said that he was fine. However, their son found out about it. Sehui saw the girl who finished the transformation and asked in surprise, "Is she an insector?" Sehui quickly raised his hand and ordered the insector to step aside. Dad quickly raised his hand in front of the insector and said that everything was fine. He worriedly exclaimed that she was not a bad insector. And Jun, the flytrap insector, changed her appearance to human. Dad clarified that she was one of the good ones, like him. Sehui asked furiously, "Does Dad know her?" Dad clarified, "Does Sehui remember? They mentioned that before meeting him. They helped the wounded on the way to the shelter." That's when they met Jun. Dad fell into a memory. A huge creature stood behind Dad. It prepared to attack, but the spikes instantly passed through its head. Jun, her hair stretched out, rose up. The creature fell to the ground. Jun instantly closed her eyes and fell to the floor with her eyes closed. Dad came out of his memories and added that from that moment on, they traveled together. Thanks to her help, they reached the refugee shelter, and they parted ways nearby. That's when they found out about Sehui from the insect harvester background checks. They wouldn't have been able to reunite with him any other way. Mom put her hand on Sehui's shoulder and said that June was a good girl. Sehui yelled furiously that he didn't care that they thought she was good. After all, she was an insector. He paused in horror and looked down. Mom apologized, and Dad said that they had made a big mistake. Sehui asked if the two of them had made that hole in the wall. Mom became worried and yelled that of course not. Dad clarified that the wall was almost 6 meters thick. There was no way they could have done it. Mom said that they had stumbled upon the hole by accident and decided to use it because they were worried about Jun. Sehui tensed up and thought that if this was true, then this was already causing serious concern. This could mean that the shelter security had been breached. He wondered how they had kept in touch with her. Dad reached into his pocket. He held out the walkie-talkie and replied that before they parted, they had given her Sehui's mother's walkie-talkie. They used it to contact her. It works over short distances. Sehui quickly snatched the walkie-talkie from his father's hands and said he would take it. He ordered them to leave and clarified that they needed to return to the shelter. Dad, frightened, agreed and asked to wait a minute. Sehui turned his head to the side and looked at the parents caring for Jun. The parents, leaving with tears in their eyes, looked at Jun. She, holding food in her hands, bowed to them. After some time, in the shelter in the training hall, Yojin glared sternly at the enemy. He waved his hand with the intention of attacking, and Yojin instantly jumped to the side and raised her leg. Sehui delivered a powerful kick to the enemy's chin. Yojin quickly turned in the air and kicked the enemy with her foot, sending him flying to the side. Sehui, sitting on the floor, thought that maybe he had overdone it yesterday. Yojin asked, smiling, if he was in a bad mood today. Sehui replied that he thought it was because she had been training so much lately. He couldn't keep up with her. Yojin happily clarified, does he think her training is bearing fruit? Sehui stuttered, I think so. Yojin screamed with great happiness and jumped into the air. After a while, their swords crossed. The protagonist looked at Mingyun. They quickly crossed weapons. MC swung their blades, and Mingyun jumped up. He pointed the weapon at the protagonist's neck and noted that MC was dead. Misun really needs to work on his technique. Mingyun ominously approached the protagonist's ear and clarified that this wasn't MC's level. Misun was no longer a black ant. The protagonist can't just solve problems with his muscles. MC angrily swung his weapon and Mingyun jumped back. Mingyun asked if the protagonist wanted to stop. Mingyun arrogantly said that he might accidentally kill MC if they continued. Misung ordered him to shut up and replied that they were continuing. He raised his weapon and said he was starting. Dark streams of energy surrounded the blades. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. He instantly dropped the weapon from his hands. Mingyun laughed, pointing a finger at MC, and asked, what is Misung doing? Has the protagonist really lost his grip? He said they should end it here. Misung looked at his blue hands in fear and wondered what this feeling was. He turned his head to the side in surprise. Mingyun clarified, is the protagonist denying that he won? MC raised his weapon and thought it was the insectors. But that's impossible. It's coming from outside the shelter. They're approaching. Misung quickly ran to the exit and ordered the Dark Reapers to prepare for battle. At the same time, the third pillar's subordinate, Zhangyan, John Li, sitting on an insect, clasped the pipe with his lips. He thought it was time to begin and instantly blew into the pipe, sending a stream of blue smoke out of it. The protagonist thought that this insector was strong. John, smiling, put his hand to his head and exclaimed that it was a very good shot. Some time ago, the guard looked at the monitor in amazement. The map showed 6 objects approaching the shelter. The guard turned his head to the side and yelled that 6 insectors were approaching from the east. The distance was half a mile. The head of the shelter security group, Yoon, with her feet lying on the table, asked him to zoom in. The guard zoomed in on the camera. The faces of the insectors sitting on the insects appeared in it. Young quickly stood up and remarked that they looked like troublemakers. She ordered the turrets to be prepared, because they were shooting them down. The guard confidently agreed with her. At the same time, the turrets headed towards the insectors. John threw his head back, clasping the pipe with his lips. The guard was very surprised, and Yon asked, "What's wrong?" The guard yelled that it looked like they would attack first. Yon asked in surprise, "From such a distance?" John instantly blew into the pipe, and a stream of smoke erupted from it. The turrets exploded instantly. A hole appeared in the wall of the shelter. The guard turned his head to the side in fear, and announced that there was a breach in the wall. Yon yelled that the code was red. They must sound alarms about insect attacks and shoot them down. They must prevent them from entering the shelter at all costs. The turrets filled with light, preparing to fire. Mana-shrouded spheres flew toward the insectors. Guzian, a subordinate of the second pillar, Naseonho, quickly stood in front of the spheres. He flew forward, destroying the mana streams with his hand. Guzian decisively flew through the turret volleys, creating explosions. Flames enveloped the ground, and Guzian landed at high speed. John smirked and exclaimed that he would claim the title for defeating the insect reapers. Master Jangyan would be proud. Ganjuim, subordinate of the sixth pillar, Bang Seijin, asked what he was talking about. She winked and remarked that the title belonged to her. She asked her comrade to fire again, as there were still sparks inside. John exclaimed that he didn't want to go through that. He smiled, scratched the back of his head, and clarified that he had already thrown away the pipe. Juim called him a freak, and John yelled that he would take the pipe back. Guzian ordered her to stop complaining. He sternly ordered them to just go in and said he would kill them both. Guim sheepishly agreed with him. Guzian sternly said that they would do it. He would go first. A huge shadow appeared over Guzian's head, and he looked up with great fear. The foot landed on the ground, crushing Guzian. The insectors looked at the huge robot and screamed, "What is this?" At the same time, the head of the scientific and technical group, Min, sitting in the robot, exclaimed that the insector killer was entering the battle. John lowered his head and clarified, "Is this the same piece of metal that Master Jangyan fought 2 years ago?" Juim, shaking with fear, clutched the weapon in her hand and said that she was going to destroy it. She decisively jumped off the insect and screamed. In the name of love, a fist hit her in the face with great force. She flew to the side and wondered, is this an army strike? The head of the battle group, Joe, with insector weapons, gloves made of woodlouse armadillo, screamed that love between pests gives rise to nothing but new problems. Guzian lifted Min's leg, and the leader was greatly surprised. Guzian screamed, "How dare a mere human step on him?" He changed into a devilish armadillo and sternly remarked that Min would pay for this. Joe ordered the insect to stop. Streams of green spread around, and Joe winced as he inhaled it. He covered his nose with his hand and asked, "What is that terrible smell?" Dream changed into a clown shield insector and ordered the freak to watch what he said. Doesn't he know the difference between a scent and an unpleasant odor? John, sitting on the insect, clarified that he was supposed to be the most dangerous insector here. So why does he feel like he's being ignored? Maybe he should just join? But that would be so disappointing. He inquired where his opponent was. The Dark Reaper, the leader of the group, the owner of the insect gene, Un, raised his hand and replied that he was here. John looked at him happily. Un, smiling, put his hand on his chest and said that he would fight him. John exclaimed joyfully, "This is very good." Un used his insect gene manifestation, Satin Smasher. He attacked John with tremendous force. The enemy was sent flying, landing on the ground in a cloud of smoke. Un had fully manifested his insect genes. He happily suggested they have some fun. John, standing in the smoke, remarked that this was exactly what he wanted. He was afraid he would kill people without even transforming. But what was with this guy? John had heard that there was something stranger about insect reapers than them, but he never thought it would be a chimera. So, Un was the monster behind all these rumors? Un remarked that this wasn't very pleasant, especially when it was because of them that he found himself in this situation. That's why he would make his opponent pay for this. John smiled decisively and, putting on his glasses, exclaimed that he would repay him very generously. He yelled with a mad grin, letting the opponent witness his amazing true form. Un appeared behind him and yelled that he was sure the form was cool. John quickly turned his head to the side in surprise and wondered when the opponent had even done that. Un used a grasshopper kick and kicked the opponent in the face. John quickly flew to the side. He laughed and clarified, attacking him during his transformation. They, humans, really don't play fair. Un used cicada wings and appeared next to the opponent. He yelled, why would he let the opponent transform? It won't do him any good. Un quickly jumped back and attacked the opponent. John, with a huge wound on his shoulder, grunted in pain. Un instantly pierced his chest with his hand. John called out to the wasp bird and it quickly flew towards him. It fired multiple spears from its sting. Unirritated, he raised his head and looked at it. He jumped up and did not get hit by the attack. A huge dent formed in the ground, shrouded in smoke. Un grabbed the wasp bird by the muzzle with his hand. He smashed the bird's head into the second wasp bird. Spheres of smoke fell to the ground and an explosion thundered. Un looked furiously at the dent in the ground and asked, where did the enemy go? Did the enemy really hide in the water? John will drown. The enemy better get out right now. Un instantly used Mantis Slasher and dealt multiple blows to the water. He stopped and clarified. Did he hit? This is a cliche that guarantees do. Un didn't hit. The enemy knows this, right? Un grimaced because of the unpleasant smell. He noticed the green smoke and yelled. Did someone ruin the smell during the battle? These insects are so dirty. Suddenly, huge pincers dragged him into the water. Splashes rose up from the lake. After a while, Joe, kneeling on one knee, coughed. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Joe looked at his bloody hand and yelled, "Is that really blood?" Juim asked what he thought of her scent. "It's very good. Doesn't the enemy agree?" Joe quickly raised his fist and yelled, "It's a terrible smell." Juim was surprised and asked how he could move. Joe hit her chin with a fist with great force and yelled that of course he could move. Juim twisted her face in pain and screamed. Joe roared furiously that his lungs had been trained in a gas chamber. He sang of soaring peaks and deep valleys. Juim asked in surprise, was he even singing? She wondered who this old man was. Joe slammed his fists together with great anger, and Juim was quickly thrown aside. Joe, his gaze wild, raised his fist and yelled that they were returning to the front. Juim exclaimed that she knew nothing about fighting. She struck his fist with her staff. Joe was enveloped in mana and froze in place. Joe, his body burning in flames, asked where the snow had fallen. Juim clarified, he didn't expect that, did he? She also doesn't know why it catches fire. They said it was related to evaporation or something. She can't explain it. Juim, smiling, put 2 fingers to her face and suggested just calling it magic. After a while, the robot Min was lying in the smoke. Guzian was walking on the ground, holding the robot's hand on his back. Blue lightning was coming from the robot. At the same time, Min was sitting in the robot's head, listening to the alarm. He noticed a broken part in the robot's head. Guzian confidently walked towards the robot. He thought that the best defense was a strong attack. Guzian, looking terrifying, jumped up and crossed his arms with the intention of attacking. He attacked the robot using the devil's mace. After a while, Un was breathing heavily in the water. John, in the form of a giant waterbug insect, was holding the enemy with his paws. Un thought that he was right in his territory. John quickly pierced the enemy's chest with a spike. Un opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. He clenched his lip with his teeth and thought that this was no ordinary sting. He's getting exhausted because of this. John punched his opponent in the face and fell into a dent in the bottom of the lake. He smirked and asked how the opponent tasted junk food. John struck the opponent in the face with his sting. He yelled that he had never tasted such unpleasant blood as the opponent's. Blocking the opponent's attacks, thought that John was the kind of person who could talk. How is such speed possible underwater? One direct hit and he's dead. This guy is a giant water bug. He doesn't stand a chance against him underwater. Un tensed up greatly and thought that he was running out of air. Now he regrets not choosing the aquatic insect gene. He remembered the past. Dr. Man, injecting medicine into Un's arm, asked if he didn't think Un should have at least one aquatic insect gene. Un disagreed and replied that he really didn't like water. Un came out of the memories and thought that everything was fine. The water is not that deep. He can escape. John grabbed him with his paws and asked, "Where is the enemy going?" Un was asking him to repay the debt. John put his nose to Un's neck and said that his blood tasted terrible, but it was strangely addictive, like an unpleasant body odor. The enemy understands this, right? He needs to try again. This could hurt. Un quickly turned his head to the side and ordered him to leave. John put his nose to the enemy's neck. He instantly froze and asked, what happened to his body? Green growths appeared on his face and John asked, what are they? Un thought that it looked like the insect genes in his blood caused a reaction. Now he has a chance. He kicked the enemy and swam forward. Un quickly flew out of the water into the sky. He breathed heavily and used the wings of a cicada. Un looked down and thought, this is his territory now. John climbed out of the lake and Un looked at him and thought, the enemy is a corpse. John yelled sternly, where is the enemy going? Un used the full manifestation of insect genes, fusion. He grinned maliciously, holding the Inskitter Buster sword in his hand. Un spun in the air and cut through John's body. Un landed on the ground and said that let this serve as a lesson to the enemy. John's body fell to the ground and clouds of smoke rose. Un smirked, turned his head to the side and noted that junk food can cause great harm. At the same time, Juim lowered her staff and said that maybe she was a little stupid. This is not quite suitable for a princess, is it? Juim will do it quickly and painlessly. Joe sang that the place where young souls perished. The wounded old pine tree was speechless. He, engulfed in flames, added that he was a soldier. Juim clarified, can he hear her? She asked with great fear. How is this possible? Joe resolutely sang and Juim, attacking him, ordered the enemy to die. He continued singing and Juim quickly turned around. Joe raised his fist, shrouded in fire, intending to attack. The broken staff fell to the ground. Joe sang with the last of his strength, those angry eyes. He fell to the ground next to the dead opponent. At the same time, Guzin remarked that it was very sad. If he had known that the insect reapers were so weak, he would have killed them much earlier. A stream of mana quickly rushed past his face. The robot's body parts quickly began to assemble. Min changed the mode to insect killer, aerosol mode. Guzin clarified that this was becoming ridiculous. Didn't the opponent realize that his technology was useless against him? Min opened the candy and, putting it in his mouth, told the opponent to speak. After he endured this, he used the insecticide laser. Multiple beams of mana hit Guzin. The opponent looked up and screamed that he said it wouldn't work. Min was thrown back by a powerful stream of air. The robot's body parts instantly fell to the ground. Guzin looked at the enemy and said that it was a waste of time. Now he would finish the enemy. Guzin took a step and his leg instantly broke. He added with great surprise that the enemy could not. Guzin stopped and fell to the ground. Min said that insecticide attacks the joints, the insect's weakest point, and corrodes them from the inside. No matter how strong Guzin is, the enemy is still just an insect. Human technology will destroy him. Min, with tears streaming down his eyes, smiled and ordered the enemy not to look down on humans. After some time, a wasp bird flew over the battlefield. It dropped a sphere of water. The sphere instantly shattered, and smoke rose up. The third pillar, Zhongjian, appeared at the battlefield surrounded by smoke. Mingjun clarified, Was this the one the protagonist was talking about? The insector that MC sensed? Misung agreed and clarified that this was no ordinary insector. The Reaper team looked at the enemy. Minhyun grinned and exclaimed that the protagonist was telling the truth. This guy was one of the 6 pillars, the third one being Jeongyeon. Sehui looked at his opponent in amazement and exclaimed, "These are the 6 pillars. The opponent hasn't transformed yet, has he?" Minhyun looked at his comrade and asked him not to act weak. Today is the day they must show their true potential. Some 6 pillars? Even a weak insect can defeat them. Yeojin noted that it was Chiyoung, not Minhyun. Is he really scared? Minhyun smiled tensely and pointed at himself, asking, "Is she talking about him?" Yeojin clarified that he was right. They had already dealt with the 6 pillars. They could defeat him. She turned her attention to the protagonist and added that it was because they now had 100% of their powers. The Reapers had changed their forms. 30 minutes ago, the siren sounded. The Reapers quickly ran to the exit. The protagonist stopped and asked if they needed something. He asked them to step aside. Minhyun asked irritably, "Do they have anything to say? This is an emergency. It's better to let them through." The director of the Insect Reapers clarified that Un, Jo, and Min had already been dispatched. They said they didn't need help. The comrades were very surprised, and Minhyun asked, "Do they want to be killed?" MC sternly said that just these 3 wouldn't be enough. He sensed an unusually powerful insector. He ordered them to let them through. The director replied that given the Dark Reaper's past work, he decided that sending them through wouldn't change anything. Minhyun asked, "So they want the comrades to sit here doing nothing?" The director said, "Of course not." He turned to Dr. Man, and the doctor agreed. Dr. Man pulled out a remote control from his pocket. Minhyun exclaimed, "This looks very suspicious." He asked them not to do this and not to press the button. The objects on their necks instantly began to glow. Minhyun screamed in fear that it was about to explode. Dr. Man said that their limit had been lifted. The director added that during their recent meeting, after hearing Misung's sincere thoughts, he realized that they had made a mistake. They were wrong. As the director of the Insect Reapers, he apologizes. The director bowed and asked them to protect the shelter and humanity. Minhyun quickly ran and, hitting the director on the shoulder, asked him to straighten up. He asked the director not to worry, because he would kill them all. Sehui clarified, would he be okay? It came out of nowhere. Yeojin asked him not to worry, and replied that they would look after him, even if everything went badly. Dr. Man stopped the protagonist, and putting something in his hand, noted that it was for MC. He will inform Misung of the details over the comm. But for now, the protagonist must run. The director said he was counting on MC. Misung quickly ran and agreed with him. At this moment, Jeongyeon screamed with rage. Yeojin noticed that he would attack. Zigana exclaimed that he would deal with this. The protagonist struck the pillar in the face with a weapon. Minhyun furiously called MC a freak. Misung tensed up when he saw that the weapon did not pierce Jeongyeon's skin. He furiously attacked his head. Jeongyeon struck the protagonist with great force, and MC flew to the side. Misung closed his eyes and coughed. Minhyun instantly caught him with his hands. He asked what the rush was about. MC irritably ordered his comrade to let go. Yeojin quickly flew towards the enemy and screamed that he was transforming. Sehui raised his weapon with the intention of attacking. He fired several shots at Jeongyeon. Yeojin wrapped her legs in threads and leaped down. She kicked the enemy with tremendous force. Sehui asked why the enemy was so quiet. Jeongyeon didn't say a word. Yeojin replied that it seemed like all he could do was scream. A glow appeared from the smoke cloud. Spheres of flame rapidly approached Sehui and Yeojin. A powerful explosion instantly thundered in the sky. Jeongyeon changed his appearance to a false cricket insector. The protagonist furiously called out to his comrades. Streams of mana flowed out from the smoke. MC breathed a sigh of relief. Sehui noted that he barely managed to dodge. Yeojin added that they would have definitely died if things had been like before. Minhyun looked at Misung and asked, "What's with that look? Isn't the protagonist glad his teammate survived? Maybe MC was in a hurry because he was worried that his comrades had become stronger?" Misung sternly asked him to stop saying such things and ordered him to join the fight. Minhyun agreed, asking MC not to worry and saying that he would do all the hard work. The protagonist could just hide in the corner and calm down. Misung had nothing else to do. Minhyun asked the protagonist to see what they were capable of now that there was nothing holding them back. He instantly jumped up and disappeared from sight. Misung looked down in irritation and clutched his weapon. After a while, Jeongyeon launched multiple attacks into the sky, shaking his hand. A flash of fire pierced Yeojin's wing, and she screamed. She noticed that it barely grazed her. Sehui asked her to fly behind him. Yeojin dodged the enemy's attacks and thanked her comrade. Sehui used Molt and changed his form to Scarlet. He raised his hand with the intention of attacking the enemy. Sehui fired a powerful stream of mana. The stream hit the enemy's sphere and an explosion thundered. Jeongyeon flew out of the cloud of smoke and screamed. He instantly struck the enemy's body. Sehui froze in intense fear. Jeongyeon headed towards Yeojin. She used her secondary evolution, Molt of interwoven form. Yeojin cut off the enemy's arm with a thread saw. She noticed the blood. Jeongyeon pierced Yeojin's body and landed on the ground. Sehui quickly flew towards Yeojin and called out to her. Jeongyeon kicked the ground and Yeojin ordered her comrade to step back. Jeongyeon instantly appeared behind Sehui. He grabbed him with his hand and slammed him into Yeojin. A scream came from the battlefield. Electric lightning enveloped the comrades' bodies and they screamed in pain. Yeojin directed the threads towards the enemy and wrapped them around his body. She screamed that the enemy was a freak. Yeojin wondered why it wasn't affecting him, even though he was also being electrocuted. executed? Yojin called out to her comrade, and Sehui replied that he knew it. He fired concentrated fire at the enemy, and Jangyeon was sent flying. Jangyeon fell into the lake, creating a powerful splash. The smoke cleared, and he emerged from the lake with a blackened body. Minyoon asked where the enemy thought Jangyeon was heading. Some fools decided it would be a good idea to fill this hole with water. They had created a very good playground for him. They were entering their second phase. Minyoon used his secondary evolution, Molt. After a while, the comrades plummeted, leaving streams of smoke behind them. The protagonist ran toward them. He looked at his comrades in fear. Sehui and Yojin lay on the ground with multiple wounds on their bodies. Misung knelt down in front of Yojin and asked if Sehui's arm was okay. Sehui replied that it was fine and noted that Yojin's condition was worse. Yojin turned to the protagonist and asked what he was doing. MC didn't answer, so she asked him to go. Yojin tensely sat up, and the protagonist asked her not to move. Yojin clarified that his job wasn't to help them. She sternly ordered him to go fight since the enemy was still alive. MC had to kill him. Misung wanted to say something, but Yojin interrupted him, adding that he could do it. Yojin squeezed his cheeks with her hands and said that she knew the protagonist could. MC smiled and agreed with her. He quickly jumped up and ran towards the smoke. Sehui fearfully asked if she thought the protagonist would be okay since they had both lost. Yojin calmly replied that of course not. It wouldn't be easy. But Misung always got his way. She had no doubt that he would succeed this time too, because the protagonist is a hero. After some time, Dr. Man asked through the earpiece, "Can the protagonist hear him?" MC confidently agreed, and the doctor asked him to take out the device he had given Misung earlier. The protagonist pulled out the object, and the doctor asked him to listen carefully. Dr. Man grinned madly and said that he was going to explain to MC how it worked. He said something, and MC looked at the object in amazement and clarified, "Is this really it?" Dr. Man said that he regretted not giving the protagonist a chance to try it sooner. They will just hope that his research is successful. Misung ran resolutely and exclaimed that it was accepted. After some time at the lake, the protagonist stopped and turned his attention to Jangyeon. He opened his eyes wide and fell into a stupor. Minyoon calmly stood on the pillar lying on the ground. He raised his head and asked, "Didn't he tell him to hide in a corner somewhere?" Minyoon laughed and asked to see. He had defeated the third pillar. With a mad grin, Minyoon returned to his human form and asked, "Wasn't his name Jangyeon?" The pillar was very weak. He moved to the side and added that maybe he had simply become too strong. Minyoon exhaled and noted that he hadn't relaxed in a long time. He placed his hand on MC's shoulder and suggested that his friend return to headquarters. The protagonist glared at the smiling Minyoon. He struck him in the face with great force. Misung jumped up and prepared for battle. Minyoon sternly asked, "What's the matter?" The protagonist asked, "Since when is he his friend?" Minyoon, with a growth appearing at the site of the wound, noted that this is beyond the pale. Jangjeon, in the form of an insector, a parasite, a hairworm, said that this fool's brain apparently considered MC a friend. How strange. That's why he prefers not to talk. Misung asked in amazement, "Who is he?" Jangjeon laughed and clarified, "Isn't it obvious from his appearance? He is a hairworm." The protagonist quickly ran towards the enemy. He attacked the worm's body with his weapon. Jangjeon laughed and asked, "Is the protagonist trying to tear him away from the body? He is stronger than MC thinks." Jangjeon rushed past the protagonist at great speed, striking him. He smirked and asked why Misung was covering his wound. The protagonist is afraid that he will take control of him. Jangjeon slapped MC in the face and told him not to worry, because he is not interested in human bodies. He only needs strong insectors. It's a pity that the false cricket was strong, but he couldn't compare to this guy. That's why Jangyeon took over his body. He really likes Minyoon. The insector is rude and talks a lot, just like him. Jangyeon climbed into Minyoon's body. He turned his head to the side and exclaimed that he would use this body to kill all the people in the shelter. Jangyeon used secondary evolution, Molt, cavalry form. He yelled with rage that this is why he told the protagonist to hide in the corner. Why did MC come out here? Jangyeon noticed that it wasn't him. It was the guy inside who spoke. Misung calmly replied that he will no longer hide. He will not be left behind. The protagonist will evolve. MC quickly shoved the object into his neck to evolve. His body became covered in bright veins, and Misung screamed in pain. Some time ago, Dr. Man asked if the protagonist had noticed anything strange when using weapons lately. MC agreed and replied that just before the attack, when they were training, it felt like the weapon's energy was being absorbed into his body. The doctor said the truth is that after MC's battle with the giant Deathstalker, he noticed something unusual during Misung's exam. A significant amount of bullet ant DNA was found in the protagonist's body. The doctor believes this could have happened after the battle with his brother in the last war. It seems MC has inherited some of his abilities. Misung asked fearfully, "What does the doctor mean?" The doctor tensely asked to just listen to him. He plans to strengthen this power to grant the protagonist a new ability, evolution. Misung, with streams of mana emanating from his body, crossed his arms and screamed in horrific pain. Jangyeon barked, "What is the protagonist doing?" Streams of mana surrounded MC, cutting through the air around him. Jangyeon quickly flew to the side. Dark smoke spread around him, and he looked at MC and asked, "What is this? Was the protagonist an insector?" Misung disagreed and exclaimed that he was one of the Ant Castle project. After some time, Aura was lying chained on the floor. She felt someone nearby and opened her eyes. Ara sat up, looked up, and called Mi-sung. At the same time, Jang-yeon looked thoughtfully at the protagonist. He madly asked, "Is MC not going to fight?" Mi-sung did not answer, and the enemy warned that he was attacking. Jang-yeon instantly struck the protagonist on the shoulder. MC stopped the attack with his hand. He raised his fist and noted that it was his turn. Mi-sung struck the enemy with tremendous force, and Jang-jeon flew to the side. The enemy stopped and crossed weapons. The protagonist calmly clarified that this was his new power. He moved towards the enemy with great speed. Jang-jeon raised his weapon, ready to attack. MC instantly flew past the enemy. Their weapons quickly crossed. They delivered multiple attacks, but the attacks were blocked. The protagonist struck near the enemy's head. Jang-jeon quickly jumped to the side. He used the blades of his limbs, a hurricane flow. A powerful whirlwind of mana headed towards MC. Mi-sung calmly swung his weapon, and Jang-yeon screamed with fury for the protagonist to be cursed. Jang-yeon thought that the enemy was fighting with his fists, even without a weapon. What's even going on? And what's worse, there is no information about the protagonist in this freak's brain. None at all. Jang-yeon clarified with great anger, MC isn't a friend, not an insector, so who's the enemy anyway? Mi-sung raised his mana-shrouded fist with the intention of attacking. He struck the opponent's weapon, and it bent. Jang-jeon thought he would take control of the opponent. The protagonist swiftly cut off the opponent's leg, and Jang-jeon jumped to the side. He turned and headed toward the opponent. Jang-jeon pointed the tendrils from his body toward MC. A worm emerged from Ming-jeon's mouth and yelled at the protagonist to come at him. MC is his friend. The tendrils grabbed Mi-sung's arms and legs, but he instantly broke free and approached the opponent. Jang-jeon looked fearfully at the opponent's approaching fist. He smiled and noticed that it was from behind. The worm appeared behind the protagonist. It quickly latched onto MC's back. Ming-jeon's body fell to the ground. The worm wrapped its tendrils around Mi-sung's body. They crawled into the protagonist's eyes and under his body. Jang-jeon laughed and exclaimed that this body was now his. The protagonist squeezed the worm's body with his hand, and Jang-yeon was greatly surprised. MC quickly tore the parasite from his body. Jang-yeon became angry and wondered, did the protagonist tear it away? But how did he do it? Mi-sung punched Jang-yeon's body with great force. The worm looked up in fear. The protagonist dealt multiple attacks to the enemy, driving his body into the ground. Jang-yeon laughed and called him a fool. These blows won't kill him. MC pointed a spike towards the enemy. Jang-yeon screamed in great fear that the protagonist couldn't kill him. Mi-sung cut the worm's body into many pieces. Pieces of its body spread around. The protagonist calmly lowered his weapon. Standing surrounded by smoke, he returned to his human form. MC fell to his knees in front of his walking comrades. They looked at him in fear. His comrades ran towards him. Yeojin kneeled in front of him with concern and asked, "Is he okay?" Mi-sung smiled and said that he would meet his mother. Some time ago, in the protagonist's subconscious, he looked at the crystals and asked, "Is this his new ability? This is the power he received from Mikan. MC will turn his own power against him." The parasite looked at the protagonist. The tendrils quickly grabbed Mi-sung's arms and legs. The protagonist noted with fury that it seemed the parasite had gotten him. He raised his head. His eyes reddened with pain. The red ant quickly struck the parasite. The worm landed on the ground and screamed. The tendrils disappeared, and the protagonist was freed. MC sternly noted that the red ant was still there. The red ant took human form and placed her hand on Mi-sung's shoulder. The protagonist was very surprised when he saw the person hiding under the guise of a red ant. Mi-jin calmly looked at her son, and Mi-sung turned to his mother. He quickly hugged her. The protagonist clarified that it was she. Mi-jin had been protecting him this whole time. He thanked his mother, but she didn't respond. MC pulled away in confusion and looked at her. His mother placed her hand on his head and stroked her son. Mi-sung asked why she was crying. Mi-jin was enveloped in red mana, and she began to disappear. The protagonist looked at his mother in fear. Currently, MC, with a hole in his neck, opened his eyes. He noted that this was another dream. Sehui yelled that the protagonist had woken up. Yeojin quickly ran into the room. She worriedly asked, "Is he okay?" Mi-sung confirmed this and clarified why he was in the medical ward. Yeojin replied that they moved him because his comrade didn't wake up. The protagonist had been unconscious for 3 days. Sehui asked if the MC was sure he was okay. Yeojin was very worried about Mi-sung. The protagonist agreed and thanked her. Yeojin turned her head to the side and replied that it was nothing. Pyo quickly opened the curtain and called out to his comrades. He exclaimed that it was because of them that he felt left out. Yeojin sternly asked what he needed. Pyo smiled, adjusted his glasses, and asked for some attention. The protagonist asked who that was. Pyo replied that it was his boss. He pinched the bridge of his nose and said something. Yeojin, ignoring him, asked if the MC needed anything. Mi-sung replied that he was hungry. Pyo asked not to ignore his touching speech. Sehui ran out of the room and exclaimed that he was going to search the storeroom. Yeojin asked him to bring everything they had. Sehui laughed and noted that she hadn't even fully recovered, but was already on edge. He noticed his comrade standing in the hallway. Sehui pointed back and asked what Mingyun was doing here. The protagonist had woken up. Wouldn't his comrade come to him? Mingyun asked. Why should he? Are they celebrating people waking up now? Sehui asked his comrade not to be like that. MC was his friend, wasn't he? Mingyun asked irritably. How did his comrade know? Sehui replied that he had heard Mingyun screaming in his sleep. His comrade seemed very upset. Mingyun quickly ran after his comrade and ordered him to come here. Sehui wants to die right here. Sehui screamed in fear as he ran away. Didn't his comrade have a broken leg? At the same time, Dr. Man was looking at the screen. He noted that no matter how many times he ran the calculations, this shouldn't be possible. Something must have happened inside MC's body. He should check it as soon as Mi-sung wakes up. The doctor noticed the ringing phone. He picked it up and asked if the protagonist had really woken up. That's very good. He has news for MC, but he's thinking. Dr. Man noticed the door and paused. He approached the room and asked if he should tell the protagonist this. The girl raised her hand and asked him to let her go. Dr. Man looked at her and noted that that was the question. After some time, people were standing at the scene of the battle. They were removing dead bodies from the ground. They threw Guzian's head into the cart. The man threw his head back and screamed that his back hurt. He couldn't go on like this. They always make them drag these monster corpses. What do they do with them? But it's much easier with a comrade. Maybe you can't tell from his comrade, but he has amazing strength. Soo-young laughed and clarified, he's not quite right for this role, is he? The man clarified that he was just joking and asked him to remind him of his comrade's name. Soo-young, smiling, gave his name.